not back to
I'm sorry, what's your point of information? Have you got a point of order?
point of order.
What is it you're asking?
We're not back to the original language of the original amendment.
Okay, what's wrong?
It registered in attendance, registered delegates in attendance, but the registered and in attendance should be deleted. That was added language in the agreement. But before that, Kathy was her added language where your cursor is, yes, registered. Or delegates. That was not in the sorry.
The underlined is what we're talking about. You have an amendment to the underlined language.
Yes, I wanted to say, that I do want to say credential because that implies that you've gone through the registration process.
Currently, at the moment, you can only impact words. Amend what's in it.
Who are credential? Who have received the credentials?
That's what you're going to say. So, are you wanting to strike checked in registration, change that, and add have received credentials?
Yes, I think that covers how we would operate, yeah. Because I think that would.
Is that what you want? Okay, so let's give the secretary some direction. You want her to strike checked in registration? Okay, and then for that, to include check, you want to add
Have received the credentials.
this is her language. Is that your language?
Yes, I would accept that.
Okay. Get the language, and then I'm going to ask for a second. Are you happy with the language?
So we have to put on the.
Terry, we got to get your language or it's simple out.
Right. You have received their credentials. And then strike registered. And are in attendance.
That's already
Strike that.
part of the original.
Okay.
Is this language?
Yes.
So, have received their credentials is what we're talking about. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion? Only talking about the addition of have received their credentials. Ed had his hand up and we'll go to
And Charles, this case 17. I just showed that in our convention, we did the registration online before this convention. We paid for our contribution to help cover the cost of the convention. We registered for lunch. We wanted to buy lunch. Those types of things were all done online before we showed up at the convention and formally checked in. So there could be some confusion in the way different entities or different counties run their conventions. But I'd be against this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, may I withdraw my amendment?
the floor on your amendment at this
Okay.
point. Let's be unfair not to debate right
Ratings on SB 27. Just want to let you know that SB 27, there is definitely a checking. Everybody understands the word checking, but they're basically receiving event credentials. Basically, you walk up to the table, and the person who's on credentials, who already knows you, sees you coming in from the door, says, "Hi, Ray, I got you signed in, go ahead, go in." And so you kind of just go, that is checking in, but we don't actually receive anything, any kind of badge or name tag. I guess those person want to wear a name tag, they write our own name tag, but there's nothing that we receive that we can call credentials. So I'm afraid that using words like credentials or registering could be confusing, but everybody knows what check-in means.
Wayne, we'll go to you.
Join our SC5. What we have to be mindful of as we move forward with these rules is in a normal situation where you process 252 times and it only fails once. Do you tinker with it, or do you go to the local situation and have them disseminate the information in a way that their delegates can do it and they solve that issue moving forward? Just like with Mr. Gonzalez, they have their way of doing it. We're not going to send a ripple effect across the state that could actually cause 20 of them to fail next time. So if I do something 252 times and it only fails once, I'm thinking I'm doing all right. So I would oppose any amendment to the new plan.
I'd like to call a question.
Stand by just a second, please. I need to look something up with the state party rules. I would recognize you for that. Members, unless we changed it, there would be a provision in the state party rules that called for some type of badge, identification, or name tag that to be prepared by the credentials.
Is that 25 feet?
Yeah, take a look at 25 feet, right? So, and before, if you'll allow me, registration is not who checks in. A delegate is not required to register to gain access to the floor. They only have to be a delegate, and if they show up, they have delegate rights. So it doesn't matter if you have pre-registration or any of that. That's only to plan food and seating. When you show up and say, "I am a delegate," and you are on a delegate list from your precinct convention, you have the right to access the floor. It cannot be denied to you. Please consider that when we're drafting this. There's a complete disconnect between registration and being able to be a credentialed delegate. Are you going to call the question? Okay. There's a call for the question. Is there a second? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, we're going to take on the Terry's amended language have received their credentials. All in favor of adoption of that language signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Okay, we'll go back. See what I got.
Mr. Chairman, Trustee.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes, Chairman. If I understand your reading of the rules and your understanding of the rules, that actually requiring registration is actually not actually a part of the rules written for the delegates in attendance to the convention. They can show up regardless of whether they go to a registration desk and access the floor and vote. Is that correct?
You can control how they access the floor, but they have a right to access the floor even if they don't tell you they're coming. They show up, if they are a delegate elected in the precinct convention on their delegate list, they have a right to come in and check in. Now, the committees, organizations, credentials can establish how they're going to check that list off. They can do that. You have to allow them to go through that process and have access to the floor. Rule 25B says that badges have to be issued so that the sergeant at arms may identify if the people who are actually delegates.
So would it be helpful, and this is again a question, would it be helpful then for us to describe it by rule what registration means? Because if we do that, then require the senatorial districts to require a process of registration that provides a badge, thereby a credential, to get to access the convention forum.
25B addresses that.
Chair.
Hearing a lot. Go ahead.
SD 20, call the question.
You're calling the question on this amendment language?
Yeah,
Okay.
back to the original.
Okay, there's a motion to call the question on adopting the language in rule number 13. Is there a second? Second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay?
Nay.
I don't think we met the threshold. If you want to call the question, raise your hand. All opposed? We don't have a 2/3 threshold. We're still going on the amendment. Let me go to Ed's had his hand up while.
Point of order. Isn't the threshold for previous question 50%?
Thank you, sir. You did meet the threshold. I've got 2/3 stuck in my head. Thank you for that point of order. It is well taken and sustained. We're calling the question. All in favor of adopting the red language on the screen, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay? Nay. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? The nays have it. We're still, this is gone. So we're going back to our original language. Mr. Russell, I recognize you.
It's Mark Russell from SD 30. I offer an amendment beginning to modify, beginning at the word majority.
Sir, the red language is gone. We just voted the whole thing down, so we're back on the original rule number 13.
Where is the language of rule number 13?
There's no submitted amendment for you to offer on rule 13 at the moment.
Was in that original 13, there is a word majority.
The language that was proposed by Kathy, this body just voted completely down. So now we're back on the original Rule 13 as it stands. Do you have a submitted amendment to Rule 13?
Okay. Number 13, number C, in the original language. Am I at the right place? Is there a word majority in that statement?
Are you making a motion, or are you asking a question?
I'm about to make a motion to amend. We're
Okay.
just trying to find out
What
what
I'm
I
going
need
to tell you is your motion to amend is out of order because you've not pre-filed an amendment in accordance with our committee rules. If you want to submit an amendment to number 13, you need to follow rule number 1 in our committee rules and submit that amendment on the live dot or on a sheet of paper. That's what Kathy did when we took up her amendment. Opening it up for just massaging the whole rules is not in order at this time.
Mr. Chairman.
Scott.
All right, Scott Owen, Senate District 6. I move to amend rule number 16.
Okay, did you submit your language?
It is submitted. It is on the 2022 Rules Committee submission form.
Let it rattle off our submission.
Yeah, it's one of the SharePoint files.
Right. Well, let me.
And actually, I noticed too, because I submitted this amendment yesterday as well, and it was deleted when I went in this morning. So somehow things are, Kathy, yours is on there still, but yours is one other piece.
Kathy sent hers in a different
It's there now.
What is the title, Scott?
It's titled Rule Number 16.
What are you document?
The document is 2022 Rules Committee Submissions Form.
And it's in a folder on that.
Yes, so scroll up. There it is.
It's not in a folder. Do not go to the folder on the shared drive. Go directly to bit.ly/capital RPT 2020 takes you to the document we're actually working on, but in review mode. And it's rule number 16 is your submission.
That's correct.
There you go, rule number 16, moving the previous question to 2/3.
That's correct.
Give me just a second. That's your language on the screen, sir?
That's correct.
All right, I'll recognize you for a motion.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I move that we amend rule number 16 to add the words 2/3 to the previous question requirement in the RPT rules.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion. I'll recognize you for that.
All right, so we had plenty of discussion about this yesterday. I think a majority threshold for previous question, like we actually just had, which is kind of funny, is too low. I think 2/3 is a proper threshold for cutting off debate when most people decide that debate has kind of reached a dead end. But at the same time, if there's a majority requirement, then there's only a majority. There's a possibility that debate could get cut off before valid amendments are made that would possibly satisfy some of the minority's concerns, or people will feel like they presented too early. I've seen instances in the past where previous question motions have also been abused by a narrow majority in order to force through a result that they wanted, just because they felt like they had the advantage at that moment and they wanted to cut things off before they went any further. So I think a majority is too low, but a 2/3 threshold for a previous question is the proper threshold, and that's what most people are used to in parliamentary procedure.
I just agree with that. I believe that 2/3 threshold protects the excellent minority. That insight is valuable in the discussion, and so I think a simple majority is too low to deny others the ability to be heard.
Mr. Smith?
I agree with you guys.
Anyone else wishing to discuss the amendment? Okay.
SB 21, just a question. Our rules that we adopted for our rules committee to use says that the previous question shall be in order in accordance with the RPT rules. So if we change this will also change the RPT rules?
No, ma'am, these rules do not go into effect until ratified by the Congress. Thank you for the question. Any further discussion? You ready for the question? All in favor of adopting this amendment, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a point of preference?
There's not really such a thing. Tell me what you're looking at.
Closest thing. So, I know we're not going sequentially through the rules one by one, but we do have documents that have amendments that have been submitted in order. And so, going forward, can we suggest to people that they open the submissions form first, and then we go one by one through the submissions that have been there. If no one has anything that has precedence, or if someone comes to testify on an amendment, then we take that up after they testify.
That would actually be out of order, sir. This body debated this topic very heavily. Stand by, let me tell you. They debated this topic very heavily and voted not to go in sequential order. If you're making a motion to reconsider the rules that we've done, you can let me finish before we start talking. Reconsider the rules that we've already defined for ourselves, I'll accept your motion. Now, 2/3 of this body wants to revisit that, we'll change the rule. But we debated this, and this is the process. So now that we've done that, this body, everyone has a right to stand up and make a motion and be recognized. So there is no precedent to go in the order that you're suggesting.
I agree that it would not be binding. I'm just taking a suggestion for everybody to keep ourselves organized unless there's a
Thank you, Mr. Moore. There's no vessel for you to continue. Thank you. I think you were first.
Yes, I'd like to bring forward discuss no. And against SD 16, I sent you 3 proposals last night. I'd like to discuss the first one, which is
Did you get them on the document submission document?
I sent it to your email.
Sir, my email is not the vessel for submitting amendments. Submitting them to the online link or turning them in an 8.5 by 11 page is the only way that you can submit a document.
Point of information.
State your point.
So when we submit our amended language to the bid, if it's not, because I'm wondering, is there a final thing that we need to do once we've entered it in, or are they checking to make sure that it's in the right format that we agreed upon yesterday, otherwise they delete it? Because I'd also put in some language and it's gone this morning.
Nobody should be able to delete anything except for you.
Okay.
If you put language in, that document is in review mode. If it got deleted and it truly got deleted, I'll work with you on it so we can bring it up to discuss.
They're definitely for amendments that you're going to be in that file.
She shouldn't be able to either. Rachel?
Move to adopt Unit 1B as submitted on the Bitly link as
Keyword to search for.
Did you just submit it?
more advanced.
I do not see it. submitted, so it's just a strike. Okay, right now you just want to deal with the strike?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me what it strikes.
It strikes as authorized by section 163. Texas
Yes.
law.
Or if you don't want to insist that there, then
Is that your,
Yes, sir.
okay. So we have a motion to strike? Second. All right. The motion is to strike the language. There is a second discussion. Rachel, would you like to be recognized for your amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rachel for SC 13. This is the first in a series of revisions that I will recommend to our rules. The intent here is not to circumvent our state law. The intent here is we are the Rules Committee of the Republican Party of Texas, and our rules should be the Republican Party of Texas rules, not the rules that we suggest to the legislature that the legislature revises. So these are our rules. I intend to make motions that remove any reference to the Texas Election Code whatsoever. It does not mean that the Texas Election Code does not exist. It means that our rules should be self-sustaining and our rules, not rules of the legislature.
Further discussion? Right?
Ray Gonzalez, SC 27, I enthusiastically support this effort. I was thinking about this last night, I was thinking, well, this is largely symbolic. For those that think that this is a declaration that we should not follow the law, it's clearly not what's happening. We're basically saying that we believe that we are a self-sustaining and organization, and that the Texas Election Code shouldn't be governing the way we handle intra-party matters. And so, and I was comparing it to that symbolic moment in which someone deletes an ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend's contact from your cell phone. You're taking that moment in which you say you no longer mean anything to me. Of course, you're not deleting that person, but it's just largely symbolic. Just saying we are going to self-govern and make that clear that that's the direction we're moving. Right?
Dwayne Ryan, SD5. Mr. Chairman, I really don't even know how to phrase it. Is it appropriate to have a question? Because I can be convinced, but to have a question for the original author's intent. Okay. I'm not an attorney, but I've worked with many of them. And typically when there is an overriding theme, and there's a whole lot of things, the question is there any other intent or preparation by doing this other than just symbolic, exactly like Mr. Ross said.
Rachel Hooper, SC 13. Again, my intent is to not rely on the Texas Election Code. When you cite two things, you're relying on them. So I think I know where you're going and subscribing ill intent to what I'm doing, and that is not the case. My intent is I read this document and I work with this document that cites to the Texas Election Code. Why are we doing that when there are rules? What's our point? Maybe we should just let the legislature make our rules.
That answers my question, Mr. Chairman.
Scott, what about you?
So I do agree with the intent of this. I do believe that the state Republican Party should be independent from the state government. But I think as a matter of practice, when we have rules that are controlled by the statute and are part of the state law, then it's useful for us to see those citations so that we can reference them in our processes, and the SREC can do that as well and make sure that the rules changes they make don't run afoul of state law. And also so that if something needs to change and the state law is preventing it from changing, then the SRECs know exactly what that state law is so that they can ask their legislators to work on changing it. I would love to be completely independent from state law and be able to run our operations as a private organization. I think that's what we should be able to do, but until that is the case, we need to know what these interactions are between the election code and the rules so that we don't accidentally trip over one of the laws unknowingly. And so I think if we wanted to symbolically divorce the Texas education or the Texas election code, gotta get something else on that, and the rules, then maybe there's a way to do that, but we need to preserve these citations somehow so that we know exactly how these two documents interact. And until there's a better way of doing that, I will leave these citations in place.
We're going to go to Dan, then Jonathan, then Kathy. State
The submissions form seems to have a formatting issue because
that's not important information. That's a one privilege. Give me just a minute to fix it. Let's get through this today. Dan, then Jonathan, then Kathy, then Rachel, and then SD Plus. Dan, will you consider?
Then to consist 16, as there are at least 13 of these instances, and I think indirectly or directly, that's what her goal and my goal is to get rid of all 13. Is there any way that we can amend, although they're in different sections, to go ahead and cover all of these at one time?
There would get away, but it's not currently in order to make that motion.
Jonathan Luan, SD4. I wholeheartedly agree with the rule with all references and citations to the code. I think as Republicans, we believe in individual liberty and limited government. And conflating these things causes confusion, even amongst this body when we first started debating this issue. We need to separate the code from a private organization with those tenets of individual liberty and limited government. Thank you very much.
Kathy.
Mr. 21, I actually have a copy of the election code here, so I want to remind us about something. We have a citation about 163.004 in there, and when we look at what the language is, that was before us, it's cited the citation. It says the SREC can make permanent rules. However, if you actually go to the citation, instead of 163.004, it says that the SREC can make a temporary rule, which is temporary until the next state convention, or they can make a permanent rule only if the statutes authorize them to make a permanent rule. And that's not delineated in the language before us. So it's actually giving the SREC more power than what the laws are here. And I would like to remind the body that the Republican State Convention is the state party, and the SREC exists to do business between the conventions. We are not here to serve the SREC, who is the party, and only like this bothersome convention gets in their way. I think that we need to make sure that the party understands the convention is the party, and the SREC only knows what's between, and they do need to be limited to temporary rules, which are only temporary until the next convention. And then where the law says that it should clearly be permanent, then they would make the permanent rules. So I would strongly suggest that we reject this.
Do you want to speak?
Yes.
Okay, I think we're James and Jim.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support this amendment. I think that we should take our sovereignty up and stand for it. We're a private political club. TEC is drafted by many Democrats and Republicans, and many Republicans that don't take even platform or whatnot. And so we should take control of this. I do think, now, so I'm not ascribing my motives to the person who made the original motion, but I think even in some cases it's valid to even put things into our rules that challenge TEC. It's important to consider the cost and be made aware. So there's value indeed of having lawyers on this committee and even lawyers who are lawyers for the RPT. That's important here. So it's important that we consider the cost when we're putting these things into our rules. But some things are worth it. But that might not apply in this case, but in other cases, I think there's no problem with that. And if you consider the cost and you're thinking, yes, I'm prepared to challenge TEC and Texas legislature on this and take it to court, for that, if you consider the cost. Thank you.
Jim Pickle, SDA, a lawyer, appellate lawyer, and so I understand how courts will interpret these rules if they ever get in front of them, or I think I do. The problem again is the Pickle principle. If you've got two sources of authority for any particular rule, the question always becomes, are they in conflict with each other? And unless you're a lawyer or a judge, saying that they're worded differently might or might not create a conflict. It just depends on how they're interpreted by the court. So for instance, looking at one of these examples here, it's the Permanent State Executive Committee rules, okay? The SREC, here's what we use right now, the SREC, as authorized by Section 163 Texas Election Code, by a 2/3 vote of those present voting, provide at least 7 days prior written notice, etc. So let's just look at that part of it. The SREC, as authorized by Election Code, by a 2/3 vote. All right. If the Election Code changes and it requires a 4/5 vote, now we have this saying the SREC, as authorized by Section 163 by a 2/3 vote. No. If it's authorized by Section 163, it's a 4/5 vote now. So now this rule is in conflict with itself. And I don't know what Section 163 says right now. The point is, we've got the SREC ruled by a 2/3 vote and the Election Code, whatever the heck it says. Do they or do they not conflict with each other? The point of these amendments is not to violate the Election Code, because the Election Code can always stomp on any club, right? Any statute can do that. The point is, while we are a self-governing, autonomous entity, and the Election Code has not told us we can't be yet, our rule should apply. So that rule should say the SREC, by a 2/3 vote of those present and voting, whether it's authorized by the Election Code or not, who cares? We're going to do this rule ourselves unless and until the state legislature says, thou shalt not do that. We have a conflict in this, just the wording right now. You've got to go look up Section 163 to find out if the 2/3 is right. Why would we do that? Why would we say that? This doesn't say as prohibited by the Election Code. It says as authorized by the Election Code. We don't need that authorization, right? There's no reason that we have to have the Election Code in there. It's superfluous. I've already looked at this rule. I started this section actually. It's superfluous in this rule, and at other times it might create actual conflict. All we're trying to do is get rid of this idea that we are beholden for every decision we make to the Texas Election Code, because I think somebody already said, if that's the case, why don't we just say, our rules are thus, the Texas Election Code, signed Republican Party of Texas. That's what we would be doing. So I'm all in favor of this rule on every time in these rules that the Texas Election Code appears, unless it's for a definition that we need, and that one will come up with. We take it out.
Rachel Hoover, SD 13, moved to table for more testimony.
There's a motion to table this, to take more testimony. Is there a second? Second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Yes. All in favor, let's do show of hands. They're still going up. All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is tabled to take more testimony. The floor is now open for amendments. Saw your hand go up, James.
Yes, sir. In the Bitly, I have a submission I'd like to deliberate on.
Give me the rule number.
Yeah, but point of preference, everything's been deleted out of it.
Yes. Yeah. Just put in 2 things. 10 minutes so y'all put one in, it's gone.
Yeah, they're all
handwriting one.
Yep.
Is it, when you open the Bitly, is it open in Google Doc or is it open in?
It's in Word.
So he's asking about Google Doc or.
What is it that was recently entered that's
Bitly.
not on?
Amendments 23A, 2 and 3, and 34C for me.
Yeah, I definitely saw your amendments. Yeah,
It was there.
Yeah.
This document is
So here's what I would like to have is you right click on the review text and click accept or reject changes, it gets rid of it.
Oh, you do not accept your changes?
If someone clicks, if anyone
Yeah,
can go in and right click
it's
and
supposed to take that function out, apparently it hasn't, so, here's what we need to do for a moment, and we'll pause to let everybody catch up.
I can put mine in, and
Give me just a second. Members, if you'll jump over to and inform your delegates, let's jump over to Bitly, capital RPT, or just capital RPT 2022 rules, the number 2. There's an alternate Google document. Let's jump over to that one. It appears to be working.
Mr. Chairman, can we put that on the screen so we can all see it? Just type it up there for you so we can see it.
RPT. I do want to publish it. Jump into that one and it'll take you to a Google Doc that's in the same format. It appears that's going to be more stable. The problem with this Google Doc is when we cut and paste the stripes, it's not pulling them into Word. So we'll just have to work through that. At least get it up there and we can work with it. As long as we've got the bulk of the text to cut and paste, we can work with that. Members, we'll take a 15-minute recess without objection, let you get that updated, take a quick bathroom break, and reconvene at 10 a.m. How you doing? Members, take your seats. You're holding up the quorum. Come on, members. Take your seats, please. I've got mine turned up. And the gas on it there.
Members, I want to help fix this submission process. The documents are not working well. They look like they're broken. We've historically had problems with Google Docs. What I would like to do is I would ask someone on this committee to have a motion to reconsider our temporary rules committee proposed rules of procedure, rule number 1, and edit that to an email address that I've established for this committee for submissions. So a motion and a second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Thank you, members. I want to reconsider rule number 1. Do I have a motion to strike the Google Doc language and add email address rules22@gmail.com? Okay. Any discussion on that? It's on the screen. Right. Right here. Anybody would like to test an email to that right now, just to prove it works?
Did you make that bigger? Very clear?
I don't think I can make that bigger. It's rulescom2022@gmail.com.
RulesCom2022@gmail.
Yes, members, if you would please ask your delegates and those submitting in the subject line, please put your name, SD, and the rule that you're impacting so we can quickly search to it. I think if you do a document attachment or you cut and paste in the body, at least we can cut and paste the strike language and get it on the screen, which is really what we're trying to do. Yes, sir?
Give me the email again.
Rules, COM2022@gmail.com. It is going. I sure can. It's rules, COM2022@gmail.com.
Thank you.
Everybody have it. It only goes to this machine right here.
COM as in Mary.
Yeah, COM, committee, rules committee, COM. Any further discussion? All in favor of adopting this language signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. All right. Let's take just a minute, dump them into that email address. Everything you were trying to get recognized for, let's send them and see what happens. Watch them all go into the spam folder.
Knock on wood.
Oh, there's a report. We're ready to get back. You've been jumping a bit. I will recognize you. Can you email the one you want to work on? Right? Can you get it over to me real quick? And I'll recognize you for it.
So I had a separate, one for 25A and 25C, but they're basically the same one. We do both at the same time.
You want to modify Rule 25A and C?
Yes, sir.
Send them both over.
may be faster to consider one at a time since the way you formatted it was sent to us. So I'll recognize you for 25 days.
Yes, sir.
We've got Kathy lays out an amendment for General Rule 25A. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Kathy, I'll recognize you to lay out your amendment.
Okay, this is the language for who may address the convention, and it does not recognize alternates who have been seated as a delegate, and that's the only change to the rule. Is just in addition to the delegates and the state chairman and vice chairman and SREC and all those other people who can get on the floor and address the convention, we're adding alternates who have been seated or absent delegates.
Chair recognizes SD 14.
SD 14, I speak in favor of the motion. It's important to allow alternates to the opportunity to take a seat and fill the delegation when present, and this just urges the chairs to make sure that that happens. That was my first step in participation in 2006, and it's very important to ensure that the chairs recognize the value of their full delegation.
Any further discussion? All in favor of adopting this amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Kathy submits an amendment to Rule 25C. Is there a second?
Second.
Kathy, I'll recognize you for your amendment language.
Yes, sir, this is the same identical change in Part C of Rule 25, again, adding in an alternate who has been seated for an absent delegate in accordance with Rule 26.
Further discussion? All in favor of adopting this amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're getting that added to our main working document. Members, I've taken our working document offline. It's left over here, so it can't be messed with anymore. So you will not see that live update. You're going to see that. Okay, floor is open for more amendments. What you can do, you can copy and see. Chair recognizes James. I'll recognize you, James.
Thank you, Mr.
We got to take turns here.
If you'll look in the inbox for 2 submissions from me, I'd like to make a motion to amend Rule 34C, legislative priorities. Second of two rule proposals by statute.
What number is that?
34C.
Thanks.
There it is.
All right, so,
Scroll down to the second one.
okay, 34C is the one you want to work on now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, James, I recognize you. Is there a second on Rule 34C?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to amend Rule 34C. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. James, I recognize you lay out your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is kind of what I alluded to with our supplemental rules yesterday, but I do believe that when we get to the end of this and we have 8 legislative priorities, I think experiencing the last legislative session in 2021, I don't think I met anybody who could just rattle off all 8 legislative priorities, and so it kind of made me question, like, are these really priorities? I saw throughout and this is just anecdotal, but other people experienced similar things as they watched the legislative process unfold last year, was that we saw a ton of grassroots efforts being directed indeed to several of the legislative priorities, but there were other legislative priorities where I really just didn't see action alerts and messages to emails and call and phone and show up to push for those legislative priorities until in the final quarter of the legislative session, they died in committee, and then a wall of outrage showed up on social media, and just, oh, I can't believe they let that die, and how could they, and stuff like that. Well, where were you for the rest of the time? If this was really a priority of yours, why weren't you pushing it? I think some Republicans in the grassroots believe that if you get it on that top 8, that should be just an automatic, Republicans are going to support it. And they should, but they don't, because you also have to show up at the Capitol or make phone calls or make emails. And so I think legislative priorities are indeed one of our most valuable tools in getting things done. But I just think that we should, the Legislative Priorities Committee should, instead of doing 15, introduce 10 to the body, and the body should choose the top 5 instead of the rounded up, end up with 8. So I ask you guys to support the motion.
The chair recognizes Station 1.
Member that just submitted this language mentioned the top half, but the word top was struck out. Is that correct?
Oh, that was an error. So, sorry. You can thank you.
So you want to
top
strike
5, yes,
just the top half?
half rounded up, those 3 words half rounded up would be the strike through. And the top 5, so I'll take that as a target. I accept that as a
Chair recognizes Station 1.
And I'm sorry if I missed it. Did I give the opportunity? Did we give the opportunity for testimony on this amendment?
I haven't yet, just laid it out on the floor. The members want to speak too, so the chair recognizes Jim Bishop.
Jim Wiggles, ST8. No offense, this is a stupid change. You're just reducing legislative priorities from 8 to 5. 5 is just as arbitrary a number as 8. 8 came up because legislative priority used to be 15. We've already cut it down. Why don't we just have 1?
I mean, it's just silly. The 8, I can rattle off at least 8 topics without even thinking about it that are important to this body and to the Republican Party of Texas. I mean, you got.
I just didn't run into people in several parts of Texas that couldn't name the specific 8 legislative priorities.
The fact that people can't cite the 10 amendments to the Bill of Rights in the U.S. Constitution does not mean they're not important, okay? Right, most people in this room can't tell me what Amendment 3 is, for instance, okay? Or why we have it. So I think 8 is a perfect number. 15 is a perfect number to start with. And then we've got the 493 or whatever planks that we're going to have this time. But I think the amendment, I voted on it. I'm speaking against the amendment. I think it's absurd, arbitrary, and unneeded.
Chair recognizes SB5.
Yes, SB5 going right. I actually support Mr. Pinato's amendment, and when the priorities, which is the key word in this, when the priorities were set, 5 was the actual initial number, and then some of the committee came over and they were upset because they wanted to weigh in, and then the SREC wanted to add a couple, and then we've just gotten up to 15. I personally, when I hear politicians talk about, I'm going to make it my priority, and this is going to be my priority, and that's going to be my priority, and just keep going this laundry list, it almost allows the room to move around to whatever room they're in, saying, hey, this is my priority, guys. We kind of have to internally, we have to define what priority is, and how big does it have to be to where it's no longer a priority.
Chair recognizes Leslie Thomas.
I would like to speak to the priority issue, and so currently I'm on the medical freedom special committee on the RPT that was created by the chairman as a legislative priority to influence the legislation that we needed during COVID. And that committee could not exist without his authority to create it. So that was an important issue. And before that was Chairman Rinaldi that issued that. And before that, the Chairman West, we had an election integrity and passed by, as a legislative priority, passed by this convention. But it was narrowly focused. So they could only focus on that legislation that was on that particular area of the election integrity. So Chairman West created another committee that would address the broad issues, with Dale Stars as the chair, the broad issues of election integrity, so that we could work towards a comprehensive election integrity frame. And that's the only 2 times that I know of that was used. And I can tell you that those were very important at the time, and they weren't just done on a whim.
Chair recognizes John Carr.
John Carr, SD 22. I would like to speak against this amendment. I was the chair of the Abolish Abortion Subcommittee of the Legislative Priorities Committee, and I went across Texas, and I can tell you the grassroots knew every one of those priorities, and they were very active. Had it not been for the activity of the grassroots, we wouldn't have gotten what we got out of the legislature. So are the priorities important? Absolutely. The priorities of the party are what we agreed to expend funds on to influence the legislature. And to reduce it down to 5, we were already eliminating several. But some of the issues that were allowed last time the last number was not abolish abortion. It had 86% of the vote. But to say that we just need to reduce it to 5 is, as Mr. Pickle says, arbitrary. And yes, 8 is arbitrary. But if we don't have enough of them, we're not going to increase the legislature at all.
Go to Matt Long, sir.
Matt Long, SD 24. I'd like to call a question on this, please.
The question is out of order. recorded. There's a lot of testimony being taken on this. I will recognize you for that at this time. Any other member wishing to speak on this? I'll recognize you, Terry.
Yes, I'm going to vote against this. I know that age can be arbitrary as well, but I was a member of the Legislative Priorities Committee on the SRC. We highly encourage citizens to join us and help with those legislative priorities, and we did have like 7 grassroots all over the state of Texas that also helped. You don't want it so large that you can't get enough members to, you want at least 2 members to focus on each priority. When you're a member of Legislative Priorities Committee on the SREC, you are committing to a significant time in session in Austin. So, you know, while my priority that I was assigned to was religious freedom. So all bills that came through, we had a daily alert system. But honestly, I liked the number 8. I felt like it was workable, reasonable. I think 5 is too small. And we encourage everyone to, you know, get involved in that. For the first time ever, I know we got something on constitutional hearing. For the first time ever, we got the Heartbeat Bill, which was progress towards that legislative priority. And in the beginning of the session, they said, no, we don't have enough votes for that. It was all of you calling. It was highly effective. This is how we won on those issues, was focusing and making them a priority. So I do believe 5 is too little. I believe 15 is too many. And I think the 8 that we had was a good compromise.
Chair recognizes
Rachel Hooper, ST13. I am not in support of your motion, and I just wanted to let you know why and explain. The legislature, the House, has, I'm just looking it up, like 30 committees. The Senate has a bunch too, and every time something happens, they create a new committee. And so we need to have enough legislative priorities, because if we took a goal here and said, what is your legislative priority? What is your priority? I bet we would have 30 different priorities. And so it's the purpose of having this amount that we have, in my opinion, is to honor as many of us as we can. And so I just wanted to explain why I'm going to vote against this. Thank you.
James, you've already spoken on this. We're going to take testimony now. Those wishing to speak, as our temporary rules for the committee state, we're going to take 3 for and 3 against, alternating 2 minutes each. So please state if you're for or against this amendment when you take the mic. We will recognize Representative Brian Slater for testimony.
Thank you all for being here. And I would like to speak against reducing the number of legislative priorities. Main reason why is the left isn't slowing down in what they're throwing at us. Just think back to whenever, 3 sessions ago, the bathroom bill, and Republican leadership said now's not the time to fight. Look at where we are now. We have porn in our school libraries. We have gender modification of children. We got drag shows with children present. What's coming in the next 8 or 9 months? The left never stops trying to advance their godless agenda against us. We had better be ready, and the number, in my opinion, just needs to be appropriate. And I know they're throwing more than 5 things at us. So I would ask you to seriously consider keeping the number up so we can address all the things they're trying to do to our society. Thank you very much. Do you have any questions?
I have a question. Are you happy with the number 8?
Well, yes. I'm happy with that, but if we need more, let's do it. Let's take the fight to them. We have control. We've had it for 20 years, and we barely advanced our agenda. We barely have. That's my opinion. Let's stick it to them. So if we need more, Give it to us, and I'm a state representative that's going to take the legislative priorities and try to advance them. I did that last session. I will do it. You give me 8, I'll fight for 8. You give me 15, I'll fight for 15.
But has a lack of movement on this been because great intelligence in 27. Has a lack of movement on this been because we we don't have a big enough number of priorities, or there just hasn't been enough push by those who first fought so hard to get them on the priorities list and then didn't do the follow-up?
Well, I think our delegates, our Republican voters, your heart, your passion is there. The problem is the people we elect, people I serve with, they don't have the same passion for our policies and priorities. And that's a shame. I mean, when I first had my first caucus meeting before I actually was elected, they were worried about COVID. They were worried about how we were going to get legislation through, and they were trying to figure out a way for us not to meet and discuss. But then they said, we don't know where our priorities are, so we're going to have to now form a committee to figure out what our legislative priorities are. And I raised my hand and said, why are we worried about forming another committee, which y'all are afraid of COVID and we don't need to meet for the actual legislation? Why don't we just use the Republican priorities that our voters and delegates give us? And I'd like, for the record, no one clapped for me in that room. I got cussed at. They didn't even have the courtesy. The two gentlemen that started cussing me out, they didn't have the courtesy to even come up to the mic and talk to me about it. So there are elected officials that are Republicans that do not care about what y'all are doing. I do. And I'm going to fight. And I don't care whether they do or not. I'm going to, and we need more. I'm hoping more either have a change of heart or there's some new people that are going to do it. We have to advance our policy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone wishing to testify for this amendment? Thank you. We won't take any more testimony on the amendment. There is someone that would like to be recognized on Rule 34, but not on the amendment. We'll take that testimony now. Josh Jaros, you want to testify on Rule 34, but not this amendment, correct?
Correct.
We'll take your testimony since we're working on Rule 34 now.
My name is Josh Jaros, Senate District 4. I have already handed in a proposed amendment, and it would ask, it really reverts to the original system that we had on legislative priorities. This is our third convention that we've had legislative priorities. I feel like the way that it operated the very first time, it was left up to the Legislative Priorities Committee to determine which priorities would go forward. And the amendment that I have submitted to the committee shows that, recognizes that. And the reason why I think that's important, that committee right now is going to be down there for days, listening to hours of testimony, asking questions, getting emails. I feel they are the best, they're well equipped. Look, we've got some conservative people down there. They've been voted in by their SRAC members. They're very capable of making that decision. Last convention, we left it up to the delegates, and I'm not opposed to delegates having a say. They do still have a say in this. They will elect the permanent committee members in their SDs, but there were several really good legislative priorities that didn't even make it in the top, just because the delegates, they don't hear the testimony, they don't hear all of the information that's being given to those committees. So it's something I think we should revert back. This is our third one. I by far thought that the way it was done the first convention was the best.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, we did quick.
Is it your understanding that the priorities committee picks the 15 and then the delegates as a whole pick the 8 now?
Yes.
You're asking for it to be the legislative parties picks the 8 or whatever the numbers, right?
Correct.
Thank you. As we've exhausted the testimony rule under Rule 13, the chair will recognize Senator Bob Hall to address this committee on this proposed amendment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank all of you for being here. Appreciate it very much, and everybody else is here supporting it. I can make it real short because I agree with everything Representative Brian Slayton had to say. he's absolutely right. If we don't know where we're going, how are we going to know when we get there? And what we really need is the leadership and the guidelines on where is it we want to go, what is it we want to do, what is it that's important to us. And while I could come up with a list bigger than the 8 or the 15, because I think there are a lot of things that we really need to get fixed here, the ones we've identified, with the exceptions of what we have already accomplished that no longer need to be on that list. I think that without it, what are we going to do? Where are we going to go? What's our focus? Certainly the platform is broad, but it is too broad. It's like we're going to go generally in that direction.
Yes, 5. But after hearing so much testimony, and these are the people that make the impact, we had a hard time even coming down to 8 at that time. And we went back to SRC and asked if we could have 8. But again, it was the testimony that would fluctuate. I would say, okay, this is where I want to vote. And then you'd hear another testimony and think, okay, well, maybe I ought to bring that one out and bring this one down. It is a hard decision to decide just on the 8 that the priorities should be. So I think we need to leave this amendment as it is. Thank you.
I'll recognize you now.
Yes.
So I know that the cards are stacked against you, but I'm unlikely to change minds. But hear me out. This is kind of like a 9mm versus 45 caliber debate. Kind of like, what is the right caliber that's going to get things done? And I totally like, this is one of the favorite parts of the whole deal. Is this like, what is going to be the top 8 or 5? So I believe the first legislative priorities report came out in 2014 or 2016, but it was 5 for several times, and then I believe, watered it down to 8. And the thing that I want to accomplish with this very important and powerful tool is I want to see changeover because legislative priorities get passed. I would love, I mean, I didn't recognize him by the face, but when I met Mr. Slate yesterday, I said, oh, cool, Representative Slate's here. And Bob Hall. Of course, those guys, I would love the entire state legislature to be filled with Bob Halls and Slates. That'd be great. Amen. But what I want with this tool is to see changeover because legislative priorities get passed. And so I think that the right caliber choice is the top 5. It is a hard job. And you know, people, like when you are choosing these 5 or 8 and not those, I understand that will upset people, but I also think you'll see changeover. And so that's why I encourage everyone to change their minds and vote for the motion, but that's okay.
The chair recognizes ST23.
ST23, I'd like to clarify something. How many legislative priorities got passed the first time we did it? 0. How many times the second time? 0. Oh, was it the third time this last time? Yeah. So I'm saying with the 5, 0, but with the 8, we've got constitutional hearing, we've got the heartbeat law, we got traction on a bunch of it. We got traction on the employee consent. It will probably pass this next time. We got traction on gender modeling. we had traction because we had, and you would use the gun analogy, you know, there's all these committees, and we had guns pointed at 8 doors instead of just 5. And we had grassroots that we can bring in for those particular issues and storm the Capitol. And so I was on the Legislative Priorities Committee, and I was in election integrity. And, but I went down 4 to 5 days a week during the month of May, or April. End of April, on May, not from the Dallas area. And I was not unusual at that time, because with John Carr talked about how as election on the priority committee, they went all over the state of Texas and held like town hall meetings and presented the priorities and engaged the grassroots, and the grassroots knew what our priorities were and why we were doing it, and it activated them. So we have momentum behind us. So I bet you, if we did 30, we would see a bunch pass. And I'm not advocating 30, but I'm saying that we have momentum, and we need to use that to plow through the next legislative session. And another thing is eyes wide open, right? When we were down there, you know, so for the first couple of sessions, we would call the representative's office, and we'd talk to the legislative person and say, you know, where is this? And they would, you know, they would feed us, well, it's here, or it's there, we're working on it. Well, this time, we followed it up by foot. We went through the halls, oh, it's in here, so we walked there. And we tell them, you know, where is it? Oh, it's there, so we walked there. And we went into obscure rooms that only had one person in it, because it was supposed to be there in some type of process. But we learned the process. And now you have a bunch of grassroots that know the process, and know the people, and know the staff. So I'm just describing to you the momentum that we have this time to push forward our legislative priorities. And I want y'all to think big. Think big. We can get it done.
Chair recognizes Senate District 15. Call question. Question's been called. Is there a second? Second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. All in favor of adopting the amended language, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. The amendment fails. So recognize Rachel Cooper for motion.
Rachel Cooper, ST 13. I move to adopt my submissions that delete.
You need to take yours from the table, because that's what's good first.
Okay, thank you. Very good point, Mr. Chair. So I move to resume my motion on Rule 1D.
There's a motion to take from the table Rule 1D. Is there a second? Second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We've taken this from the table. The chair recognizes Chairman Matt Rinaldi for testimony on Rule 1D.
Yes, and I understand there's a series of amendments that are similar that are coming. Okay. I'll only testify once instead of on every single one, because I know you don't want to hear from me for too much. But the Rules Committee at this convention is probably the most important committee, and I don't want to say that to the detriment of the other committees that are meeting. And I think it's one of the most important because of this amendment to the rules. This is the most important thing you can do for the Republican Party of Texas this convention. And this is why. We have a right to free association. We have a right to run our party in the manner we choose. We have the right to choose our leaders, our officers, our candidates. And we are not subservient to the election code. The Supreme Court has said this in over 50 years of precedent. They've held that the California Democratic Party has the right to choose their precinct chairs in the manner prescribed by party rule, even where the election code says otherwise. Most recently, in 2015, the state of Idaho, which had open primaries, the Republican Party of Idaho passed a rule for closed primaries. And the federal court in the District of Idaho said, because the Republican Party had a right to free association, the party rule stood, even though the election code prescribed open primaries. So we see time and time again, the law is, the law of the land, the Constitution, as interpreted by the Supreme Court, has said that our rules are paramount because we have the right to run our organization the way we see fit. Why would we not take that opportunity? Because right now the rules say we're subservient to the election code. Throughout it, it says as authorized by the election code, as required by the election code. No, we're not required to do anything by the election code in the way we run our organization. But let me give you an example. The legislature almost took away our right to run our organization last legislative session. At the last minute, when nobody was looking, they almost amended a bill to take away these delegates' rights to elect their chair and their SREC members. They were going to be elected in a statewide election for chair and in local Senate district elections for SD. They have no right to do that. But if that bill passed, the way our rules are currently written, we basically say, we're going to do whatever you say. No. We need to reserve our right when something like that happens, when Democrats in the state legislature are voting on the way the Republican Party runs our elections and elects our leaders. We want to reserve the right to say no and to challenge that election code provision. But with these rules the way they're written right now, I don't think we'd win in court. But with this amendment, I think we'd have a very good chance. So thank you. I hope you will vote for these changes that Rachel is proposing. Thank you for your service, and thank you for hearing me out. Do you have any questions?
You may ask a question.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I've heard from some of my constituents, John Carr, SD22. I'm hearing from some of my constituents, and the concern seems to be that if we voted this amendment in, that the concern would be that county chairs and precinct chairs would be elected by the state chair. Do you see that as a
That would have no effect on the operation of county parties whatsoever. Granted, county parties can make their own rules. They operate autonomously. This would do nothing other than reserve our right to contest an election code provision.
The second concern I received was that would it have any effect upon the ability of the county to contract with the elections administration to run the program?
No, because as I see it right now, our rules are consistent with the election code.
And of course, the payment for the primary was the primary. Would have any effect?
It would not affect that at all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Hold it, Kathy, then I'll come to you.
Kathy May, District 21. My question would be if it allows a county party to interpret its own rules, could we potentially have 254 different sets of rules since we're not all under the same standard?
This wouldn't affect our relationship with the county parties at all. Effectively, the only thing it would do is affect our relationship with the election code. In other words, if the legislature tried to prescribe a method of operation for us that we disagreed with, we're effectively reserving our right to challenge it. Right now, if we did challenge it, they would point to our rules and say, look, you say you're doing everything required by the election code. We're requiring you to do this, therefore you should do that also.
But the two different counties interpret laws different ways to be operating under two different sets of rules for their primary or whatever, if we're not ignoring the election.
Well, the county parties set their own rules right now, and they're generally guided by the election code, as are we in our rules. We're not challenging an election code provision right now. However, we're reserving the right to do so if something happens in the future. So I think it's good practice for this committee to be guided by the election code in choosing our rules. but we shouldn't be mandated or required to do so where we disagree.
You got a question for the chairman?
I'm Carl Marshall, SD1. The way I see it, I'd like for you maybe to clarify. So if a county chairman, if the election code says that county chairman, that precinct chairmen are elected during the primary, that basically if they, if they're not opposed, then they automatically become chair. Not another election. But let's say, and this happened in our county, the county chairman decided he didn't like the precinct chairman, so he fired all of them. And he appointed his own precinct chairman. It was the election code through lawsuits. There were several. It was $27,000 of lawsuits that took place to be able to put the elected precinct chairman back in place, because Texas election code said they had to be appointed, or they had to be elected, not appointed by the chairman. But the chairman decided that this is going to be the case, and so if we're going to divorce ourselves from the election code, I see a lot of this happening throughout our county parties, that our county parties will go off doing whatever they want to do. The Texas law doesn't have anything to do with it. We don't have to obey the law, so what? We'll do whatever we want to do.
Well, first of all, your county parties have that right anyway under the U.S. Constitution, and they can challenge it as well. But under our rules right now, our rules aren't changing. The way precinct chairs are elected, when county chairmen can be removed, none of that changes. The reason why we have that in our rules changes. The reason why we have that in our rules is because the delegates voted for that rule. And they voted for a method of selecting precinct chairs and a method of removing county chairs. The reason isn't because the election code says. So like I said, when you're following an election code provision in your rules, the reason should be that this committee chooses to follow the election code. It shouldn't be because we follow every election code provision without thought.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Matt Patrick from Senate District 16. He's speaking for or against this.
I don't know. I haven't read the whole thing. I wanted to talk on the topic just a little bit. Generally in favor of removing our subjugation to the election code. So maybe that would be for this, but there's some other things that I think we should be doing too. So just to give you a little background, I'm chairman of the platform committee, and on SREC, I've worked with Chairman Rinaldi on the issue before at the county level because we've had some problems locally with some of the sort of things. Sorry, I have a soft voice. Sorry. I went through and started researching Republican Party rules of various states, and I found, without going through all 50 states, at least 15 states that have gone through a similar debate and concluded that they should and they did assert their independence from their state legislators. As Chairman Rinaldi pointed out, that's been validated in Idaho at the Supreme Court level for the state of Idaho. It's also been validated at the Supreme Court level of the state of Indiana. It's been validated at the Supreme Court level of the state of Washington. Some of the states that have declared their independence and basically asserted that they are a private entity, not subject to governance by state statute, are the state of Washington, Alaska, Indiana, Missouri, I think Oklahoma, Mississippi. there's quite a few of them that have done this. We're on solid ground by saying that we're not subject to being governed by the state. To answer the gentleman from SD1's question, what happens if somebody goes rogue? Well, we are a private organization. We'll operate like any other private organization. This body makes rules, and we'll make the rules about how we govern ourselves at that lower level. And if a chairman goes rogue, which was someone expressed a concern about that, there's no reason that we can't take disciplinary action to assure order based on the rules that this committee proposes and puts in force. So I don't see it as any kind of a risk to the party at the state or local level. I think it will provide us with a substantial benefit, and I think that we should pass this and we should just assert that we are a private organization. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If there's any questions, happy to take them.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Good. Going on SD5. Sir, you mentioned taking disciplinary actions against a rogue county chair. Mm-hmm. How do you think that would affect locally the voters that voted for the county chair? I mean, do you think there would be backlash on that or not?
So I've worked for a lot of big corporations, internationally and nationally. And there's just a typical process that you go through when you've got someone who is insubordinate. And I would deal with it the same way. So, this is just me. And if the rules are in place for governance like this, and you guys control the rules, if that county party chair is doing something that is against the rules, then you call and talk to them. And if they refuse to amend their actions, if this party passes rules that allow to do it, you would discharge that person and elect a new person. And that could be done by SREC, just like we do when an SREC member resigns. They could be replaced by the SREC until the next election. That would be how I would handle it. Now, I don't know if that's what this body will decide, but it is up to this body to decide how to handle situations like that. It's not up to the legislature to decide how to handle that. It's not up to the governor to decide how to handle that. And it's not up to the attorney general to decide how to handle that. We are a private organization. That's the thing I think we need to really focus on. And we need to take the responsibility and the authority of being a private organization. Let's quit defaulting and yielding our liberty to somebody else. Particularly, as Chairman Rinaldi pointed out, somebody who's not necessarily on our side. I don't want the Democrats voting on what I can and can't do. We shouldn't allow that.
Thank you. We've greatly exceeded our time. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Patrick.
Sorry. Thank you.
Is there anyone wishing to speak against this? I will take Mr. Patrick's testimony as in support. Anyone wishing to speak against it testimony? Hearing none, we're back to the committee. Any further discussion or amendments? Chair recognizes ST12.
Pete Means, SD12, and I'd like to speak in favor of the proposed amendment. If you just heard Representative Slade say, when he suggested that perhaps the legislature ought to consider our priorities, as you have said, some are Christian, some laugh. I've heard this from many representatives, or a few representatives who've been down and been subject to the same thing. The majority of our legislature does not respect our priorities. They don't respect what we're doing here. And so to make ourselves subject to the potentially, as well as we know, half the committees are chaired by, in our House are chaired by Democrats. We should not put ourselves at the spot where they might be dictating how we operate our business.
Chair recognizes Rachel Hoover.
Rachel Hoover, SD13. I would like to assuage some concerns that I heard. Mr. Wright, I had the opportunity to speak with him during our break, and one point that he brought up is he trains county chairs. And when we reference the election code, it's helpful as a marker for county chairs, as a reference point. And I said we would be happy to, speaking for myself, I'd be happy to create a document that would be helpful as a reference point for county chairs. That does not have to be in our rules. That can be separate and apart. In particular, here as an example, the SREC, as authorized by the Texas Election Code, this certain section, who cares whether they authorize it or not? Our rules say what the SREC can and cannot do. When you go to this rule, it's a permissive rule. So we set the rules here. If you're looking for tools for county chairs, we can make that tool separate and apart from this. We can have trainings on what the rules say. But that should not be what our rules do, explaining the election code. That's not the point of our rules. The rules are our rules. So I really appreciate the opportunity to address that point. One other point I wanted to say is I've heard a rumor, we want to decouple ourselves from the election code because we want to be more litigious. That is not the case. The point is to have these rules be our rules. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Leslie Thomas.
SC 23. So Chairman Rinaldi referenced a bill that was proposed in the legislative session that would make the SRCs and the county chairs elected statewide. That was a secret bill. It was filed in the cloak of darkness, and I think it was done on the weekend. And by a fluke, we learned about it. And it was done in retaliation for what the Legislative Priority Committee was doing at the Capitol. It was done to put us in our place and for us to know who was boss. So by the grace of God, we learned about it. The grassroots found out about it. We got quashed. But I'm telling you, they're not arguing. There are some actors that want us subservient and they want us in our place. And our place is to influence legislation. We're not legislators. We are the party with ideas, and we push for those ideas. That's our place. And we were in our proper place, and we were in our proper lane. Their place is to be congenial with each other, and to collaborate, and to talk about all sides. That's their place. But we don't operate as legislators. We operate as parties that are advancing our ideas and our legislative priorities. So I just want you to know that it is a very, very real threat. It's a very real threat that they want to minimize our power, this party's power in the legislative session.
Thank you. Any further discussion? We've got a motion to call the question. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Question's been called. We're now on to the motion to strike in 1D. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. Some quick housekeeping. I've been asked for us to sort out our lunchtime real quick. There's some that want to order some food online, myself included. Member, what would you like to do for lunch today? Just a quick group discussion. I would like for you, Mr. Carr. Thank you. We want to do noon to 1, or do we want to try 11:45 beef crab? 11:45 to 1 sound good today. So if you're going to order food, we're going to break at 11:45. I'm going to get my order in here in just a minute. The chair will go back and recognize, unless you have a motion. Okay, state your request.
Point of information, Mr. Chair. I know we're not taking up rules in order, but are we finished with a discussion on rule once we have taken up at least one amendment on that rule? We just discussed.
If there's other amendments to post on that, no, we're not done. If you still have them, it's not fun. We could still bring them up on that rule. Plus, when we go back and take them in our work session to perfect them, we can still massage them there. I'll recognize Rachel Hooper to hopefully combine the rest of her amendments into one.
Thank you. Rachel Hooper, SB 13, I move to adopt the rules as amended, as I have submitted, that strike the Texas Election Code references throughout our rules.
Second.
So there's a motion to strike all references to Texas Election Code in the body of rules. Discussion. Rachel, we'll recognize you for that. I think we've exhausted this topic.
Thank you. I have gone through the rules and looked for every reference to the election code. Sometimes it's as easy as called for by the TEC. Okay. So it's easy as striking that. In others, and does the body have my language access to that?
It's in an email, and if you get this done, I was going to ask this body to take care of this in the work session. It's going to take us a while to go through and do all your strikes.
Okay.
If we can get your motion passed, and then we'll work on that language. It's going to take a while, but we can't display it all.
Yes, sir. Thank you. It is.
It is in the Google Docs still, even though we've stopped using it.
Thank you. So my intent here is to strike this language, and I've gone through every rule where the code is referenced and struck that language. There's a couple of instances where it's the actual language is needed, and so I've inserted the language of the code. So we're adopting the language of the code in certain situations. So if you can review that point by point, but my intent is to decouple us from the Texas Election Code.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this motion? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I understand that there are some kind of rules. She's trying to replace the election code with, or she's trying to remove election code. Can we just take all those where it's just a simple delete as one, and then bifurcate anything that's got substantive changes to it and vote on those individually?
That's not consistent with her motion. Her motion is to remove all instances of Texas Election Code.
I'm trying to decide the questions.
Is the motion a motion to? Well, she's not proposing an amendment. She's making a motion, so there's not really a question to divide because we're not taking multiple line items. She's made a generalized motion to strike all instances. I understand what you're wanting to do. We'll have to work through that.
So let me just give an example. So if you go to Rule 38, Section 2E, what she's saying is that that's a big old long section of the election code rather than just saying it's provided for in the election code. I'm just saying, could we take those like that have a lot of added language separately from the blanket?
So, what information? Can the motion that the super made be understood as an amendment? It's instead of just a generalized motion, it is an amendment that touches several rules as laid out in Google Doc. Because the Google Doc has specific language for every single rule that would be affected by this motion, and any language that would be adopted. So we can refer to that when we're making this amendment. So we do have this, it can't all be displayed up there, but we do have the specific language in front of us.
We do, but in order to take it all, is what Rachel's asking to do is to take it in bulk, and that's the motion. There's not another motion to not take it in bulk. The motion is to take it in bulk, and that is what's in consideration. If you're asking me if we can display it, I'm not sure what your question is.
Do we have a second on
that? What I'm saying is we have the text. So a motion to divide the question needs to identify which of the rule changes would be affected by the motion to divide the question. It can't just be a generalized statement of which ones are sustained versus which ones aren't.
Thank you for that. That's not a request for information. The motion to divide the question is out of order. She's not proposed a specific list of items that can be divided to vote on. She's not referring to her amendments at the moment. She's made a motion to strike all instances of Texas election code from these rules. That's what's being considered. There's nothing to divide at the moment because it is a motion in the whole.
I make a motion.
Well, I'm not sure what motion you can make.
I move to amend the motion that Mrs. Hooper made to refer specifically to the language that was used in the Google Doc. So we are not making a general. So we would not be making a generalized motion. We would be making a specific rule change as laid out in the text that Mrs. Hooper provided.
I don't think your amendment would be in order, and if you don't want to do it this way, vote it down, and then we'll take them up one at a time. She's trying to avoid taking them up one at a time. Discussion on the motion to strike all instances of election code. Jim?
Request for information.
State.
Yes, Mr. Chair, could you please ask the author of the motion to verify what you're saying, that she does in fact not want to reference her detailed list of amendments here, but she is just asking us to strike in general all references to the election code, and that is your motion. Can you please just make that clear to us?
Sure, again, yes. So the motion is to strike all references to the Texas election code that are in our rules. And as we discussed with the chair and was referenced during our work session, the other additions and revisions would come up.
You still have a request for information?
Yes, just a clarification. Is it in, I guess, asking for the mic. Sorry, because asking for opinion of the chair. There are references in different ways that require a lot of consideration on how to pull out that reference from the rule and still make the rule work. Is that what we're considering as far as taking up in the work session?
Let me ask you a question. To do this function is what she's asking you to do. How we get there and perfect that document, we'll have to take that up in the work session. It's too much editing to do. She's just simply asking to authorize this body to do that. That's what's being considered at the moment. Debate?
Yes.
Okay, I'll recognize you for debate.
Mike Snyder, SB9. In the urgent moment here, I think that we have a lot to cover, and we've exhausted, I believe, the import of what removing this language from our entire document is. We're going to reach the same result, I believe, every time. The syntax changes that happen in the rules as we remove these phrases should be taken up in the work sessions, not here on the floor. We could be here until next week trying to go line by line to remove this. I am in favor of removing them in grand total from the document, and then in the work sessions, then we can address the syntax with the rules to adjust the language that is necessary.
That would be the effective motion.
Point of order.
State your point.
Mr. Chairman, should we be operating under rule number 8 about extensive changes in 5 minutes for each side? Would this apply?
I don't believe we've limited any debate on this.
Limiting debate being over.
I don't have anyone else signed up to testify on this either.
I'm just saying that since this is extensive revision, should we have all those in favor have 5 minutes and all those opposed have 5 minutes?
We did not limit any testimony that was available. The chairman spoke well in excess of 5 minutes. Mr. Patrick spoke well in excess of 5 minutes. No one else has signed up to speak, but I do agree with you that I would interpret that as a 5-minute substantive change. I see no other testimony. Mr. Bishop?
Seeing no other testimony on Bruce Bishop, SD2, I will call the question.
Question's been called. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of calling the question signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. All in favor of adopting a motion to strike all instances of Texas election code in the entire body of the rules signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Without objection, members, we will take up the function of editing in the work session. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we're moving on. Mr. Pickens, you had your hand up first. Unless there's some weird point of order. Okay. We'll recognize Mr. Pickens.
Based upon the email that Joe assigned you from me, I'd like to discuss the second of the two emails. This is in discussion of rule.
I got which one?
8K, which is removal of precinct chairs from county chair. Should be the second of the two. Yeah, well, there was three in a row, so it's yeah, that's the first one. No, that's the second one, need the other. Always the last one.
We're gonna get there.
There you go, that is it.
Okay. This is a modification to Rule 8J.
It's actually 8K. Yeah, there's a typo, it should be 8K.
If I may, just a moment. Members on the live stream and those that have my cell phone number, please stop texting me about the live stream. I don't have any control over it. Please stop texting me whether you're for or against the testimony. All it's doing is blowing my phone up. Please stop. It's not going to change the outcome. Okay, we've got your language. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, we've got a second to the motion. Now it's on the floor. Any debate? I'll recognize you, Mr. Pickens, to lay it out for us.
Okay, the original section that's in 8K is a specific criteria for removal of county chairman. What this does is split it up into two sections, subsection 1 and subsection 2. Subsection 1 expands upon various reasons that you would want to remove a county chair, other than what's already in the rule. And subsection 2 discusses that specifically for precinct chair. So in here, you're talking about 2/3 vote by the county executive committee and so forth, and there are reasons to do this. For like precinct chair, that no matter, I would say embezzlement is generally a problem with precinct chair. That's more a possible problem with the county chair. But a lot of precinct chairs get in there and we never hear back from them. Right? I mean, it may be a year and they're doing nothing. Right? Well, you've got somebody else that's come home in that precinct that really wants to work it. Well, how do you get them? Okay, so that's the general gist of this. You can read through it. If you have any specific questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Point of order.
You have a point of order?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This was not submitted in the context of Rule 3 with the brackets, what's underlined, what's struck through, for us to know what's the original language and what's new language.
This is stated in new subsection 2, so this is complete new language added to it.
Okay, did you change anything in the paragraph about that?
That's a complete rewrite of the original with subsection 1. Total rewrite of what
This is subsection 1 as it is, rewriting it.
Rewriting the whole thing. There's no subsection 1. There's only a subsection.
Okay, so this is substitution language, but you're substituting section 1 with this.
Section 1 with this.
So we're going to have to get section 1 language up to show the strikes accurate. This is what Kathy's point of order is. Our point of order is well taken and sustained. Can we pull this down? Can you get somebody maybe from lunch and get this draft in the proper way?
So is a motion to table in order?
Sorry. A lot of people want to talk.
believe my understanding is that the ability to strike is this essentially its entirety and replace it with the new section.
I agree. However, members call a point of order on our rules that it does violate the submission requirements of showing the strike and add language because it is a strike. And she is correct. We have to abide by the rules. We'll get that rewritten and recognize you after lunch. Does someone have one that's not going to take a long time to beat up? Mr. Carr, I'll recognize you for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Carr, SD22. One of my constituents has proposed an amendment to Rule 7 by adding a new subparagraph E.
Have the language in the email.
And
it is emailed
to you yesterday.
It is emailed? Well, can you email it to me?
It is emailed. Eric Blake, Rule 7.
Everybody's talking at one time. It's Eric Blake?
Yes.
Okay, let's get that one open. Is this going to be easy, Mr. Blake?
I hope so.
It should be.
I brought it up 2 years ago.
Okay, Mr. Carr, we've got a motion to adopt an addition. There is no strike in this language, correct? Okay. A motion to add this language, bullet E to rule number 7. Is there a second? Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, there's a second. Mr. Carr, would you please lay out your amendment, and then we'll recognize Mr. Blake's testimony.
This amendment deals with voting of
Get closer to your mic.
office holders. Sorry.
Seems like a requirement made in the
And here earlier, I showed you Latin Catholics.
Is it turned on?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Okay. What this does is it asks that if we adopt this rule, that if there are multiple persons running for an office, an internal office within the party, that it will be by rank order voting so that we would avoid the necessity of official runoff. And with that, I'll allow, if with the chair's permission, allow Mr. Blake to discuss his amendment.
Mr. Blake, I'll recognize you for your amendment. Please give us your name and Senate District.
Eric Blake, Senate District 22. My proposed amendment is designed to allow party meeting elections involving more than 2 candidates to occur in a faster manner by the use of ranked choice voting. With traditional plurality voting, each voter lists just the one candidate they're most in favor of, which may need a second or even third round of balloting if no one attained a majority, and where many voters have completely lost out of the preferred second choice if their second choice didn't make it to the runoff. With ranked choice voting, every voter gives a rank to every candidate. You have enough additional information that your single ballot now has all the information you need for instant runoffs to determine which candidate is the most popular among the most people. Adding this rule is required because Robert's Rule of Order says we're doing plurality voting unless we adopt rules otherwise, so we need the rule. But the rule is written to say it's optional. We have to add it to our supplementary rules and vote on it as a body if we're going to use ranked choice voting in a particular meeting. So this is not a requirement for ranked choice voting, just allowing committees that want, or Senate districts, even state commission, if we want to change the rules for next 2 years down the road, we could allow it by adding this rule to give ourselves the option for ranked choice voting.
Mr. Blake, can I interrupt you, members, if you'll indulge me? Is it your belief that a county executive committee does not have the right to create supplemental rules governing their internal elections?
If those supplemental rules are not in concert with the state party, by having it in the state party, it becomes a de facto rule that all counties have the option to use this supplemental rule. Just like we have the supplemental rule for, or the option for the call the question. We have that in the state rules that all bodies may add the supplemental rule to call the question.
I apologize for interrupting you. Please continue.
Okay. If you would like more results about, more information about ranked choice voting, for information, Utah allowed municipalities to use it since 2019. Alaska voted to use it statewide in 2020. The website rcvresources.org, ranked choice voting resources.org. Right now, Texas law does not permit ranked choice voting in municipal elections per se, but as more and more localities like it. My personal reason for wanting ranked choice voting, I've worked as a poll worker, and it drives me crazy that we have to do so many runoff elections. Ranked choice voting would eliminate runoff elections and save time and money.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone have questions for the testimony? If you could confine your responses to about 30 seconds, please. Dwayne.
Yes, my name is Steve. If someone were to cast a vote in the ranked choice voting system for one person, put the number 1, that's the guy I want, and leave all the rest blank, how would that affect the overall voting structure?
It preserves the majority, the will of the majority. If that person wants this person and nobody else, then they don't care who else wins. If their person wins, they won. If their person lost because they had the fewest votes, then their ballot is recast as no further vote. They abstain from all runoffs.
Did you have a question?
Yeah. What exactly?
Yeah, get that line.
What elections exactly are you talking about that we would have this, what is it,
Ranked choice
voting?
For this state election, we cannot do it for this convention because we don't have the rule in place. But if we wanted to, we have the vice chair as 3 candidates running. We could say, by allowing ranked choice voting, you do a single ballot, rank all 3, first, second, third, and we don't need a runoff. Even if none of them obtains a majority, the ballots we cast have enough information that we can do an instant runoff using the same ballot we already cast to save the time of runoff.
I'm not talking about primary elections.
This is written only for party rules. If you will read it, this is only for supplemental rules for party meetings.
State your point of order.
Yeah, we are a body committee. I would like to discourage our interaction with the testimony, people that are testifying, because they should have already lobbied y'all for whatever they want to do, and for us asking questions at this point is not really in order for us to get what we need to do here. The work should have already been done, and they come and testify based on the work that they've already established, and now we're running around.
Thank you, Mr. Finn. Your point of order is well taken and sustained. Thank you, sir. Do we have any further testimony on this amendment? Have you signed up, sir?
No, I wasn't aware this was on.
Then you got to sign up.
Can I do that now, or is it too late?
I'll give you 2. Are you speaking for or against?
Against.
This? Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes, sir.
Well, I'll be very quick.
State your name and Senate district.
I'm a computer engineer.
Please state your name and Senate district.
John Andrusiak, Senate District 14. So, I'm a computer engineer, and I'm a design verification engineer. I look for bugs, and what I see here is just a complex process. I mean, I think this actually goes against what most of the Republican Party is heading towards, which is to keep elections simple. This puts a lot of structure in how you count the votes, because you have to make multiple passes through the votes. And each pass, there's chances for just, it always seems simple, well, just do another pass. But in practice, mistakes get made. So I'm encouraging the committee just to keep it simple. We've had centuries of, you got to pick your best candidate and stand behind it. And if maybe it's not the right candidate, this allows all the politicking, all the balancing to be done ahead of the vote, like the traditional way of just having, you got to pick and there's one election. So I'm just encouraging the committee, keep it simple, don't implement ranked choice.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion on this amendment? Scott?
Yes, so I've actually been part of implementing an instant runoff system. It was back when I was at Texas A&M, and there were a lot of problems with it after we did that. What I've seen nationwide is that this system has been put in place in Senate elections to defend people from primaries. The reason this was adopted in Alaska was to protect Lisa Murkowski, who knows that she's going to lose a Republican primary because she voted to impeach Donald Trump. And so they put this process in place so that she could get around the primary and get elected anyway. So I think it is a very bad idea to open the door at any level to instant runoff voting. It is a process that is designed to squeeze out parties and force everybody toward the middle and prevent anything from being done or achieved. And so I think this would be we all have had the experience of running officer elections in county parties, in caucuses, in Senate district caucuses, and I can't imagine trying to do that process with a paper ranked choice system or using clickers. I think it would be very chaotic, and there would be a steep learning curve. But moreover, I think as a party we need to fight against this very strongly, because it is an attempt nationwide by liberal activists to win elections in states like Utah, where they know that Democrats can't get elected. What they can do is they can sneak Democrats in as independents and use instant runoff voting to trick Republicans into preferencing them as their second and third choices. And that is how it has been used all over the country, and we need to be against it.
SG21, Kathy Baker. I'd like to speak against the amendment. Number one, ranked choice voting comes up at every platform committee meeting, at every rules committee meeting. Somebody brings it up or something. But my reason for saying we don't need this is completely irrelevant. We have now divorced ourselves from the election code and said our counties can do anything they want to do, so they can do ranked choice voting if they want. Or we've already said we are not married to the election code anymore, so we don't need that. We've already fixed it by saying we don't follow the election code.
Thank you. Grace.
Just at a very simple level, it's hard enough to get people to write one name correctly. Now we're going to ask them to write four, and we have to interpret all four names. So I just think it's just in reality, this would not be a good idea.
Senate District 31, okay. I am against this amendment. To me, it's the people's voice, that's what we're here for, and to divert it a little bit by doing ranked choice. I would prefer to have a round. My candidate didn't make it the first time, and I'll see who the second choices are. But I think that's my voice that needs to be heard, and not a ranking system.
We'll go to ST1.
Yes, sir. Carl Ryers, ST1. It's my understanding that this is a process that is used a lot, and mainly being pushed by Democrats. It's being used a lot in the northeastern states. Ranking voting is used a lot up there in those real liberal northeastern states, and so that's how they protect their really liberal their candidates. So I will admit I don't know everything about this, and I'm not real sure because I haven't dealt with this ranked voting, but it is my understanding that this is something that Democrats are really pushing, and I'm personally against it. So.
Great names at ST12. This basically takes people's votes and reassigns them arbitrarily and denies individuals who their real choice is, and that's not what we're about.
I think we're Mr. Nichols, then Mr. Snyder, then Mr. Gonzalez, then Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. SCA Jim Nichols rise against this amendment to our rules. We have 6 people on our ballot. They each get 15%. One guy gets 18%. Now you've got 18% guy and one of the 15% guys running. Neither one of those guys got anywhere near 50% of the total electorate. Now you disenfranchise the other 4 people that voted 15% for each of the other 4 candidates. You completely disenfranchise those people. This is more of a jungle primary kind of situation. It really is. It's not really a democratic election. So if we want to go to jungle primaries, that's great. I think that's abhorrent. We should do it. The point is, if you've got more than 3, 4, 5, 6 people in your race, you have a problem doing this because the 2 people that go into the runoff, the single runoff we're going to have now, at some point, if you get 22 people, those 2 people may have only collectively received 6% of the electorate's vote. The other 18 candidates and the people that voted for them have no say. This is a terrible idea. I can't believe we're talking about it.
Mr. Chair, call the question.
had already told Mr. Snyder and Mr. Gonzalez I would recognize them. I'll recognize you after those two speak. And Mr. Bishop, I believe, is
Mr. Bishop is going to call questions as well.
you have to obtain the floor in the same manner those wishing to debate if they had already gotten in line. Get in line to call the question.
I will echo and ditto what Mr. Creeper said, so I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Mr. Gonzalez?
So I write against this amendment for the purpose that I really like a candidate to come up to me and ask me why during the runoff that I should now support him when my candidate lost in the first round. Secondly, think about how amazing our country was under Donald Trump, and then consider that he wasn't even in the top 5 for some of the folks in the runoff when he ran the first time. I've heard many people say, I'm so glad he's our president, and I'm glad that there was a runoff situation because he hadn't even made, he was like ranked number 11 when during the primaries. So let's get rid of this. I think vote this down and keep our system at the runoff where folks that advance to the runoffs have to ask for our vote.
Would Bruce and Leslie like to do this in unison?
SE2, request we call the question.
Question's been called. Is there a second? All in favor of calling the question, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All in favor of adopting the language on the screen, signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Nays have it. Language goes away. Do you have a short one? We're getting close to the clock. Can we do it in 10 minutes?
Short, yeah.
Fairly, 10 minutes. I just hit place orders.
Okay.
Don't let my food go.
It depends on everybody else, so you ready?
I'm ready.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider our supplemental rules to add a new rule to allow.
There's a motion to reconsider our supplemental rules. Is there a second? Second. All in favor of reconsidering our you're talking about our proposed rules of procedure, right?
That is correct.
Committee?
Yes, sir.
All in favor of reconsidering our proposed rules of procedure, please raise your hand.
Point of information. We don't know what we're voting on. What is it?
You can lay it out. You want to open it up?
Oh, I got just open.
He wants to reconsider. Now, you can amend your motion to reconsider a specific rule. You just can't have discussion on the rule yet. You're wanting to add a rule is what he's stating. So, all in favor of reconsidering our proposed rules of procedure to add a rule?
Nope. That's not wanting to do what you said. The second part.
Which number you want to mess with?
We want to change, which one is it? Yeah, we want to go to sequential.
Okay. All in favor of reconsidering the rules to modify the order that we're taking the rules, please raise your hand. If you want to reconsider and talk about it. All opposed. We don't meet the threshold 2/3 to reconsider. Thank you for your motion. Somebody else had their hand up over here. Do you have an amendment?
That was to reconsider. I take off the table.
Well, it was not tabled, but I rejected it. So if he wants to move his amendment now,
I have submitted it under my name now.
you've submitted it now, so you're going to move forward. Yeah. Okay. Well, we can start it, but I can tell you like 45, we are going to recess with lunch, even if we're still in progress, as long as we're not in a vote.
So officially, I move to take up the proposed rule changes to Rule 8K.
Okay, there's a motion that proposes replacement language. Is this what this is doing? So, yeah, it didn't pull your strength. I tell you what, help her copy that onto a Word document, get your strike right. I'll give you just a second to do that. Just grab that here. Just do it real quick for us. Don't pull too hard.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
State the question, please.
I also have an 8K proposal. Is this the
appropriate time to stick it in there with it? I'm not sure how that works.
Let's take them one at a time because we would have to open up your proposal and then agree on how to merge this thing. So let's talk about this one. You can make a motion to lay something on the table to consider that, which may allow us to then come back. So that would be appropriate to lay this amendment on the table if you think that your amendment would offer something or at least could be merged. If that makes sense, that would be in order. Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion for a simple, I think this is a quick one to.
Point of information. There's already a motion that I'm entertaining here. Let's get to this. State your point.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Since these proposals are referring to the Texas election code, would the prior proposal affect these after adopted, or should we write them without the Texas election code in there? Or?
It would be preferred if you wrote them after because we've already adopted the fact we're going to strike it. So,
right.
Although it would be, if you proposed an amendment and we adopted the language, it would be taken back out in the work session. So the proper way would be to amend our drafting rules that delete all references, but I don't think we want to waste time. I think we can all agree we're going to do it.
My privilege, my proposed language is not cite.
Okay, so it's, gotcha. Do we have this ready? Okay. We're going to propose something there. I got you. All right. This is the motion is to strike and replace language in 8K. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. So motion and a second. I'll recognize Dan to lay this out. This is yours.
So like I referenced before, the discussion here is really to expand this on both the county side, if you're talking about the county chairman, to make more reasons or challenges to what he may do that he needs to be removed. And the other one is to add a section to discuss precinct chairs and the reasons you may want to remove a precinct chair. And like I said before, one of the main reasons is for inactivity. We're trying to grow people in the party that want to be active. And I mean, you would make various discussions to the inactive precinct chair if you chose not to move forward and we had an active precinct chair you may want to replace it. So there are reasons to do it. You can read both of these two subsections or sections. If you have any questions, I would be glad to answer with you. But I think the intent is pretty obvious.
Mr. Chairman, may we divide these and vote on them separately? Divide the question.
I'll second that motion.
We're scrolling back and forth and we can't.
Okay, does this add two different sections? So there's just one strike and two adds. Is that correct? Yeah, okay, so you're making a motion to take this by paragraph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's a motion to take it by paragraph second. Any objection? Hearing none. Let's consider one and perfect it and approve it, and then we'll go on to two. The problem is that the way that the gentleman has submitted this, both sections need to stand in the final vote. They won't stand on their own if I read this correctly. So we'll consider it by paragraph, but a motion to divide the question would be out of order because it would change his original intent. There was a question over here.
Yes, a question for the original. Rating on 27. Question for the movement. Yeah. Now that we're time.
It would be yes.
Sir, could you tell us why we're already going through the process of making these significant changes? Why we wouldn't go to the step of just giving the county executive committee the power to remove them completely without having to have that rubber stamped by the SREC?
Well, I think, okay, so to be honest, in general, if you cannot have the support of the majority of the executive committee and you're a county chairman, that's a serious problem. Should they be removed? Probably. But as a little extra guard, we would like to have the SREC approve that also. And I'm saying that's why it was put in there. To be honest, I was hoping it would garner better support from y'all. I mean, a lot of people don't like the authority to remove people. Okay? In certain cases, I think they do need to be removed. And this is just a little cover to say, okay, you really got to prove it. You got to show it to the SREC and have the SREC do it.
Would you agree that by keeping the language in there that requires the rubber stamping the approval of the SRC's officials committee, that could delay the actual removal by a couple of months? If it's urgent to remove this person, we have to wait for
I agree that is possible. It can be delayed. It's I'm open to having an amendment to remove that if you would like to do that.
Chair recognizes Mike Steiner.
Question to the author. What are the extra safeguards you need, the reasoning behind that, your intent? What is it, why is it we need that extra protection as you're describing?
Okay, it's not really protection. To be honest, a lot of people are nervous on removing county chairman. Okay, we had challenges in Dallas County before. Okay, we really had a chairman that really needed to go. And, it's a big step to get in there and try and remove it. So we just put in, like I'm telling you, to try and garner more support from y'all. I don't know in general if y'all had issues with county chairs. This rule was put in to begin with, if you look at it, for a reason. We're just expanding upon that rule.
Actually, Dwayne Marcus next. Yes, Dwayne ISD5. I would like to speak against this. During the initial statement, as it was put up, the author indicated that embezzlement of party funds would probably not fall into the precinct chairs. That's why we needed to separate the classes. However, since Travis County's situation with Mr. Morrow, it became really popular in the local counties to do steering committees. And the steering committees pulled the authority locally from the county chairs for finances and other decisions and placed those squarely in the lap of precinct chairs. So just the genesis of the whole separation idea, I can't get behind that because we're pulling the authority from somebody who's accountable and shifting it to somebody who's not accountable according to this rule.
Mr. Wright, the time being 11:45, this committee stands in recess for lunch until 1 p.m. We'll resume the discussion on this amendment, including testimony from delegates. enough coffee, we can both kill lawyers. Okay. Hey, we might be outnumbered. There's a lot of lawyers. We've got 2 referees that can conduct the whole battle. They can throw the flags. Sit down, sir. Yeah, you're not elected. Yeah, we're getting there. Well, is that not what we're on? Okay, here we go. All right, so we're back on 8K. Strike and replace. We're going to talk about it one section at a time, but we're still going to vote on it together because the change only works in both paragraphs. Now, Jim has swears up and down. He was up to be recognized. We'll recognize you, Mr. Bittler.
Thank you, Jim Pickle, SDA. Somebody made a comment earlier, by the way, for this, somebody made a comment earlier why we need to have sort of a bifurcated, CEC, votes removed, then it goes to the SREC. A couple of reasons for that. First, you say, well, the CRC or SREC is a little bit more removed from the situation than the CEC is. That's exactly the point. The CEC could be making this ruling based on a lot of emotion, a lot of personal anxiety, and if you get the SREC, they're sort of like an appellate court. They look at it a little more dispassionately, and you also get 2 sets of eyes with 2 sets of concerns and 2 sets of priorities looking at this before you take the draconian step of removing an elected official from their position. I'm not sure whether this will pass constitutional muster or not, just because they are an elected official, and I'm not sure that the people that are essentially subordinate to them can just vote to take it out. But the point is, the only point I'm mentioning right now is the reason that the SREC is the backup to this has good value and should stay in.
Thank you. Just some information to you. Under rules number 2, it'd be after 1 o'clock. I'm announcing it now. Anything that's timestamped after 1:15 to the email can no longer be considered. All amendments must be filed with the committee in accordance with rule number 1, no later than 1. We're announcing at 1:15. We'll take them up to 1:15. So anything that does not timestamp 1:15 or earlier will actually just delete the email.
Question to the chairman. I want to make sure these are not separate.
Microphone, please.
Mike Snyder, SD9. These 2 paragraphs are not severable, correct? They have to be voted on together, or they fail together, right? They're only going to be voted on once.
That's my intention, is take a vote on the entire amendment that's being proposed. You could divide the question. We're going to have to go through and discuss whether each one of these could stand on their own. If they could, it would be in order to divide it. It might be severely complicated if we did it. That's your decision how you want to handle this.
My question not complete yet, but the reason I'm asking is functionally, one doesn't work without the other. Is that correct? No, they are separable?
That's for debate to decide. So your question's been posed, and in debate we can just be explained. Who's the motion maker on this? Ben, is this yours?
What?
Is this yours? Is this Dan's?
I could have for Dan because
Oh, this is yours.
Yeah.
Do you want to speak on to the question of does this need to be taken together, or does it work just adopting one section or the other?
I would like to take them together, but I'm not against it. The majority would like to separate them into 2.
Can they stand on their own?
They can't stand on their own. They're really 2 separate entities. One is on the county chair, and one is on the precinct chair.
Okay, the answer to your question is, if he says they'll stand on their own, then a motion to divide the question could be made, and we could take these as 2 separate independent votes. Yes?
So I guess a point of information related to that. Since there are 3 separate elements to this change, there would be 2 paragraphs of addition, but there is also the striking of the old language. So if we did divide the question, would the striking of the old language be attached to the first paragraph, which is the new county chair language, and then the second paragraph would stand on its own? So if a division passed, and then the first question failed, would we stay with the old language even if the second section passed?
Depends on how it affects the strike. This is why I tried to steer you towards just considering it as a paragraph and taking a final vote on the whole thing rather than where it's going to take some time for us to decipher what it's going to affect if we don't do it that way. Appreciate the discussion. I think we're going to go to Ray and then Grace and then Ed is where we're at right now. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. That's just the way I saw it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You ready for a motion?
Your mic, sir.
Sorry. Ray does, as easily said, like to be recognized for a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to add the words "or specially called" after the word scheduled meeting. SREC. So let me read to you where we are. SREC for consideration at their next regularly scheduled. After the word scheduled, or specially called. Because if we're consistent, that's the language.
That's the language there. Okay. So let's. Is there a second on this language?
Second.
Okay.
Please. If we're insisting that we need the SREC's officials committee to agree with the CEC's decision to oust a county chair, then we don't want to have the officials committee have to wait until their next regularly scheduled meeting. If they see that it's urgent and they need to call a special meeting just to deal with this one issue, they should be given this opportunity.
Further discussion?
James Bell, SD 29. I support the amendment to the motion just because, indeed, sometimes these matters are where the chair is embezzling or taking tens of thousands of dollars, and we need action on this quickly. And so we can respect the idea of having an appellate court type style with the SRC, but it needs to be a priority, and we need to have a time certain for where things are going to address that.
Yes, any questions?
The SRC bylaws allow them to have online meetings so that they can have a Zoom meeting or something, and they need to have a specially called meeting.
Say this. Grace, on the amendment or back on the main question? Anything else on the amendment?
No, not on this.
Okay, you ready for the question? All in favor of the addition of the bold language, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're going to add the language. We're back on the whole number one column. We'll go to Grace for that.
Okay, I would move to amend.
Okay.
I would like to change in the first sentence the word, or I would like to add, 2/3 before the word majority. And then
That's it. Second.
I'd like to speak to my motion.
Second.
Okay, I'm not 100% stuck on this, but I did want to hear everyone talk about it. I would like to hear from county chairs specifically, but my thoughts on this, are there a lot of reasons we can remove that could be interpreted a whole host of ways, and it's very unspecific, and in my experience, whenever it's this, I mean, there's so much room for interpretation. I mean, gosh, they could say failed leadership is they got a case of the sniffles and missed a meeting. Who knows? But anyway, I just think that if it's very clear, then my initial thoughts are, if there is some clear issues with this county chair, you could easily get 2/3 of your precinct chairs to vote for that.
I would say Edward
and Dwayne.
SC 14, I'm just going to seek to the two-thirds. I think everybody on this committee received email testimony about a situation going on concerning this in Bandera County, and there was definitely concerns about the manner in which the executive committee had called the meeting and whether they had enough space to do that. So that is a prime example happening right now of why this would be a very valid point in consideration that you have to have enough support to take this action.
We're going to go Dwayne, then SD1, then back to Rachel.
I'm not saying this.
Yes, sir.
I just know we've dealt with this issue of trying to remove, in Upper County, we've dealt with this issue of trying to remove a county chairman. We had a county chairman who embezzled all of the primary funds for the primary. And so we had all these election judges who did not get paid because of this embezzlement. And we couldn't remove it. We basically, he had 6 precinct chairmen that wouldn't vote, that were friends with him and would not vote with the executive committee. And so we couldn't even give a majority to do it. So there's, so a 2/3, let's, if you got some chairmen that just precinct chairmen that are going to go along with the illegal activities that a chairman does, then you're going to have a hard time removing it. Our district attorney did deal with the issue, but it took almost 1.5 years to deal with that issue. And he still wasn't removed. He was elected out. I mean, he was defeated in the next election. But even after embezzling the entire, all that money, I think it was $9,000 of primary money. And like I said, 1.5 years of we had 22 election judges that didn't get paid, and they refused to work the next upcoming election, which was an election that was for the constitutional amendments. We had to come up with a whole new group of election judges that were inexperienced, and it's a good thing it was a constitutional amendment because you don't have a lot of fraud and a lot of cheating and those things, but still, you have a bunch of freshman election judges. That's right for a lot of fraud and a lot of cheating going on, and so that's what we dealt with. And so I think if a majority of the party thinks that the chairman needs to go, then we have that process of sending it up to the SREC, and so that making it harder to send a bad chairman up to the SREC is, I don't see the benefit of that, especially when you really do need to get rid of someone who has done something grievous.
Rachel Hooper, SC 13, move to amend. Strike embezzlement. Insert theft or misapplication. Oh, sorry.
We are on an amendment of 2/3.
Oh, I apologize.
Thank you. I got out of order too. Please hold that. Okay. I'll recognize that. Just 2 minutes. Thank you. Let's go to John.
John Carter, SD22. I am in favor of the amendment, but I'm going to vote against the whole thing. We've been hearing about, the chairmen who do bad things. Well, it's not limited to just the chairman. It is possible that a group of try to say something against the county chair and get him removed. And I think the removal idea is, especially on such a vague item as failure of leadership. That is, what does that mean? Can mean anything. So I think the idea of removing the county chair to start with is a bad idea. And I'll speak to Upshur County. The district attorney took care of that. He got prosecuted under a criminal statute. That's the right way to do things under the rules of law.
You passed on your turn a minute ago.
Well, this is Dan and so let me make sure that the reason for the majority rule, to be honest, is if you can't, just like what he said, if you can't get 50% of the people in Dallas County, we have like 1,000 precincts. Of those, about 350 are pretty active. You go to an executive committee meeting, you're going to have about 200 people there. If you can't get, if 100 of those are convinced that we got a problem, then you probably really got a serious problem. And the work, we had two cases. One of them, we had the nicest guy on the planet as the chair, but he wouldn't and couldn't raise money, and the party went bankrupt. All right, and he wouldn't step down, and he finally stepped down. You've got to make decisions like that things have to change. Okay, number two is clear corruption. You can't wait on the courts to solve the problem, because it's exactly what you say. It's 1 or 2 years if they get involved at all. By then, the party is toast. Okay, so there has to be a clear way of removing somebody and not wait until the election comes up a year and a half from now. That would be disaster for a large county that has a lot of votes in it.
Go to you, Dwayne.
Dwayne Wright, C5. I support the 2/3 in this very body. We maintain the 2/3 just to decide to stop debate. And in my opinion, removing a county chair is far more serious than stopping debate because people are rambling. So if we can do a 2/3 to call a question, I think we can certainly look at 2/3. And if it's an egregious thing, which was the words that one of my colleagues used, if it's that egregious, I don't think that it would be an issue getting a 2/3 vote if it rises to that level. And so, and I've got other amendments I'd like to make later, but that's the main thing on the 2/3.
Chris?
Okay, and just to offer another perspective, smaller CECs, and I mean, it's not, I've had experience with CECs being split straight down the middle, I mean, perfectly deadlocked on things before. It's very easy for a CEC of maybe 10 people, and one person's upset and it spreads, you know, and you get 5, 6 people. It's really easy to get a majority. And like someone else said, you know, emotions can get high, things can happen. And so I guess with a larger one, it makes sense. Yes, you've got to sway a lot of people, but a smaller CEC, I've only got to get 3 or 4 folks on my side, and you're out of there. So just a little food for thought.
Question's not in order because we've got a whole bunch of testimony of some of the body talk, and then we'll take the testimony. Would you like to speak?
Yes, sir. I support the 2/3. We're talking about overthrowing an election. The county chair was elected. And so it's a good point about you use 2/3 to call the question in debate. This is much more serious than that. And I think there definitely needs to be avenues to take care of these situations and remove them on our own and not have to wait for the courts to decide these things. But if you're overthrowing an election, I think 2/3 is in order.
Before we take any more debate or action on this rule, let's hear from testimony. We've got John and Zia. What is it? Androsiak.
John Andrusiak, SD 14, which is
For or against, no, we're not on 2/3. For or against the provisions in Rule 8.
mark me against, although it's complex. So, I'm from Travis County, Austin, and that'll come up in a moment. I support the general concept of a removal rule because there are just times when things need to be done. What I'm kind of speaking to is specifically, well, Clause E there, but starting with just the construction of may recommend for reasons including. That's like an aspirational laundry list. And I don't think that belongs in a rule like this. I mean, I encourage the committee to focus on, the mechanics of the rule and not the why, because it's really hard to guess all the whys. And, each of these items, I could talk for an hour on each of them about, details and here and there, details about why it might or might not apply. At the end of the day, you really have to rely on the people there. I mean, that's what the Republican Party is about, individual responsibility and getting down to the smallest group that has information to do it. And I think that's the executive committee here. But specifically, I wanted to talk about E there, where, any public endorsement, support of any kind. And I want to talk about the issue in Austin because Austin is, 60, 70, 80% Democratic voters and is also a nonpartisan city. So as a Republican, you're not going to get anything done. You do need to, it's really hard in Austin because you're reaching out to crazy people half the time, but you need to try to reach at least some of the non-crazy people. And this really constrains that. And again, I think that you're here, big picture, but it's not letting the county parties deal with the tactical issues. So at a minimum, I think E should be removed. And I think the whole laundry list of whys should be removed or greatly simplified. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Jim Barnes, ST 20 for testimony. Jim Barnes, President. Says Rule 8. Mr. Barnes, did you want to wait until we're talking about a different topic on Rule 8, or do you want to go ahead and
Are you on Q now?
I'm sorry?
Are you on 8Q now?
Yeah.
We're on an amendment to Rule 8K.
They're not on it yet.
If you want to go ahead and offer your general testimony on Rule 8, we can get that out of the way now. If not, we'll call you when it's appropriate. John Boucher. Is there John Boucher here from SD4? Eric Blake, do you want to go ahead and address this committee now?
Sure. I am in favor of the 2/3 Second Amendment on the floor, but opposed to the overall amendment of the entire wording. In favor of the 2/3 because you are kicking out an elected official. What gives the small committee the right to put out a person that the county people voted for, unless it is enough to carry a supermajority? I am opposed to D and E. I don't mind if you require public endorsement being a requirement of being a party official. Me saying I'm a Republican and I tell you to vote for this Democrat is not a good picture for the party. But telling me that I cannot offer private assistance to any candidate of my choice, I don't care about what party a candidate is in, I care what platforms they stand for. I am going to endorse or support whatever candidate I want. I will not make it public matter, but you have no right telling me I can't support a candidate of my choice.
Chair will recognize Rebecca Palmer, SD 14.
I wanted to speak on point L. So is that would you rather me wait or can I go ahead?
whatever.
I'm sorry, I
Oh,
can't hear you.
I said, I wanted to speak on point L of Rule 8, so would you rather me wait, or should I just go
I'll
ahead?
give you that option if you.
Okay, well then I'll just go ahead so that, since I'm already up here. Rebecca Parma, I'm from Senate District 14. I'm also the Senior Legislative Associate at Texas Right to Life. And asking that y'all would consider amending Rule 8.L. This is the rule that says that no member of the State Executive Committee, County Executive Committee, or State Convention Committee may vote on an issue for which the member is a registered lobbyist. And the reason that, or what we're asking for y'all to amend is to, after lobbyist, strike that part. It talks about substantial interest. It's very unclear, and we would recommend changing that with within the last 2 years.
Have you asked a member or have you submitted language to that effect?
No.
And I'll entertain your testimony, but it's
Okay.
going to be moot because if there's nothing submitted by 1 p.m. today that would
Oh.
allow us to take that on,
Oh, okay.
it would be irrelevant at
Okay.
this point.
All right. I'll apologize. I didn't know that was the case. All right. Well, thank y'all for your service.
I'll give, I hope it's Boucher. That looks like it's supposed to be John Boucher, SB4, one more try.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Boucher is on the platform committee, so I texted him. He's trying to get loose, but we may have to say.
We'll still be, was his testimony going to be in particular to this amendment?
Yes, it was. Well, actually, to the rule in question.
Okay. You would be in order to lay this on the table to wait for him if we get to the end of this. If you like, that would be your.
Yeah, I'll move to lay on the table so he can test.
Let's get through with our amendments first, and before we final vote, I would recognize you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, we're back on the amended language, 2/3. Any further discussion on 2/3? Hearing none, all in favor of adopting 2/3 majority signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. The language is adopted. We're back in consideration on paragraph 1. Rachel was actually first before we got to the amendments, so we'll go to her.
Rachel Hooper, SD 13. I move to strike, so I move to amend by striking the word embezzlement. And add theft or misapplication of the parties, party apostrophe S, fiduciary property.
Some lawyer words right there.
I'm not gonna. Strike. Strike the phrase and all of the failure of leadership. Strike everything after endorsement, so support of any kind or private assistance for, no, sorry, just strike from support to for, the other four. Support of any kind or private assistance for. Insert of any. After that sentence, please insert the following sentence. Yes, ma'am. The burden of proof is clear and convincing evidence. Yes, of burden of proof. speak on my motion.
Let's get the language. Okay, there's a motion and a second to adopt the bold language. Is there going to be an objection to adopting this language? Is anybody going to object to this?
I have a question. Just the bold language or
The
strikes?
the bolds and the strikes.
Yes. I have a
You're going to
question.
have rejection, or
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll recognize you. Well, actually, let's let Rachel lay out her amendment, and then we'll finish.
Should of party funds under A also be struck out?
Yes.
You have a separate question.
I do maybe something else, but here it's. I'm just wondering if this, Mr. Chairman, affects this at all. 8K, where it talks about removal of county chairman for abandonment of office, but it says by majority vote of the full body. So is that something that we'll need to address?
We'll have to.
Okay.
Let me answer, please. If we're going to try to maintain continuity and we do adopt amendments that affect others, we're going to have to go back and fix the ambiguity in the rules. We'll do that in the work session if there's not an amendment that changes that. So yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. The chair recognizes Rachel Hooper to lay out her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Embezzlement is not a criminal offense in the state of Texas. So it does not make sense to include the term embezzlement here. Theft is, misapplication of fiduciary property is. Those are pretty well-known elements of how to handle property. So that is my reasoning for that. Failure of leadership, boy. That is just too vague, in my opinion, to hold somebody to a standard. Because that's what this is. So if you're removing an elected person, there's a standard. And failure of leadership, boy, that's just, sometimes we're disappointed in their leadership on a certain issue instead of, what does that mean? I'm not going to go there because, you know, the chair's already expressed his statement on lawyers. The reason for striking the language after public endorsement is the vagueness of that language as well. What does that mean? Support of any kind, private assistance. I get what you're getting at, but public endorsement, what we're trying to avoid is a Republican elected person publicly supporting a Democrat or publicly supporting somebody that's not a Republican. So that's why I changed that language and suggested that. In my experience, it's also helpful to have a burden of proof. What's the standard? So I use the words burden of proof, also standard of proof would be fine, but what are we holding this person to? That way the person can understand what they're held to, and we, as the grassroots, can understand what we're holding this person to. So that's the logic behind my suggestions.
Thank you.
Matt, I recognize you.
Matt Long, Senate District 24, and there's our speaker. Matt Long, Senate District 24, and I want to speak up against the language, or in favor of keeping in the language of failure of leadership. And I understood what Mr. Carr said earlier, and I understand where you're coming from. But I think it's a lot like pornography. Nobody can really define it, but we know it when we see it. And I think if the majority, if we're requiring a 2/3 vote, then failure of leadership, and it requires 2/3. I think that that is not that vague, because you've got to convince 2/3 that it is that they have failed in a leadership role. And so I want to speak for leaving that language in there. And then I have never met Mr. Pickle, but I'm whatever the pickle principle is about keep it simple, stupid. Is that what it is? Pretty much. Okay. This language got really weird. So anyway, pickle principle, is that the pickle rule? What's dill pickle? Is it something like that? All right. Thanks, guys.
I'm speaking in support of the changes that are applied. Failure of leadership. Okay, to remove an elected official in Texas requires what? A county judge, JP, right? To remove a county chair because you have a difference of, this is too subjective. It has to be objective if we're going to go to this extent with this kind of approach. And so definitely strike the failure of leadership. The support of any kind, private or whatever, I totally agree with striking that. If you help them across the street, that could be true support. If it's an old lady and she goes across the street, she's a Democrat. If we're going to be this serious, we have to take the wording serious because it really matters. This is a major thing, and I think her adjustments have helped that.
Yes, Carl Myers, SB1. I'm with you on the issue of failure of leadership. I think it's a big issue, but on this other issue of support, again, I'd like to give you, for instance, there was a county chairman in another county in our district, in our senatorial district, who used Republican local county funds that she had, that she was responsible for, to distribute out money for local Republican candidates, and did not do so, and gave money to 2 Democratic candidates that she was friends with. And so I don't think the Republican Party or an official for the Republican Party needs to be giving money to Democratic officials. And especially if you have a county chairman who basically likes quite a few Democrats in her county. If she wants to be the Democratic county chairman, then that's fine. But if you're going to be the Republican county chairman, you need to take care of all of the Republicans, not endorsing or helping Democrats defeat Republicans. That's not what a county chairman is for. So if you have a county chairman that's helping Democrats win, I'm sorry, I think that chairman needs to be removed.
I have a question for the doctor. So in a small rural county, if the county chair is wanting to support one Democrat over another that's running for school board or city council, because one is much more conservative than the other, how would this affect that county chair? If they were endorsing a Democrat, they would get passed. Is that correct? I'm asking you as the author.
I didn't think that was appropriate. Am I allowed to answer?
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any public endorsement of any candidate that is not a Republican.
So Mr. Chairman, would that include offices that don't have a partisan mark beside their name on the ballot?
not going to offer an opinion on that. You said that's what you want. Let's go to,
Yes. Ray Gonzalez, ST 27. Mr. Byers, ST 1. Great point. I would also be equally upset if I learned that my county chair was sending party money to fund a campaign for a Democrat. I don't care if it's the best friend or not, but that issue is taken care of under Section A, this application of parties to the shared property, and for that reason, I think we're still going to strike.
go to ST4.
Good evening, John Nolan, ST4. I respectfully disagree with the strike of failure of leadership. I think leadership's a high burden, and with the compromise of increasing it to a 2/3 majority vote, it's not only a message to be a leader, but with the language this may recommend, I think it's a message that to continue to be a leader in all facets of the county chair, but also it gives some more opportunity to investigate, look into any perceived failure, and again, it meets that high threshold of 2/3. I think, as a naval officer, I really believe that leadership is so key, and if you're going to run for that position, and you're going to be the leader of the county chair, then you need to be held to the highest of standards. So, thank you.
Could you amend the amendment?
I knew there was more Navy on ST6, we'll go to Jim.
Yeah, so on the endorsement point specifically, I'm the chair of the local government committee for Harris County, and so we look at issues like this a lot where, we have a lot of districts where we have Democrats running against each other, where we have independents who don't want to call themselves Republicans because they're in heavily Democrat areas. And it's very case by case, but we have had instances where a lot of precinct chairs wanted the party to get behind one of two Democrats in a very blue area, and we didn't think that was appropriate because we're the Republican Party. We're not going to endorse a Democrat. Now, when we get to precinct chairs below this, I think we may need to change this rule because precinct chairs are there to be neighborhood leaders. And so that may be something we have to take a different approach to. If you're a county Republican Party chair, I think part of the job description is you support Republicans, you don't support Democrats. So you can, I like striking out support of any kind of private assistance because that way that does give you the opportunity to informally be involved if the need is there. But I don't think it ever sends a good message, no matter what the situation is, if a Republican county chair is endorsing a non-Republican for some kind of office. So I think and if that is happening, then it's probably not for a good reason, pretty much anywhere in Texas. So I support the rest of the changes. I support this change. I think this really strengthens the rule and makes it more credible. And so I can't think of a reason to vote against this.
Quite a bit of information. We're one deep on the amendment, so it would be in order if we wanted to amend the amendment.
That's correct. Okay. I'll make that.
That? Okay, thank you. Well then, I would like to amend this amendment and allow them to, remove the strike for failure of leadership. And the first half of any public endorsement, keep that stricken. But it's the private assistance I want to keep, allow them to keep that part, but the post strike beforehand, unstriking. Support of any kind. Public endorsement.
What is it you want to strike now? Support of any kind?
E, unstrike, support of any kind. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Keep. We want to unstrike the last clause of E. or private assistance, so unstrike that one, thank you.
You want to leave support of any kind unrestricted too?
Sure. Failure of leadership, keep that language in there. So we're unstriking.
Is this the way you want it?
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, discussion. You want to speak to that, then I'll come to
I think we're trying to massage this, and I was persuaded by, because we raised it to 2/3. If it was a simple majority, I would be like, oh, let's remove the vague failure of leadership. But because we rose it up to 2/3, I think that clause has merit for consideration. And then, I think we're keeping the last part, but we're like, if you're the county chair, obviously, if you're doing a public endorsement of somebody from another party or something, that's grounds for dismissal for sure. But the part that we unstruck, I just don't want to micromanage them to that level.
Dwight?
Dwayne on SC5. Yeah, once again, that language should be struck. Mr. Houlihan isn't here to defend himself, so I can say what I want to say about what he said. In the military, I believe officers are probably more concerned about leadership above them than the grassroots below them when it comes to court martials and things like that. So, and I'm not in the military, but failure of leadership is way too broad in this instance. Support of any kind. Okay, my private employment for 30 years was a pediatric nurse. And there were families who were Democrat, who I went to their home and supported their children and gave private assistance, gave them rides to places they needed to go, and whether it was part of my employment or not. And as a county chair, I can't imagine that this organization would hamstring me into just being a good neighbor and part of the community, because community engagement is what got my county from going 80% Democrat to now 85% Republican. So that totally needs to be stricter. I'll vote against this amendment.
Rachel Hooper, SB 13. So what we're talking about here, I'm from Harris County, where you're at right now. What we're talking about is, what's the term of the county chair? 2 years. 2 years. So we're talking about, we're in the midst, somebody's elected, we're in the midst, 2 years, and they're stealing from the party. We need to be able to take action immediately. And so that's what this does. I don't know about y'all. I mean, does everybody agree within your county party? Right. So failure of leadership right now. I mean, in some county parties, there's probably half of the members of the party that like the leadership and half that don't. The failure of leadership is so vague when we're talking about removing somebody who was duly elected from office. That's what we're talking about. We want to have the very best county chairs in Texas. If I'm looking at this rule and I'm thinking about, do I want to run for county chair? And I know that some people who may not like me could charge me with failure of leadership. There's a way to deal with failure of leadership. What is that? Run somebody against them at election time. This is removing somebody from office. That is very serious, and we need to take it seriously. That's why I've added the language that I have. I'm totally against adding failure of leadership in these changes.
Dan, and SC16 again. So, failure of leadership, I understand you may consider that as vague. I consider it as comprehensive on a lot of different areas that need to be done, that could be spelled out. failure leadership could be. One of the main ideas behind a county chairman is to direct the party, and especially in areas of fundraising and so forth. If you've got a county chairman that doesn't direct or even help raise money, and what does the county chairman do? Or if the county chairman spends 1 hour a month doing anything for the party, what is that? That's failure of leadership. He needs to go. He's there for a specific reason. I mean, if we could spell out all these top to bottom, you've already got 2/3 vote. I like 50%, but if you're, 2/3 is what you're going to go with, that's failure of leadership. The guy needs to go or the person needs to go. They don't need to be around. It's time to find somebody else to run that county.
Let me take SD1 here.
Again, I'm conflicted on these because there's some that I support and some I don't. Failure of leadership, I do agree is too vague, but this support of any kind, maybe we should put the word political support of any kind, might be a better way of looking at that. I understand what you're dealing over here, being neighborly. I don't think you'd be going to, but you go with that because you're neighborly. But I think if you're giving political support to a Democrat, that's a problem. And so, as I will say this, as far as on leadership, there is a problem in some counties where leadership. I'll give you another. SD1 we have a lot of problems in SD1. And there is a county where we have a county chairman who's a very popular man. And he runs for county chairman, and then he doesn't do anything. And so they've had other people that had to take over the primary. Other people had to take over all of the work of that county chairman. But yet they're not the county chairman. But they have to do all the work, otherwise the party will collapse. And so I do feel that the language is vague, but I do think there needs to be something that deals with leadership as well. Thank you.
Ray Gonzalez is next.
Yes, Jerry, call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment to the amendment. Is there a second? Second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're voting on the unstrike of support of any kind or private assistance for and failure of leadership. All in favor of unstriking those, signify by saying aye.
Aye. Or all the bold we're voting on right now?
No, what I just stated. That's not really a point of order, but you interrupted me during a vote too. I thought you were a lawyer. Thank you, Counselor. All in favor of the unstrike, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Nays have it. We're going to go back to the stricken language. Let's see if I can change. Is that back to the original? There we go. Okay. The amendment, the bold language is in order. Is there a motion? Oh, is this going to be okay? Okay, we've got some testimony. Okay, Robert Walker, SD4. Robert Walker, SD4. Are you here to testify on Rule 8K?
Yes.
Come on down.
In regards to the failure of leadership clause that they have in there, Hello?
Gotcha.
In regards to the failure of leadership clause that they have in there, we've experienced with our county chair for Montgomery County, where there were certain items in the bylaws that they were supposed to execute in regards to preparing for the primary elections, making sure that there was judges and clerks for all of the precincts. He violated that. He went without the consent of the CEC to threaten a member of the CEC with attorney actions. And I think that those type items are what needs to be in there to take action against chairmen that are going rogue against the party and people of the party. As members of the CEC, we're asked to not do, we could lose our positions if we go and campaign and do anything for any other party other than the Republican Party. And so that's basically the backing for going after this Rule 8K. That's all I have.
Thank you. Let's bring up Stephen Jordan, Senate District 25, Jim Barnes, Senate District 20, Bruce Campbell, Senate District 24, Dale N, Senate District 4, and Josh Jaros. You guys line up, let's go.
Would that be in that order?
Yeah, hold on.
The order that I called you up in. Stephen Jordan's next. You guys be ready to go. Stephen Jordan, going once, going twice. Jim Barnes. Jim Barnes. Okay. I just need to know he's here. Bruce, I think it's Campbell will be after that. Is that you? All right. What are you trying to get my attention for, sir?
She had signed up this list before I did. So
I don't know who she is.
Charlotte Nelson.
I can't, I've got a list here, just, it's Jim Barnes, Bruce Campbell, Dale, and Josh Jaros.
It was before me, so I'm pretty sure it was, so somehow I missed. It's actually was before me.
What's your name, ma'am?
Belsick, B-E-L-S-I-C-K.
Charlotte.
Charlotte?
I think she was a little bit before me.
Was it a different role?
I don't know. I was the second name on the list. That list may have been lost. I don't know.
Okay, you wanted to speak on precinct chair removal.
It's all on this case.
Okay, so do you want to speak on 8K? You said precinct chair removal, that's why I skipped over you. That's the next section. Your choice.
Bruce will handle it.
Okay, your choice. We'll recognize you. Yes, sir.
My name is Jim Barnes. I live in Mission, Texas, 2 miles from the Rio Grande River. I'm a precinct chair, also president of the McAllen Tea Party. After late last year, we started noticing that items on the agenda for the CEC meetings were no longer there. Financial reports, treasurer's reports started to have less and less information. Nobody really thought much about it, but finally somebody asked, one of our new precinct chairs sent an email to the treasurer and asked, what happened to all the financial data? He didn't answer her, but the bylaws committee chairman did. Sent her a nasty gram back that that's not in the bylaws. She called me and I checked in the latest edition of the bylaws, it wasn't there. I checked back 6 years, it was never there. But every treasurer in that period always included that information. So she sent a bylaw, she downloaded from RPT's website on information that should be included. he sent a nasty gram back. She brought it up in open forum in a meeting, a CEC meeting, and he was the next speaker. He says, that's not in the bylaws. So he was asked, are you thinking about putting it there? No, we're not thinking about putting it there. So after that, the county chair got up and blasted publicly. I'll try to clear it.
Wrap it up quickly.
And blasted us for even asking. There needs to be some rules on what the precinct chairs can see with the financial dealings of the organizations that they are supposedly the stockholders. The only report we get now is, well, we got $60,000 in the bank. 2 months ago, we had 90,000. I'd like to know where it went.
Thank you, sir.
So that's why we're proposing 8.Q as an amendment.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Bruce Campbell, Senate District 24. I'm not against the idea of having a way to get rid of the county chair. I'm in Gillespie County. We have 13 precinct chairs, so 2/3 of a minimum quorum is 5 people. So you can get rid of a county chair. It shouldn't be easier than a censure vote. You will certainly cut down censure votes if you have it like this, because it'll be easier to get rid of. But so in a censure, you get to provide notice. This could take place in a heated meeting, in a contentious meeting, with no notice. Censure vote says you have to have a majority of the members of the body have to vote in the affirmative of the total members you have. This does not have that. We could have 5 people do it, whereas it would take 7 if we had a majority of the body. And censure vote says you can provide for your defense. There's no chance that the person has a chance to say anything here. And endorsing in a city election, in a city council election, or the school board, technically they are not Republicans or Democrats. So just technically, they would never be able to do that. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you. Dale?
Hello, thank you for being here, friends. I know a lot of you. Some of you know I've been active pretty much here in Texas for about 25 years, pushing for conservative Republican values. I would encourage, being from SD4, Senator Brandon Creighton, what we like to call the Fighting Fourth here in Texas. We've actually employed the 8K. I think we're the only county that's done that. And I'm dear friends with the previous, God rest his soul, chairman. But there were times I'd talk to him and he'd say, if this Republican wins, they should go to the Democrat for help because I won't help them. That was a Republican chair talking about a potential senator position, saying they would not help that senator. I'm speaking for there has to be some mechanism. I would encourage the honorable chairs here today, those that are sitting in the committee, to consider a mechanism. We're throwing this D out, failure of leadership. We could define that. I was the victory chair for a number of years, and I went to this chairman and said, I need $50,000. We've got $70,000 in the bank. He said, I will give you $0. Go do your own victory chair committee. And we had to raise $30,000, $40,000. Individual precinct chairs had to raise money because the chair said, I won't raise money for you. That's a problem. That is a big problem. So the failure of leadership, I'm all for using dereliction of duty. Might be more familiar with some of that language, dereliction of duty. But it's not only a lack of doing things, it's an inactivity of doing things. Both failure of commission as well as omission doing stuff. But as the chairs, they have to be leaders. Our current chair is a dear friend of mine. He's a brother in Christ. We go to dinner regularly. He has fallen into the same trap of, I raise money for my wife's PACs, not the party. He prides himself, after 2 years, he's running again in 1, I've raised $0 for the party. I'm out busy running forums for my wife's PACs. That's a problem. So I would encourage you to hear the passion in my voice. We need support from the chair, and there has to be a mechanism to remove chairs that don't do their roles. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Charles. You're recognized.
Josh Shears, Senate District 4. I'm also from Dale's district, and I understand there's some really good changes in here. I like the burden of proof for clear and convincing evidence. I like the clarification on the embezzlement. And I would echo Dale Inman's call to do something about this removal of leadership, or for lack of failure of leadership. We need to have some type of standard. If we need to clarify that so it's not so oblique, I think we should do that. But there needs to be a mechanism in there that we can hold these people accountable. That's what the grassroots wants, and we can't waffle on this stuff. Look, we are the Republican Party. The chairman is the crown jewel. That is the person that's representing the party in that county. And there needs to be something. Look, I know everybody's afraid there's going to be political games that might be played by this, but you already changed it to two-thirds majority. I have the confidence that a two-thirds majority of these games aren't going to be played. Flesh out some language in there that we can have it, that if there's somebody in there that's neglecting his role of leadership, that there's some accountability there. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw you first, too. I believe we're done with testimony.
Based on feedback that we've got from the speakers, I'd like to add under B, abandonment of office, or abandonment or duties of that office, That way,
I'll second that. There.
That's your language, Aaron? For a second?
Second, I'll second that.
Discussion on core duties of that office.
Yes, I agree with Rachel on the failure of leadership. I don't think it belongs there because that is such a broad term. But if we have, chairmen who are not putting in election judges and not, putting in poll watchers or whatever is prescribed in their list of duties, or putting things in the minutes or taking things out of the minutes, I think that would be a duty of their office. And I think that may help cover some of the concerns that we've heard from the audience. And that duty of that office, you would have to come up with some clear and convincing evidence that you would bring to your executive committee, and by a 2/3 majority vote, they could say, you are not doing the duties of that office. You are supposed to be doing these things that are prescribed in our rules.
Chair, point of information. Are we not kind of in conflict with letter N of Rule 8? A lot of this is already defined.
We could be.
So
You adopt this one, they have to go back and modify that one.
I think we could not adopt any of this.
That's no, you're no longer a point of information.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
This is in order. Who is? Let me finish talking before you interrupt. You have a point of information?
Yes.
Okay. State your point.
How deep are we?
This is an amendment to the amendment.
Okay.
You're gonna have a hard time pushing anything but the kill language. It's an up or down vote pretty much. Scott, if you want to be recognized, you were next.
Yes. So Scott Owens of District 6. I think this is a very good amendment, and I think it handles a lot of these issues appropriately, because there's a difference between a county chair who is not doing the job the way I would want them to, which is something that can be remedied with an election, and that's why people run for election, is to say how they would do the job, versus a county chair who's not doing the job at all. And it seems like that's what a lot of these counties repeatedly run into, is county chairs who get elected. This election's at the bottom of the ballot on the primaries, so a lot of times people don't even know who they're voting for county chair, especially in a big county like Harris County. And we're blessed to have a chair who really does her job very well, but that hasn't always been the case historically. And so when you have a county chair who is just neglecting the job, neglecting certain duties, not transparent, even when the rules and the law require them to be, I think that's a very different question from someone who is just making decisions that are not necessarily supported by the majority of the precinct chairs. So I think this is good language, and I think it strengthens the rule, and so I'm glad that Ms. Wilson brought that up.
We've got Edward now.
I am in favor of this language on the amendment to the amendment, but I will also remind you that this is an inclusive list, not an exclusive list. This doesn't say these are the only reasons that you can take this action, but the reasons that you can take this action include these items. These are examples. These specifically should be the most egregious examples, and that's why I'm in favor of this amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. Jim Pickle was next, then Mary Kay, then Dwayne. Well, Dwayne, you've already spoken. We'll go to SB1 back.
I just asked.
You did. We'll go to you first, then.
Jim Pickle, in the spirit of making sure the rules sort of all fit together, abandonment of office or duties of that office. Somebody brought this up. I was going to, in subpart N, it says, precinct chair, county chair, or SRAC member may be deemed to be derelict in the execution of his or her responsibilities in office. Sounds a lot like duties of that office, doesn't it? And then there follows a list of 5 things that include failing to perform statutory duties of that office. So I'm thinking that I don't like the duties of the office because I think that's also vague, but if we were to say abandonment of office or deemed to be derelict in the execution of his or her responsibilities, that ties us in with N, makes it consistent, and we now have a list of what they're supposed to do and what they're not supposed to do. So I'm opposed to that of duties of the office and believe it should tie to N.
Senate District 31, Mary Kay. That's kind of the direction I was going for. We've got 2 different letter K and letter N, and we're going to have to start making sure they both read the same. Whereas, can we not point this one for removal of office if they're not doing the duties of their office, which is addressed in the letter N? I'd like to see. That's my thought.
Thank you. We'll go to Dwayne and then
Dwayne on ST5. That's precisely why I asked how deep we were, because I don't agree with this language, but I also know that N tied into just more specifics. I don't like vagaries here. So that's why I asked it on behalf against this as it's written.
Thank you.
Yes, SB1. I definitely like this language better than the other language. Maybe we need to improve it better, or maybe we need to make it the same as the other in the other section. But I definitely like this language a whole lot better than what we had.
What information? If we vote this down, another member can we would still be at number 2, right? To amend again, better language. Okay.
You would also be able to, if this language passes, you would also be able to include or define and add to duties of that office in another amendment, as defined in N.
As long as it doesn't substantially change or duties of that office once it's approved. Yes, sir, Mr. Snyder.
Mike Snyder, SB9. I agree with Ed that this rule is inclusive, not exclusive. By the phrase, reasons including, not limited to or exclusive, which means you can come with a whole batch of things that you don't like about the county chair, and you can raise that as the basis for your removal language. I think that is broad enough that it addresses many of these questions, and I think that what we have here is language that provides us the tools that Mr. Perkins wants to be able to remove, but it also is broad enough and not exclusive that we can bring all kinds of things that we think may be wrong with that particular county chair to do that, and I'll vote for this.
John Julian, SD4. I support this language. I think it's a good compromise on a failure of leadership. And looking at section N, in that section it says a member may be deemed to be derelict in the execution of the duties. So that may in there, it's not a shall. So again, that's another section that would say they could be deemed derelict, and this is just another example of duties that office for this failure. I agree with my
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, the highlighted language? Hearing none, all in favor of adopting this language signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes, please raise your hand. And the nays? The ayes have it, the language is adopted. Okay, it's still low because it's still in consideration for the main amendment. Mr. Chick?
Is there a next motion?
You may.
I'd like to add the words in the similar way that we added.
Please find the microphone.
Sorry. See. Reading Thomas SC 27, I'd like to add the words or specially called, where I did before, on the first line after the word regular.
Point of order.
This isn't give me just a second. What's your intent, Mr. Gonzalez?
Can I speak to it?
You're adding language that's outside the actual scope of the bold amendment language.
Oh,
that's making.
Okay, I thought we were at
we're still on the bold amendment. So unless you've got something that is going to affect the bold language.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, no problem. I'll recognize you for that in a minute. We're back on the bold language.
Jim Nicholas, T8, like to offer an amendment to language after or duties of that office before the comma, put as specified in Rule 8N, small n. At the end of B, right? Then results or duties of that office as specified in Rule 8N.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
State point.
This whole section is submitted as an amendment, as a substitution for original language. So isn't only one amendment to this language already a second language?
We're perfecting the language in this. I don't see it as a two-layer deep. I get you. I know your thought process is, but it's proposed language for substitution, so that language can be perfected.
Okay.
Otherwise, you're going to make me go through the process of adopting it and then going back and doing what we're doing right now. I think it would be redundant. Thank you. That's fine. Jim?
Clarify my amendment.
Please.
Yes, sorry, I had to get rid of that email. Or abandonment of office, or I would say dereliction of duties of that office as specified in Rule 8N. Because that's what 8N says, it talks about dereliction of duties. So that makes it tie better to 8N.
What has
Yeah, dereliction of, I guess, right, as specified. Thank you.
Is that your language?
Yes, sir.
We have a second?
Second.
Is there going to be objection to this amendment to the amendment? We'll take it without objection. We're back on the bold language. Any further discussion on the bold amended language? Hearing none, all in favor of adopting the bold amended language, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, one more. Delete the strikes. I got this. Everybody calm down. Calm down. Okay. Get the highlights. Flip over here. All right. Now just they all want to go. They're ready. They're out for blood. You have to think about it. We're past the amendment process, but could we have not have had an amendment for Hawaiian Shirt Day for this committee? Jim's already got his. The day we take a picture, we need it to be Hawaiian Shirt Day. Come on. Everybody happy with that?
How about you 4 feet?
I'm only going to recognize Ray unless someone's got more information. Okay, I'll recognize you, sir, for motion.
Thank you, Chair. Ray Tellis, SC27. Or specially.
Regular or special call meeting. Or special.
Well, I was going to say or specially so that it can be consistent with 9.6. We already passed or specially called meeting in 9.6 or 7.
Is that what you wanted right there?
That's my motion.
Do we have it right there? Okay. Hold on, Is there a second?
Second.
Is there going to be any objection to this? 3, 2, 1. Hearing no objection, we're going to adopt this language.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
could I ask the framer of the amendment if he would consider skipping the word meeting and striking quorum as well? Quorum is defined in the bylaws. You can't conduct a meeting without the quorum as defined in the bylaws.
Can I offer you just an opinion? A quorum in a county executive meeting is members present. Y'all realize that, right? Okay, I just want to make sure everybody understands. A quorum in a county executive meeting is who shows up. There's no definition of what, there's a threshold of quorum. It's who shows up.
I understand.
Just want to make sure. So, we're already, we've got a second on it. You haven't yet accepted it, so there's no debate, and I haven't necessarily stated. If you want to restate your motion, second, it's not adopted yet. He hollered right before I got it out. So we only have a second, no debate. If you want to modify that in your second, would like to rethink their second, we can do that.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to strike the word quorum and include that strike as part of my motion. Thank you.
Okay? Is the second still good on this?
Second's good.
Okay, discussion?
Hey.
Go ahead, Edward. He's on here,
Especially called makes sense for SRC that meets quarterly. County Executive Committee in Austin meets every month. I don't know about other counties.
Mine meets quarterly.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend support.
That was my only consideration here.
I think you got full support, but go ahead, I'll recognize you.
Yes, just to say that county executive committee sometimes we also meet quarterly, and that's if the county chair is doing her duty. We've had county chairs that don't call for a whole year.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, SB1, I know in our county, we do quarterly meetings, so it's once every quarter. There are a couple of counties in our district that only meet once a year. That's their thing. So, you know, it would be a specially called meeting in those particular counties. And in Upshur County where I was the chairman, I would have to call, and we have had specially called meetings for various type of things. So for something like this, it would be most likely a specially called meeting.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Where's that coming from?
Yes. Would it be appropriate for another amendment right now? Or are we too?
We're not too deep yet, but unless you're going to mess with more specially called and change it substantially, we're be out
You trying to get in line?
trying to get recognized.
I will wait until after this one.
Is there any further discussion? I'm just going to call the question. Let me see if there's any discussion first. Can you say this one's up?
Call the question.
Hearing no other discussion, all in favor of adopting the amendment to the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. It's adopted. Let's unfold.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to recognize for another amendment.
Okay, Chair recognizes Jim Pickle.
Thank you, Jim Pickle, SPA. We already have a 2/3 majority vote and a backup to the SREC for this kind of thing. The words, the burden of proof is clear and convincing evidence. A lawyer 36 years, half the lawyers I know, and most of the judges I know, don't even know what that term means. So you're going to be sending the CECs to a dictionary, a legal dictionary, to try to figure what that is.
Can you give me your motion?
Yes,
please?
strike the words, the burden of proof is clear and convincing evidence.
That's how it works, sir, is that language has already been adopted by this body.
I thought the whole rule is still able to be amended.
You can't amend something that we've already amended and voted and approved. You can't go back and do that.
Okay, well, that's why I asked, was everything on the table?
Oh, okay, I guess I was unclear about everything on the table. We've already voted on it, then you'd have to do a full reconsideration.
Dwayne, ISD5. Mr. Chair, I move to amend by striking on the last sentence, if that committee votes by simple, strike the word simple and put 2/3 right there.
Is that your language?
Yes.
Your language correct?
That's
Okay.
it.
Is there a second? Got a second? You want to speak to that?
Yes, sir. But once again, removal of an elected official and overturning a local election is a huge deal. And so I would like to align it with the prior 2/3 majority, and that's why I've got it there as well.
Okay, any more discussion on this? Scott?
I'd actually like to take a different approach to this. I think 2/3 is reasonable at the county executive committee level, just because those are the people who know the issue best and have been closest to the situation. So it makes sense to have a supermajority of them. But the SREC, and especially the officials committee, should be kind of outside of that context. And basically, I kind of see their decision as ratifying what happened at the local level. It's the local precinct chairs who made the decision about removal. The SREC is just a backstop, just in case they see that there was some kind of malfeasance that went on with that vote. I don't think the SREC is going to be digging into the exact merits of the situation, except to make sure that the process was followed and that the decision is reasonable and something that the state party wants to stand behind. And so because of that, I think 2/3 at the SREC level is probably a little bit too much of a burden. You've already had a 2/3 vote at the local level. What I recommend instead is have the entire SREC vote on this and not just the officials committee. And after I would ask that we vote down this amendment, and then I'll introduce language that would accomplish that.
Sir?
ST4 Jonathan Owen. Yeah, I agree. I object to the language. If there's already enough safeguards built in to protect against, any kind of removal without some kind of semblance of due process. So I do object to this language. I would vote to keep it as a simple majority.
John Carr, SB22. I concur with Dwayne. The point is we're looking to remove a publicly elected official. And so every safeguard ought to be given to. I have within my senatorial district a county chair who was subject to an attack by outside unregistered lobbyists that brought all kinds of accusations against him. Fortunately, he won re-election. But the point I'm getting at is that at the local level, you can still have against a county chairman some malfeasance against him that may result in 2/3 vote, but it's all based upon untruth. So the extra step, while it may be an inconvenience, the extra step of what meeting a high standard would be the correct way to go.
Senate District 21. So this is a 2/3 vote of the officials committee. The SREC is not even voting on this. And what I see on the SREC bylaws, I have a copy of, there's about 20 people or so-ish on the officials committee. So the 2/3 is the difference between 11 and like 15, whatever. I mean, it's just a couple of people is all we're talking about. This is only the officials committee.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Question.
All, no need if there's no more discussion. All in favor of adopting striking simple and adopting 2/3, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Nay. Raise your hands for the ayes. The nays.
Chair.
I'm in the middle of the vote. We have the ayes. Are you a nay or an aye? I didn't count you.
He's a nay.
It's a nay. I'm recounting. The nays on this, please raise your hands.
Nays.
Yeah, because we're changing and we're moving around. Now give me the ayes again, please. Please stop moving. It's just freaks. You count me 3 times. Okay. The ayes have it.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
State your point. I appreciate you letting me announce the vote and get this done.
I heard the notice, I'm ready to move on. Are we going to vote on these separately, or are we going to vote on them individually, or all in one?
I've answered this question about 5 times now.
I remember you saying that.
The intent is to vote on both sections. We'll perfect them and then vote on them at one time.
Okay, so how can we close the debate on this and move forward to the second?
No.
We've got another amendment. There's other people who want to talk. Okay.
Thank you, Jim Pickle.
Actually, Scott asked to be recognized for an amendment before you did in his debate, and I will recognize you for that now.
Sure. I would like to remove, make an amendment to remove the words the officials committee of in about 2/3 of the way down. So if the CEC votes in favor of removal, that vote shall be communicated to, yes, strike those 4 words. And then where it says wherein a vote of the officials committee on the matter shall be taken, take out of the officials committee. And then in the next line, replace that committee with the SRAC.
Would you accept the full SREC? The full SREC is what we refer to in the
Yes.
bylaws.
Yeah,
We
that's
need
what
to
they-
keep it consistent. Thank you.
No, let's do that. Those.
Okay. Like your language?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Second. I'll recognize you to speak to it.
Yeah, I think this, we shouldn't be deciding who's on the officials committee based on their propensity to vote for or against these sorts of actions. I think if the state party is going to act on something like this, it should be the entire SREC voting, not just the committee of the SREC. The committees don't do business with finality on behalf of the body. They recommend actions to the full body, and the full body is who votes. And that's a core principle of parliamentary procedure. So I think it makes a lot of sense to have the full SREC vote on actions like this, and you're not. And so that's all I really have.
Thank you. We go to Janice and Mary. Walking around.
I didn't raise my hand, I'm waiting.
Oh, I thought you were ready. We'll go to Terry and
Senate District 11, I agree with Scott as well. And that would also include, when you're looking at the entire full SREC, the 2 members that are specifically probably in that area, that county, or more. So hopefully those SREC members can add to that discussion, and those SREC members that know of the situation that's being affected in their own districts can have a say so, because those members may or may not be on officials committee.
Just to let you know how it works, the officials committee conducts the business between, so the SREC only meets quarterly, and the officials committee conducts business in between those quarters. So if you want it to take the action quickly, and you don't want to have to wait a few months, then you might want to keep it with the officials committee. Also, any SREC member can attend the officials committee meeting and have input. So they may not have a vote, but they can have input.
Ratings out of 27. For the purpose, for the reason that some of these outskirts need to happen immediately. At least not wait 3 months for the next quarterly meeting. That's the reason that we call for a special meeting called. I just doubt that the full SREC would call a special meeting just for this. They would likely wait for the next meeting. Whereas the officials committee is more likely to call a special meeting just to handle this one issue. I think it's proper in the officials committee, and the question of whether the SREC can have a say, he or she or they will know that this is coming up. I'm sure they will know, so that they can participate in the officials committee, specially called meeting for this purpose.
If I may, I'm biding my time not to try to testify on this. I'm very opinionated about what we're doing. Because we have implemented all the electronic meeting capabilities for the full SREC, a special meeting of the full SREC can be called. And it is just as likely to be called as a meeting of the officials committee, because the officials committee typically is not going to be called unless it has some business to conduct. It would be, in my opinion, it would be unlikely that the officials committee would come to order specifically to take care of one of these. It would be kicked over to a meeting of the full SREC to give time to investigate the allegations. I can tell you that some of these censure resolutions, we have had very little paperwork. Procedure wasn't followed. We had to go ask for receipts of things that were mailed, and some of those fell through. So it does take time to prepare these investigations. You can't just say, well, we did it, so you need to build that up. I apologize for debating this matter, but you've got extensive experience dealing with this. Thank you for allowing me, Dwayne.
Dwayne Wright, SC5. I'm supportive of this language as it is because for some of the items that you, and also the special call meeting at the top was referring to the county executive committee. It wasn't even, activated into the SRAC portion of this. But also, we have to give people a right to defend themselves. And hurrying it up and just trying to ram something through, I mean, if it's that egregious of a problem, 3 months or 2 months or 6 weeks, I mean, if it's for the future of the party, we should be able to at least give them that due process that we hope here.
And I forgot to add, SC11, we're talking about a duly elected person by the public. We're not talking about an officer. We're talking about, the people elected this person. So I think it does need to be the full SREC. We're removing a duly elected official.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of adopting the strike officials and full SRAC language signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The ayes have it. I'll recognize Dave Dickens for a motion.
Now, I move that we go ahead and close debate on the first section and move to the second section.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a question to close debate on paragraph 1 and move to consideration of paragraph 2. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're on to paragraph 2.
Mr. Chairman, just Janice Holt, SD3, just what I wanted to mention earlier, just for clarification, there needs to be a comma after removal down in the third line from the bottom to make that clear. I don't think that's a motion.
It's not. Without objection, we'll add a comma. We're gonna put a grammatical rule in place, but we have a grammatical rule in place. And in our work session, we'll clean this up.
Okay.
And then Virgil will have a heart attack over it too. Rest assured. At this time, I would like to let's scroll down this here. Let me get that language up. I would like to recognize Charlotte Belsick to speak, testify on precinct chair removal.
So give me half a second to read this because it's the first time I've seen it. I want to make sure I'm not duplicating. Okay, Charlotte Belsick, ST24. So Texas Election Code 171.029 allows the removal of county or precinct chair for abandonment of office. As we've just discussed, the rules is allowing a methodology to remove a county chair. But there's nothing in the rules for removing the precinct chair. So I think it's very important that we have some sort of removal process for precinct chairs. The wording here, I know we've just made all these changes to the county chair. My original request was we'd have something similar to removing precinct chairs as we do county chairs. Having said that, I think it's also important that we still reference the Texas Election Code because it's got criteria and information in there. I know you've had a big discussion, but I'm allowed to give my opinion on that. The Texas Election Code is our law. It is our rules behind it. It provides additional information and guidance for removing an elected person. We need to make the process clear, and the accused should be allowed to speak on their behalf. Yeah, the rest we've already discussed. So that was what I wanted to say. It's very important that we have a methodology to remove a precinct chair. This came up in the discussion of our county, our CEC. We're updating our bylaws, and there was a whole lot of discussion about, well, you can't remove a precinct chair even though it's clear that you can. We just need to get the methodology written into the RPT rules. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, this section is open for discussion.
You recognize for an amendment? Thank you. Jim Pickle, STA. I move for paragraph 2 to be conformed to the same terms as paragraph 1 in work session, and that we table this for that purpose. That way we don't have to debate every single 2/3 regular meeting, you know, especially called meeting, all the things we just did for the county chair. The amendment is to, well, the amendment is to have the work session conform this to the same language as the paragraph 1. Second.
Your amendment would substantially change this because the authority in the first paragraph is the SRE. The final authority is the SREC. The final authority in number 2 is the CDC. So you can't make the language conform identically to that.
Good point.
So we do need to discuss this paragraph and debate it. Thank you. Ed's been trying to get my attention for a while. I'll recognize you both. Other man over here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ed Sarles, SC 17. I move to strike clause D and put the order before clause C.
I'll second that. Actually, I would come on second.
All right, second.
All right, there's a motion to strike the language in D. Is there a second? We've got a second over here, and I'll recognize you to speak on
Is there a number of nonpartisan races in the city council race? There were candidates who were not Republican running. Precinct chair would be prohibited from endorsing in cases like that. And it's inappropriate to restrict precinct chairs from all of that. They're not representing the party, they're representing themselves as an individual.
the end of you trying to speak. Recognize you and stop.
Yeah, Pickens, SC 16, I am against this strike. If your concern is endorsing in a non-political race or in a race where a Republican is not running, then state it that way. If a Republican is running in any race, you do not want even a representative of the party who is a precinct chair endorsing somebody that's not a Republican, if the Republican is in the race. This needs to be probably slightly changed if you would like to slightly change it. But this needs to stay in there. That's one of the most important parts of the whole thing.
Scott, I'll recognize you.
Yes, so while we've been debating this, I've kind of been thinking through a couple of scenarios that I've seen happen over the last several years. We've had scenarios where we had candidates for city council in Houston. Those are tough to win for Republicans. Sometimes the Democrats run for them who are better than the other Democrats running, and we want to get behind them. And in fact, I can even think of a couple of examples where we've supported someone like that who has gone on to become a very active Republican activist. We can think of who those people are. And so that's a success. That even if they didn't win, I think it was a good investment of our time and won us allies in communities that we need to be reaching out to more. So that's possible. Now, what I don't think is good, and I've also seen happen, is in a very Republican area, I've seen a Republican precinct chair angry that their candidate didn't win a primary. And so they go support the Democrat who's running against the Republican incumbent who won the primary. I've seen that happen too in Harris County. And that should have fallen under this, honestly. That probably should have been grounds for removal. So I think there's a very easy fix here. I would not apply it to the county chair. language, but for a precinct chair, I would say the fix is keep the language the way it is, and then change it to say partisan public office, which would be defined as a race. And you don't have to include this in the language because I think it's implied, but it's defined as a race where there actually is an R or a D by someone's name on the ballot. If someone's, like you said, if you've got a Republican running and they're listed that way on the ballot, it doesn't make any sense at all for us to be supporting a Democrat against them, because our message is you vote for all Republicans. And that has always been our message as a party, back from the straight ticket voting days to today. And so I would be against this change, but either hire someone else to offer an amendment that I think would solve this problem pretty easily.
Jim?
Jim Michalewski, against the strike. If you notice toward the end of the strike, it says, candidate for public office that is not a Republican, you're all in agreement with that, and is affiliated with any other political party. That doesn't help. That means if there's no affiliation, like in school board races and city council races, it doesn't apply. Because they would not be not a Republican and affiliated with any other political party. They might have been libertarian and Green Party and stuff like that, but the word "and" in there is inclusive, which means they cannot be Republican and they have to be affiliated with some other party. So a nonpartisan candidate could be endorsed if you leave that language in, take the strike out. County precinct chairs can still endorse school board races and city council races because those candidates are not both non-Republican and affiliated with another political party.
State your point.
Affiliation is not affiliation when you vote in a party's primary, or if you participate in their convention, or if you sign a petition for one of your candidates.
Let me just back up here. Are you asking me?
Yes, sir. I'm just wanting to make sure that we all agree on what we're talking about.
No, you're asking everyone. So let me back up and just get this thing back in order. The only things that you can ask me is a request for information where you're asking me a question. You guys are using points of information clarification to debate out of order, and you are out of order. So we're going to take debate in the order that I recognize you. If you've got a specific question that I can answer for you, I will, but we need to treat requests for information like that and stop debating on order. Do you have a question for me directly that I can answer? Because I'm not going to be able to answer that. Thank you. We're going to go to Ed Hauser.
I am going to speak in favor of this amendment. Again, I will remind you that this is an inclusive list, not an exclusive list. Still choose to remove someone for publicly endorsing someone who's running against a Republican candidate, because that is a very valid reason to do so. This is including some very specific things. It is not excluding anything that is not listed. So,
Dwayne Ryan, C5. I support striking this language because there's no guarantee that if they're not a Republican that they're going to be running against a Republican. There's some ambiguities built into this that are not accounted for if we leave the language on there. And also, I don't know about your precinct chairs, but my precinct chairs are not really keen on people telling what they can and cannot do in their lives, and some of them work elections and some of them don't. They're pretty independent. We cracked our bylaws to where I'm safe, but I don't have to worry about endorsements. But they go to war sometimes, you know.
I'll speak in favor of the motion to strike, only because I see at the executive level, such as the county chair or state chair, doing this sort of thing would be just definitely grounds for approval. But a representative of a precinct, or even a state Republican executive committee, Republican representative of the region, there was a SRAC not too long ago that had endorsed the Democrat She was removed from all committees, but that Democrats co-sponsored constitutional carry and changed parties. And I thought that very valuable, and I thought she was vindicated in that. But at the precinct chair, but I still think that's quite controversial, but at the precinct level, I see the same thing very possible, where you can build relationships with people that are not Republican, but they can become Republican. And at the precinct level, I think that's an opportunity for that to help grow your party. And in a blue county like mine, I think those relationship building allowances by the precinct chairs is an important thing that should be allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Grant.
Other question?
Question's been called on the motion to strike. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Yeah.
The ayes have it. All in favor of striking the language, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Yeah.
The ayes have it. The language is stricken. Terry, I recognize you.
I'd like to add a D. The number one, actually, you know what, I think it would be better to put it under B. Abandonment of office or missing 3 consecutive CAC meetings. And again, it's in May.
We have a second on the language. Second. Chair recognizes Virgil.
Virtual Victory, SD7. I would like to recognize Section 171.029 of the Lexington Code, which sets out a number of 4 meetings instead of 3. And this may be an old one I pulled up online. But this says 4 meetings, and you can take out the chairman, the county chairman, or a precinct chairman.
Thank you.
You don't have to follow the election.
That's,
we can make our own rules.
that's not a question I can answer for you. I would be debating on that. I will recognize you for that.
Okay. The number one reason that I think sitting on county executive committees for consideration, and again, it's in May, so if somebody's got cancer and they miss 3 in a row, the majority or 2/3 vote of the CAC can decide, well, okay, that's the reason for missing. But a lot of times people move. They don't resign. There's not a procedure in place to, remove that from office. Or in our last election, we had people that ran and won in the precinct chair race that have never even voted before. So if they've never voted before, will they show up to meetings to work? And if not, those elections are critical that we have, especially with November coming up. We need all hands on deck. We need all precinct chairmen working. It's still a vote of the committee. It's still May. They don't have to. But if there's an inactive precinct chair, or one that's moved, or one that won't resign, that continues to miss meetings, I think that local body should have the option of going through the vacancy committee and putting in an active precinct chair to work for those elections.
Thank you, Ruben. Mary Kay.
Senate District 31, Mary Kay. As the gentleman here mentioned before, he has counties that meet only quarterly. So really that's 3 quarters of the year already gone before they miss a meeting. So
I'm not sure this is the right language you want to use. I would be more apt to say in accordance to their county bylaws. That should be addressed as to what's called an abandonment of that office. Again, I think 3 consecutive meetings, that might be 3 months, that might be 3 years.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make an amendment that we strike 3 and put in 4.
Okay, there's an amendment to strike 3 and insert 4. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion?
Yes, so right now we are referencing the TEC, and there's going to be a learning curve when we do decouple. So this would just make it easier, and we can come back and change that later.
Thank you, John.
John Carr, SB 22. While we have said we're not going to be coupled with TEC, certainly we ought to consider that whether if we don't make it 4 and the election code says 4, then we're going to be looking at a likelihood of some precinct chair getting the panties in the wad and sued.
I'm going to go to Wesley next, and then I'll come back to you next. Yes, sir.
Yes, the point I would like to make is the barrier that we're putting up in this rule, and in the previous rule, those are very high standards. When you say a 2/3 vote, clear and convincing evidence, that is a very strong standard. And what I'm saying is let's make it where it gets under the easier standard of the election code. I mean, clear and convincing evidence is much tougher than we think it is. And so I think some of these you could be inviting litigation, and so where you can find an easier way to fix it, I think you try to take advantage of that.
Recognize David.
As far as ST 17, I would just note that in item 2 says failing to attend 2 meetings.
We're going to go to Rachel and
Rachel Cooper, SC 13. Let me please read you the section 171.029 of the Texas Election Code. It's titled Removal of Precinct Chair or County Chair for Abandonment of Office. A precinct or county chair who has failed to perform statutory duties provided by this code or failed to attend 4 or more consecutive meetings of the county executive committee may be removed for abandonment of office as provided by this section. It's not required that we follow this statute. It's permissive. We can make whatever rules we want. So you don't have to follow this. But to John's point, if our rule, and this is why we have to start working on this, if our rule that we adopt is 3 meetings, the statute says 4, will someone challenge that? Possibly. So it does make it easier if we match, but we're moving hopefully to the point where we're not going to be required to match, because this is arguable, it's permissive. So I just wanted to explain to everyone, I wanted to give you the citation of, so you know what we're all looking at here. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to speak against this amendment, only because I think that we've heard that there's a county GOP somewhere out there that meets once a year, and I'm informed by Ms. Phelan that they meet twice a year, and so they would be, it would take 2 years or 4 years for that standard to apply to them. So I think we could come up with other language that would say, in accordance with that CDC's bylaws about how their meetings are run. And that could be maybe improved language. So I think that'd be better than this. I urge people to vote against this.
Carl Myers, ST Warner. I can say that We've had a precinct chairman who has filed for precinct, got elected. Of course, no one ran against him. He said precinct was fairly small, and they just said no one ran against him. Never, ever came to a meeting. Never. Filed again, wanted to be, all he wanted to do was have the title of precinct chairman. He didn't want to do anything, didn't want to, matter of fact, he said that the executive committee was a waste of his time. And so, but he still wanted to be a precinct chairman. And under our rules now, we have no way of removing him. And we have to go, there's just no way of removing him. Unless we send him a note and ask him to resign. That's how, under our rules now. Because we got to send a letter asking him to resign. Well, that's not going to happen. And it didn't happen. And so, if we got precinct chairmen that are not coming to the meetings, what's the point of having precinct chairmen? If they're not going to come to our meetings, they're not going to be, involved in the party, what in the world is the reason for having a precinct chairman? I guess just so they can have a title.
Are you ready for the question on the amendment to the amendment? Sorry?
You said you were going to get the details.
Well, I'll let you sit down with the microphone. So, you're not to me. Ready to go. I'll recognize you, Dan.
So, that SC 16, real quick. It doesn't matter, the word may is key here. They may remove them, they may not. I personally would not put a specific number of meetings, especially for these rural counties that meet whenever, once a year or once every quarter. You make them 4, that's a year and a half. You want to do that or whatever or what? They meet every 4 months or whatever, or once a year. That just doesn't make sense. Okay, if the executive committee goes through and the majority or 2/3 of the executive committee says, hey, this guy's not doing his job, we haven't seen him, a year, 6 months, whatever, that's up to them to make the call. I wouldn't put any specific number on that. And when it comes to the TTC, we're already done with the TTC. I don't want to discuss them anymore, so we moved on.
Thank you. I haven't recognized you for a motion. Please don't call the question. Dwayne?
29 ST5. I would be opposed to this language. While I feel like there should be equal, ability for removal if that's the route we're going to go. Applying the liability at the CEC and county level in this situation is a big deal. You've got counties like Jefferson County, Travis County, and others that have precincts that have no Republican that live in those precincts at all. And if I'm a Democrat strategist and got some money, I put me a precinct chair in place, and then they do all their egregious things that are going to activate this, and then they're going to sue the party for kicking them out, the local party, because it's at the local party level is where we're at. And they can take down local parties just by one precinct chair suing over and over and over again for removal. And some of these Democrat activists, believe it or not, they have money. And they'd be willing to do something like that. It'd be very simple with this approach.
Thank you. Is any further debate? Okay. You have a request for information. Okay.
Mr. Chair, is there somewhere else in our rules that specify, I thought PECs had to meet 4 times a year. Is that just in a local PECs bylaws, or is that anywhere else in our rules that they meet 4 times a year?
That's in the county executive committee bylaws.
The bylaws.
Sorry.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Any further debate? Are you going to debate? Okay. I'll recognize you.
Yeah, I think 4 is probably too many, and if we're stuck following state law, then I think we've kind of made the decision that we did not consider ourselves down to the election code, that we can set stricter requirements if we wanted to. The most common scenario here is not anything to do really with the precinct chair that's there. Usually what I've seen is that you have an activist who's in a precinct or a committed volunteer who wants to be precinct chair, and they get on the website to see if there's a vacancy, and it turns out there's a precinct chair already there who no one's ever seen before. And that happens all the time in Harris County. So we've got 1,000 precincts, at least. And actually, it's over 1,100 now after this last redistricting. And so there's some precinct chairs that nobody's ever seen, nobody's ever heard from. They've never shown up to a meeting. They've never worked their election. They've never done anything. And so there needs to be a way to get them out of the way. And if you're talking about 4 consecutive county executive committee meetings, that's 9 months. And then you've got to have another county executive committee meeting after that. Like, don't forget that. Maybe your 4th meeting is the one where you actually take the vote. And so that's 5 meetings in a row before you can finally dislodge that dead weak precinct chair and get a volunteer into that position who would be effective. So if a precinct chair wants to challenge this, then all they need to do is show up. And they just have to go to one of the 4 meetings. So I think 3 is a fine threshold. I would love to see someone challenge this, honestly, because the very first question you could ask him is, instead of going to all the effort to file a lawsuit to challenge this, why didn't you just show up to the meeting? So, and if they are Democrats who were filing as intentional dead weight precinct chairs for this very purpose, I guess we can cross that bridge when we get there. I just have a hard time imagining more than a handful of people would ever try that. I don't think I mean, again, Harris County has over 1,100 precincts, and I've never seen that happen. And I think if it was going to happen, it would have by now. So I'm not in favor of this change.
I'll recognize you, sir. Yeah.
I'd like to call the question.
Question to the call. Is there a second? Second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to offer a number 3 to this and lay that on the table.
That's out of order. Right now, we're only voting on 3 to 4. The amendment to the amendment. This is what we're debating on. And there is no further discussion on this. All in favor of striking 3, adding 4, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. We're back to, we're missing 3 consecutive CEC meetings. The bold language is all we're talking about. Did you have something on this amendment?
Mr. Solomon amendment.
Okay. Any further discussion on this amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make an amendment just Michael's SB 26.
Okay.
I'm going to propose that we, after the word may on the second line.
That is out of order, sir. The only thing that we can touch right now is the bold language.
Oh, that's, I thought we had just approved that.
Any further discussion on the bold language? I'll recognize you, Terry.
Yes, and I also forgot to mention, I think it's very important when recruiting precinct chairs at the local level as well, that we tell them that this is what your expectation is that you attend the county executive committee meetings if you want to be a precinct chair. I think having it in rule that they know that if they miss 3 consecutive ones, I mean, it's all out there, that you may be in danger, may not be, having your seat rule vacant and put in somebody else. So I think it's good to have it in rule so that a precinct chair or potential precinct chair knows the expectations from their duty.
Thank you, James. I'll recognize you.
So, point of information, would it be in order to strike this language and replace it with substitute language in that same B?
It would be opening Pandora's box since we've already approved some of that language, but a motion to substitute could.
Trying to fix that rural, metro, urban outreach.
Let's hear your language. Just go ahead and make that motion. Let's see what you got.
Motion to amend the amendment that strike or missing 3
Okay, so you're not amending the amendment. You're moving to strike and replace.
And replace it.
Okay,
That'd be in
so
order.
clear.
Yeah, strike and replace.
All you can touch.
And then put or missing consecutive CEC meetings in accordance with that CEC's bylaws, just because the rural counties meet very rarely, and the urban counties meet frequently. So
Your amendment doesn't do anything more than what's already done, because this has to, the meetings are defined in the CEC's bylaws anyways. It still goes back to the CEC bylaws.
Okay, so you strike and replace with in accordance with bylaws for half the annual meetings.
I agree with you. You've got to strike and replace. If you are picking up some of that language, then you're amending this language.
You get it, what I'm trying to do. If somebody can do it better, and I'll use it.
Any further discussion on the bold language? Yes, sir.
I would like to do a striking. I would like to go ahead and strike all of where it says missing 3 consecutive EC meetings and put in violating the county bylaws.
Is there a second?
Second.
Let us get this. When you start hollering at her, it's Rouse who's just trying to talk to her. You can't have everybody screaming at her. She'll get up and leave. She's a volunteer. It's worth mentioning, these volunteers are rotating in and out. They are volunteering. Can we have a round of applause? They can get mad and leave on us. We don't want that, because me and Ed will have to do all this for you. I like that. Just a second. Is that your language, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second?
Second.
You did have a second. I'll recognize you.
And the reason for this is that the county can set up whatever how many meetings they want or in their bylaws. So if you miss 6 meetings, then that's up to the county. We're giving the power to the county to put whatever it is that they feel is needed in the bylaws. So if the precinct chairman is violating the county's bylaws, then we've already taken care of that. So if they're not coming to the meetings that are in the county bylaws, then we're leaving it up to the county to make that judgment.
Is it permissible to suggest to the author of that they add, like, make it instead of county party, the CEC, because county party bylaws?
Well, the CEC bylaws.
CEC bylaws.
We can perfect that without objection. The body owns this now. So
Yeah, CEC bylaws.
without objection, CEC bylaws. Is there any objection to that change? Hearing none. We're over here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to rise in opposition. This is creating way more problems than it is solving. For example, my county's bylaws say that you shall maintain decorum. We've had a few people cuss. Does that mean they violated the bylaws and they can be removed from office because they violated the bylaws? This is creating such a fishing expedition for a problem that I don't think that we really have. I don't think the truth is we have a bunch of dead weight precinct chairs with people who are in those precincts trying to be involved but can't, but for the dead weight precinct chair. That's just not a problem I'm seeing in my county. And I ran a contested precinct chair race and won by a whopping I don't even know, it was less than that. But it was like 25 people voted. But anyway, and have seen, I don't know if you know in Bear County, but we have had a change in party official every 2 years, beating an incumbent for the last too long. And the amount of games and the posturing and the ways this type of amendment would open up so that we are become a CEC of many trials versus any substantive business would just totally detract. But I will not go on this.
Can we go to Jameson, back to you, John, and then I'll come over to you.
Well, I speak in favor of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Byers. As he had stated earlier in the conversation, he has a county that meets once a year. So under the previous language we were proposing to strike, if you're meeting once a year, it's going to take 3 years for that to apply. And so I don't want to create a rule at the state level that is going to be really practically irrelevant to many other person's cases. In El Paso, we meet monthly. We think all the drama, we do not want to see each other that often, but we do. So 3 or 4 meetings and missing them, that might apply. But if you defer to the lower tier, the CEC, plus I respect CECs. You could have bad apple precinct chairs, but the CEC who takes the time to go to their organizational meeting and set up their rules, if the CEC created stupid rules, well, they're going to suffer some consequences on that. But I still would defer to letting people, decide how they're going to do this at the more local level and not have this decided at the state level.
John Carr, SD 22. While I understand your point about the bylaws may have some nebulous items, it still requires a 2/3 vote. So we need to expect that the CPC is going to have reasonable people there. It's not going to just take because somebody didn't vote a seat. I'll speak in favor of this amendment.
I'm going to go to Scott next. Everybody stop and point at Troy.
Hi, Troy.
Howdy, Troy. Get a picture. Quick. Wave at Troy. Okay. I'm going to use Scott.
All right. So I think I'm in favor of a change like this in principle, but I don't know that the language that we have necessarily achieves that. I think violating bylaws could be very, very, that is very, very vague. I can violate bylaws just by introducing a resolution that's out of order. And we have methods of making people follow bylaws, which is calling it into order. So I think for the question of attendance specifically, the missing 3 meetings makes it very clear what the requirement is and what the authority is that is extended to county executive committees. And honestly, I support eventually getting to the point where CECs have more control over their own operations and are able to set these thresholds and customize them themselves. But I think that is a process we can evolve into. We are granting a brand new authority to county executive committees to remove their precinct chairs that they've never had before. So I think there's nothing wrong with passing the language as it is, taking a couple of years to see how it is used, and then taking this up at a future convention if we think that hasn't given them enough flexibility. We can get feedback from our counties over the next 2 years and see how well this is working, and then come back to it next time. I'm sure some of us will be back, and some of us probably don't want to be. But we can evolve as this goes. We don't have to go all the way to the maximum right now. So I think the clear rule that we had before is effective. It'll give county executive committees some control over precinct chairs who are not showing up, and then we can work with it from there if it turns out that it's not enough.
We'll go to Ray, then Rachel, then Ed, then Chris.
How many layers deep are we at this point?
This is an amendment to the amendment. Actually, this is the motion to strike.
Okay, so can I offer an amendment to this?
Not in place, just a motion to strike and adopt the new language. That's all we're on. Rachel?
Rachel Hooper, SC 13. I just wanted to give y'all some perspective here. we read the code a little bit ago, and so I've been looking at the legislative history. This was legislation passed in 2015 by the Democrats. The Democrats offered this legislation to try to remove a mechanism to remove their precinct chairs from office. So that's the origin of the law that created this idea. So I just wanted y'all to know that and to give you that background. The idea of violating the CEC bylaws, so again, what's the term of a precinct chair? 2 years. Okay. So you're talking about somebody comes in and, I mean, do y'all get along in your CECs? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I mean, I don't know about y'all, but so this to me is just breeding ground for infighting that we don't need. We need to be laser focused on what our job is. And if you don't like the precinct chair, they're not doing their job, run against them. Recruit someone. And so I'm not, right. But I just wanted to give you all that background and that perspective.
Go to Edward next. I got you, raise your hand.
I'm going to speak against both levels of this amendment. It feels like the intention here is clearly stated within the first 3 words. Abandonment of office is already going to be defined by the executive committee itself. They are already allowed under abandonment of office to determine how many meetings that means was decided you're not being present and going your duties. So it's already all taken care of and falls under abandonment of office. Again, I'm going to go back to my common refrain. This is inclusive. You can fight any issue you want to. These are just examples of valid reasons.
Members, we're at 2.5 hours on this amendment. I'll recognize Grace.
I'm speaking against, just with respect to continuity, there's a list here, A, embezzlement, B, abandonment of office, and then that's another, really, it's a separate item that's being coupled with abandonment of office, but it could be something completely different. So I don't like it for other reasons, ditto to what some of the other folks have said, but it also just bothers me because it's different and we're coupling it with another item in the middle of the list.
We'll go to Mr. Snyder.
Mike Snyder, SD9. I don't know about your counties, but we have a hard enough time recruiting people to serve in those positions as precinct chairs. We already have the power as CECs to vote the chairs vacant and then go out and attempt to recruit people to fill those precinct chairs. Now we're talking about the process of removing people from those chairs. Right now, folks, I don't know about you in your counties, but we've got over 1,000 precinct chairs, and we've probably got close to maybe 20% of them vacant right now. Now, some of those precincts have very few votes in them, right? But the other side of this is, I think we're creating something looking for a problem. And to me, I think after reconsideration of what we were thinking of on this, I find that we currently already have the tools we need to remove somebody or declare a seat already vacant and then go out and find someone new to put in there. And I really find it superfluous that we have in the room. I'll be voting against this because of that.
Members, if we've had a majority speak on this, we're not moving this debate any further. How many are trying to speak on this motion to strike? We're 2.5 hours deep on this, and we're not getting anywhere. I'll remind you that. Who's next? Because I don't have anybody on my visual list. We'll go to you, Ed, and then Scott.
All question.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All in favor of adopting the striking the bold language and adopting the highlighted language signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Nays have it. We're going back to the bold language. Any further discussion on just the bold language? Scott?
I call the question.
Call the question on the bold language. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, we're back on the bold language. Kathy, I saw your hand go up first. Scott?
I guess since we do want to keep debating, I will speak on this, and I'll just reiterate that a very big challenge we have in recruitment is the deadweight precinct chairs. When we have a volunteer in a heavily Republican neighborhood, a lot of the times, a neighborhood that we want to turn out, we have a strong volunteer there who wants to get more involved. The first thing we typically tell them to do is file for precinct chair. But if they get on there and they notice that there's a precinct chair already occupying that seat who is not doing anything and has never shown up, then it's very demoralizing for them, and it makes it impossible for us to actually pull that volunteer in and make them a precinct chair. So there needs to be a way to clear out that dead wood so that we can replace them with more effective people who already want to get involved. And I think what I like about missing meetings is the meetings are not the totality of the job of the precinct chair. They're not, they're not the most important thing precinct chairs do by a long shot, but they are discreet, they are inarguable. There is a record of who attended every single meeting. If you've already missed two, and you find out that this action might be taken against you, there's a very simple way to remedy it if you're a precinct chair who actually cares about staying in your seat, and that is to show up to the third meeting and tell them your motion to get rid of me is out of order because I'm here. So I think this is just such a simple thing, and if you're missing 3 meetings in a row, then you're not doing your job. You have been in your office. If you found out your legislator had missed 3 legislative weeks in a row or 3 legislative days in a row, you'd be pretty upset about that during the session. And so I think this is a very simple, very clear, very unmanipulatable standard to hold precinct chairs to, and it can't be twisted into politics. So I'm in favor of maintaining this language, and I'm glad it was brought up.
Sure.
I'll look at this. I'll take care of it.
Okay. Dan, will you try?
Right now, we're in the middle of, we have or have not approved, this is a question for you, the missing consecutive meetings.
We have not approved that. That's what we're debating right now.
I'd like to call the question on that, please.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Actually, you're out of order because we just called the question on her and it failed. I'll go to Mary Kay.
I'm against this. I'm a county chair. I have bylaws that I govern my county executive committee. And they know when they have abandoned their office. I don't need you to tell me that 3 consecutive meetings is what it's going to take for me to remove them from office. They know what that's not allowed to say. I find this really insulting that you doesn't tell me how to do my job. So please vote against the number. Abandonment is not strictly just a number.
Are you ready for the question on the amendment?
Yes.
All in favor of adopting the bold language signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
All that time and we just deleted it. Okay, let's take the flag language out. I recognize you, Mr. Harrison.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request that we make a motion that we recess for 5 minutes or 2 minutes for a bathroom break.
I was fixing to do that anyway. Let's recess and return at 5 o'clock. I'm sorry. I was going to go get it.
See, I knew you had to come right here somewhere. We just have to get it out.
Tomorrow come to order. Members, take your seats. We're pretty good. We're about 10 minutes past always on every break. Like at least you're predicting. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to be recognized for a motion.
Can you hold that for just a second?
Yes, sir.
Members, there are 42 pre-file amendments waiting, pending, that made the time limit. I got asked that, I want to let you know. We're back on the language in paragraph 2. I'll recognize you for that motion, sir.
After the word including, on the third line, comma, but not limited to. Second.
Let's highlight that. All right, I'll recognize you to lay that out.
We've been talking about how this is not exclusive, but inclusive, but I know some very clever people that are going to try to make the argument that it is exclusive, that it is exclusive. This language makes it clear that it's not.
Further discussion? All in favor of adopting this amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. It is amended. I recognize you.
Mr. Chairman, is it in order to add an amendment of a third section to this text?
Not at this time until we end debate on section 2. Then the entire thing would be in consideration and would be open for an amendment. Mr. Reagan.
I move to strike the word quorum in line 2.
I'm sorry, sir, I cannot hear you.
Microphone. Dennis Regan.
Second.
Dennis Regan, SD 28. I move to strike the word quorum in line 2.
Second.
Strike the word quorum. Okay? Motion second to strike the word quorum. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Stricken. Ed?
Mr. Chairman, I move the cross question.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion is to end debate on number 2. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are closing debate. We're back up on the main question. I'll recognize you, Kathy, for a motion.
Yes, sir. I would like to make number 2 number 3, make number 1 number 2, and I want to copy paragraph 1 and make the new one.
You want to do what there?
I'm just renumbering those to 2 and 3.
Let's just, can we go to the bottom? You just want to add something new?
That's fine.
Let's get your language done
Okay,
for me
my
real quick.
language, you're going to want to copy all of the first paragraph. Just copy that whole number 1.
Okay. Members, let's let Kathy help. Let's take it this way, and then I'll take a motion to renumber when we get the language.
Okay. And then everywhere where it says County Executive Committee, CEC, I want to change that to SREC. And everywhere where it says County Chairman, I want to change it to State Party Chairman.
Okay, let's go to the top. So tell me again what you want to do.
Okay, everywhere where it says County Executive Committee or CEC, I want to change that to SREC.
Okay, let me get that first.
where it says CEC, we want to change that to SREC. And then, okay, yes. Okay, so we're going to change that one sentence that's in the middle there. If the SREC votes in favor of removal, that vote shall be, and then we're going to strike, communicated to the full SREC for consideration. Just strike that. The vote should be at their next regularly scheduled, that's my motion.
Say, what else do you want to delete?
Oh, I'm sorry, the last phrase is also state right here.
Point of information.
There is no point of information, so our language is there. Stand by.
I'm sorry.
Kathy has the floor. Just a second.
All right, and then,
Your language right there.
yes, almost there, and then on the second line, including, we're gonna do comma, but not limited to. But not limited to, whatever.
Is that, is there a second? Second. Discussion. Kathy, I'll let the minute use now. Lay out your motion.
This is basically what's good for the goose is good for the gander, and we're gonna be throwing out, I say chairs or county chairs, I think our state chairman should also be able to be reviewed by the SREC as well, and we're gonna hold them accountable and some long accountable.
Point of information.
And this is actually a lower standard, by the way, because to throw out a precinct chair or county chair who is elected on a ballot by the public is a more difficult task than just throwing out somebody who was elected by the commission.
And in the opinion of the chair, I'm asking for a ruling since this was not included in the original document that was put in before 115 or whatever. Is this germane enough to be included now as an amendment?
Yes. Yes, it is. It's because your amendment was renoticed, it opens up the rule and it's enough substantive change to be allowed. Yes, sir.
Smart Russell SD 30, if this is adopted, we can make an announcement that we're going to have to address the language in AN to include the state chair.
Thank you. Dwayne?
Dwayne on SD5. I agree with my colleague that, you know, accountability goes all the way from the top to the bottom, and transparency as well. So I agree with this language. It's what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
So over here. Gotcha.
Jonathan. SD4 Jonathan Williams. I object. I think this is outside the scope of the submissions before one looking at it. This is a completely different thing we're talking about. It's a new process and procedure that, to my knowledge, is never, there's no precedent for it under the rules for the state party chair.
Over here.
That's good. Has to be recognized to make a motion to this. Right?
I'm ready.
Yes. So,
Can you turn your mic on? Turn it on.
Rating 27. If it's good enough for the state party chair, it should be good enough for the vice chair as well. So I add removal of the state party chair, comma, or no comma, or state party vice chair.
Yes.
Yeah, don't you disturb my committee again.
On the third line from the bottom, send Sheriff, I didn't know. Go ahead, agree.
Okay, your language correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
I recognize you to speak in support of your motion.
I have a, okay, so, that's simply that, they should both be held accountable, to the SREC for any of these issues, that are not exclusive. I have a point of information.
Stage one.
Does the SREC have supplemental rules? Because the second to last line says in accordance with these rules and their own supplemental rules. That may not make sense. So just wondering.
Supplemental rules are rules that are adopted prior to an action. We don't have supplemental rules in place unless we need to do something.
What about bylaws?
You have bylaws, we have no precedent. We only have, we do have, there is, the SREC bylaws do outline the procedure for electing a new chair by the SREC, which is where that would go. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, just I was wondering if
Supplemental rules would be their own bylaws. Well, it would need to say move forward in accordance with the SREC bylaws.
Okay, so then, in addition to my, or as part of my motion, I would strike their own rules and replace it with SREC bylaws.
Is there any objection to adding state party vice chair and SREC bylaws? Hearing none, we'll adopt that. We'll go back on the entire paragraph number 3. Scott?
Yes, I support this change, and I think we need to think about the fact, too, that an objection might be made that the state party chair is elected by the convention, and the SRECs shouldn't overturn the will of the convention. But what we need to keep in mind is that the SRECs are also elected by the convention. And so the SRECs are put in place to discharge the business the convention runs the party, as the convention multiple times. The SRECs are there to take care of the business of the party in the interim between the conventions. And so SRECs have whatever authority they are given by the convention for the intervening 2 years. And so if we give them this authority, then I think it is perfectly reasonable to give them the ability to discharge it, and SRECs will be elected with everybody being clear-eyed about the fact that they have this ability, and so you need to be careful about who you elect. And so with that being said, I support including this, and I think it's important to have accountability for all members of the party.
I'll go to Leslie and then you.
Although I like the intent to include everyone, I think we're going down the path where it's a purity test. It's starting to be like, you can get rid of me, so I'll get rid of you, and it's just going to engender a whole lot of bad feelings. So I know that the county chairs have issues with the precinct chairs and vice versa, but it's political, guys. It's political. First of all, they're volunteers. All of them are volunteers. The county chair has to run an election, do a full-time job many times, and he volunteers at it. So you're going to have some an occasional bad apple, but for the vast majority of them, they are super people. And now we're just piling on, okay, we're now going to go after the state chair and the vice chair. They're volunteers. They do a job for us, and they're volunteering their time and their treasure to do a job. So I understand the intent of it, let's use different use of different standards, but where do we stop? We need to stop, and we need to start thinking that there have been plenty of state chairs that I have not been able to support, I've been frozen out, let's just put it that way. But you do workarounds, it's political, do workarounds. I wasn't elected precinct chair, but I did the work of a precinct chair. I walked my neighborhood, I did my work, I got the votes out. I did the work without having the title. You do workarounds. So all I'm saying is that it's political, and we don't need to take the political and give it a mechanism where we can now punish the people that we don't like politically.
Point of information. Next point. Is the state chair, I know there have been proposals in the past for paying the state chairman. Does the state chairman currently pay? Is that a paid position?
That is a topic for a lot of discussion. We're not currently sure. Chairman of all these, to my knowledge, is not taking a paycheck.
Going on to C5. We just spoke about our unwillingness to overturn the will of the convention. But likewise, we were really quick to overturn the will of the people in the county in an election where they actually had to go and vote and stand in line and risk getting COVID or whatever. So there's a lot of similarities in the approach. Accountability is across the board, and I agree with Leslie that we shouldn't do things with a mean spirit, but accountability goes all the way across the board. So I support this.
SD4 John Cooling. Last point, I'm sorry. I've done thousands of investigations, and I'm just looking at this going, how is the SRC going to initiate an investigation against a higher authority? How does that work? What does it look like? What's the chain of command? You're opening up a huge can of worms you don't even realize here. So I just want to raise that from the top, based on my experience in the investigations I've conducted. Thank you.
This is Rachel Hooper, SD13. I went and ate my salad, and I came back and saw this. So I'm trying to understand the motivation, and maybe it's transparency, but like read it. Recommend the removal to whom? Because the SREC, and so the SREC has control over the party chair and vice chair. This is not well thought out, in my opinion, as to apply to these individual roles. We've spent like 5 hours on removal of people in our party. You may want to spend 5 hours on recruitment of people. Just saying. So this doesn't, how would this work? I really struggle to understand the procedure as outlined. Mr. Houlihan made a great point. How does the SREC oust somebody up here? Guys, what are we doing with our time?
Mike Snyder, Senate District 9. I've been sitting here and listening and trying to consume everybody's intent. I understand our desire to get rid of bad apples, fill vacant seats, fill seats that are held by people that don't show up. But the more I hear the conversation and I look at the language, Mr. Chairman, I'm hearing cancel culture in my ears. And I'm telling you, as a Republican, as a conservative, we're going down a real slippery slope here, in my opinion, that we are getting into cancel culture stuff. And folks, we're not Democrats. And I just really think that we need to think hard about this whole thing. I understand Mr. Perkins' original intent. I really do in my heart. And I think he's really well intended. But I think that we've started going down this cancel culture road, and I think it's extremely dangerous because, as my good friend Rachel Hooper just said, where does it stop? Well, we have an opportunity to stop it here. I'm voting against the entire group.
Any further discussion on the amendment at the addition of the language in section 3? Scott?
I move to amend this language by changing the words recommend the removal of to just the word remove.
I second that.
Discussion?
Sure. I think this resolves the inconsistency in what Mrs. Super brought up. The SRAC should have the authority to, the chairman is there to chair the SRAC meetings and to work for the SRAC. The SRAC, in the interim between the conventions, is given the authority to oversee and manage the party. And so if that relationship deteriorates to the point where abandonment of office, dereliction of duties has occurred, theft has occurred, then they need to be empowered to take action. It's no different from the relationship between the county chairman and the precinct chairs. The precinct chairs are the executive committee. That means something. The executive committee runs the county party, not the chairman. The chairman is the first among equals. And so, and the chairman is intended to be a servant leader for the people that he is chairing. And that's a principle in parliamentary principles. It is a principle anywhere you have that organization. And so they have to be accountable in some way that is not able to be done at a whim, but if there is significant agreement that they are no longer being served by their leadership, then they need to be able to change it. And I think that we should apply that principle consistently across all levels. And so I'm in favor of this change. I'm in favor of the other changes we've made. It doesn't have anything to do with the people who are in those positions currently, who I really like. But it just means that we need to have the ability to take action when leadership is not leading and is in fact committing acts that are detrimental to the organization, which is intended to outlive them. So I'm in favor of this amendment, and the specific change I made resolves the inconsistency that was brought up.
Go ahead, SB1.
It's a call back from this email.
I've gotten email after email after email after email after email after email on accountability. We got to have accountability. We have to have accountability. Our politicians got to have accountability. And so now we're wanting to say, no, we don't. We think the state chairman and the vice chairman, we don't think they should be accountable. We don't think they should be accountable. And so, are they going to be accountable to us? Are they going to be accountable to the convention? Are they going to be accountable to the grassroots? Are they going to be accountable to the SRAC? Are they going to be accountable? And so I find this kind of amusing that we really want to hold some people accountable, but we don't want to hold other people accountable.
We'll go to Rachel Hooper.
Rachel Hooper, SC 13. Who is the filing authority for Republican candidates in the state of Texas? The party chair, the state party chair. If we mess around with this, we somehow use this to remove a party chair, we put somebody in there, and candidates file, and our filings are challenged. I mean, we could have y'all think it's crazy, but I'm just telling you, this is illegal. I mean, in my opinion, this is not legal. It's not about accountability, it's about legal authority, and I'm here at least representing SB 13 to help the Republican Party. I'm a volunteer to help the Republican Party. And it doesn't help if we create a mechanism to oust the filing authority in the state of Texas for Republicans. I understand having a mechanism for county chairs, but also the filing authority. But different. It is. And so if this is some tit for tat kind of thing, oh, well, you're going to remove county chairs, so we're going to remove, well, then that's silly. And you're not thinking it through at all.
Is there any other debate on the motion to strike and add? We're drifting our debate to the entire thing, and this is what's taking so long. Does anyone have any more comments on the motion to strike and add, recommended, change it to remove? More debate on that? Okay. Can we take that without objection? Hearing none, we're going to adopt that language. Now we're back on the full number 3. Does anybody else want to speak on that? Ed, we'll go to you, and then we'll go down this one.
Yes, I'd like to move for amendment. The sentence on the 7th line that begins, if the SRC votes in favor. Yes, delete that sentence. Which doesn't apply in this case. And that's a grammatical correction, but I'd be in favor of rejecting the entire language.
Okay. Is there any objection to this strike? Hearing none, it's stricken. Okay, we're back on. I'll recognize you, sir.
I have a motion, Mr. Chairman. To the extent necessary, I move we suspend the rules, stop the thing, we should have enough for down votes on each one of these things immediately.
Okay, so you're effectively calling the question on this and all other amendments.
That's right.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of calling the question on the entire body of work, we'll take an up or down vote first on number 3, and then the rest of it. This is an amendment. All in favor of calling the question, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, the ayes have it, the question's been called. All in favor of adopting number 3, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Nays have it. Oh my goodness. We're going to roll call every vote now. Just listen. All in favor of adopting the language in number 3, please raise your hand. All opposed? You got my expensive hearing aids now. The nays have it. 3 fails to adopt. Now we're back on the adoption of 1 and 2 together. We're taking them together. All in favor of the adoption of 1 and 2, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. We're going to call division. So aye, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All opposed? Give me the all in favors again. Did I just call the I'm sorry, I've got them sidetracked now. Are these the in favors? Yes. Okay. Motion fails. Congratulations. We've just wasted 4 hours on this. All right, strike it off. I didn't see it. Like 4. There's some budget.
Oh!
Mr. Whitaker, I'll recognize you for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider our rules of procedure to add a new rule.
It's a motion to reconsider the rules of procedure to add a new rule. Is there a second? I'll second. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. I'll recognize you for your rule addition.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add the general, wherever it may fall, the general rules shall be reviewed in sequential order. Rules, once reviewed, may only be revisited with a 2/3 vote of the body present.
Mr. Whitaker, if I may, would just be better if you take rule number 15 and strike from the work session. That's what you're asking.
That'd be perfect.
Okay, so you want to strike formal work session and go to sequential order in this proceeding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is there a second? All right, all in favor of adopting, let's take discussion. I'll recognize you for motion to strike.
I'm not doing this for myself or to put myself out here to be scolded by anybody, but I'm doing this for the delegates that have no clue about what we're doing or the procedure or the order that we're going into. I'd also like to say that there's a good possibility that if we weren't to implement this right now, the permanent rules would like to implement that because of the fact that it's going to keep them on task. So I would advise that we go ahead and get this now so that we can stay on task and move through this a lot quicker. Thank you.
Mr. Bishop, I'll take your point of information.
Bruce Bishop, SG2. If this passes, would that mean you're gonna have to go open each email, those 42 that are in there, and figure out which rule number, and then put them in some kind of sequential order?
If they properly submitted them, I should be able to find it really quick. But yes, we would go back. If you adopt this rule, then I'll take rule number 1. We'll go dig the amendments out for rule number 1, and we'll walk down through this.
Thank you, sir.
State your point.
Wouldn't the user have to make that motion, so it would be the body's choice whether to bring that unit to the board? So if I had to,
It's not a point of order, it's a request for information, because I'm not on order. What you're asking is, I would open up number 1, and then we would take amendments on number 1. So yes, you are correct that it's up to you to bring it, but we would go to number 1, and you would be able to pull those. I'm not going to do
so
it.
we're bringing it, not.
That's right. I have no intention of pulling anything onto the floor except putting the rule up for discussion. Does that answer your question? Thank you, Leslie. Discussion? Rachel?
Rachel Hooper, SC13, moved to amend.
How are you going to, okay, all we have is a strike. We're just striking formal work sessions.
Okay.
You can unstrike one of those 3 words.
Once. I moved to strike once.
Once is not in order because all that's been stricken is formal work session.
Once again.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but that's what. Let's go back to the motion maker and let's perfect this.
Okay.
You would actually, I think I agree that you do need to strike once in formal work session.
So let's make it read just the general rule
in accordance
with Rule 11, the general rules.
We've got that. Is there objection to modifying that motion? I hear none. Okay, so up for consideration is to strike once in formal work session. Discussion.
SD14 information. There was the ability for delegates to this convention to submit emails as their voting to know if someone submitted an email from item search. Was it only under the committee?
No, there's delegations. So you're more than welcome to scroll through.
Okay, and that was.
There's nothing secret about that email address. You want to come look at it, I'll look at it. Jim?
Jim Pickle, SDA, the words that you're reading in there, which are in accordance with Rule 11, if you go up and look at Rule 11, it says the committee will enter into a formal work session for the purpose of perfecting its report. So I'm not sure how you do that when you don't have 15 talking about a work session.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to modify my motion. The general rules shall be reviewed in sequential order except for the amendments that affect multiple rules.
Okay, so you want to strike once through Rule 11.
That is correct.
Okay, is there any objection to that? Hearing none, discussion on the strike. We ready for the question?
Yes.
Looks like we are. All in favor of adopting the strike in Rule 15, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We're back on to the rules. We'll take amendments on Rule number 1.
He is the chair.
try to move again to suspend the rules to adopt. He suspended the rules for a very specific purpose. We took up that purpose and moved back to our work. If you want to try to suspend the rules again, to put a debate limiter in place, I could recognize you for that. However, I'm entering your court of information. He's asked to make a motion, so you're not in order for that yet. I'll recognize you for your motion.
I would motion that we take a few minutes recess so that members of this committee may review the email to find out if we have submissions from our district.
So you want to stop again? Do you have something that involves item number 1?
I have no idea if someone from my district has submitted something for number 1 or not. I have not seen what the 44 amendments in the email are.
Okay. Does anyone want to recess to come dig through the emails?
Point of information.
Hang on. Is there a second to a motion to recess?
Second.
Okay. There's been a motion to recess for
15 minutes.
15 minutes to come dig through the emails. All in favor of the motion to recess? Signify by, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Nays have it. We'll stay in session. Your request for information first.
Okay. So as we get to each rule, can you look through the email, which you said you would be able to do when we went into this, and just see if we have any submissions at all that are pertinent to that rule? So in rule number 1, see if we have any submissions. If we don't, then it would not be in order to consider anything. And so we move on to rule 2, then rule 3. And then as we get to each email, we can consider them in the order they were submitted. You can ask if there are any motions to be made, and then we can either make the motion or not.
Okay, are you asking me a question?
Yes. Can you do
I
that?
will do my best to try to dig those out. There's 42 submissions, and now they're getting highlighted as ready. Yes.
We have that capability already to look through the emails. I mean, I have it. Each committee person can look through the emails.
I don't think you can log into the email. I didn't give everyone access to that email. I don't think you do. I've got it on 2 computers here. You can look. I can sign in a couple more if you like. Rachel.
Point of information, Rachel, for SC13. With the amendment to our procedural rules, how will the chair be handling rules that we've already debated?
Rules that you've already debated will be skipped over. They've already been considered and adopted.
Thank you for that clarification.
That won't change.
Mr. Chair,
Leslie.
what are rules that have been debated, but they were cut off?
Can you speak into the microphone? I'm sorry.
So, like, rule number 34, it was brought up, but before we could make amendments, we moved on to something else that was tangential. Because we didn't totally complete rule 34, we just did one thing on it, and then we went to a tangential item.
Was that laid on the table?
No, something interrupted, and we had to do that. I think we had to open up the rules or something, and then it never came back up. I mean, I was never allowed, I was never given the opportunity to get it back up.
I don't recall that we had a rule opinion on the floor that we didn't finally dispose of, and I don't recall any rule that is currently on the table.
No, it did get laid on the table, that rule 34 was brought up, that issue was dealt with, but you didn't take more motion on that rule. You went to a tangential item. Like I think it was.
You're going to have to refresh my memory. The chair understands that we have disposed of all motions opinion on the floor and nothing laid on the table. I wouldn't have thrown something aside to stop, so I'm a bit confused on what you're discussing.
Yeah, so we had a hand up. We weren't called on, and whoever was called on went to something different, and 34 wasn't completely disposed of.
I don't recall. I'm sorry, I don't recall that we have something not disposed of. Is the chair out of line? What's on what? Did we discuss it?
No.
Was a motion made to take it up? Okay.
Okay, point of information.
So here, stand by, sir. The way that we were taking this is, this is why we debated taking these in sequence, because if we take them in sequence, then that rule stays on the floor, that section, until everybody's done listening with one, and then we agree to move on. The way we were taking them was a complete jungle of recognition. So you might have got recognized for Rule 34, someone else might have got recognized for Rule 8, but your amendment was not moved and put on the floor and disposed of. Therefore, I'm not out of order. There's nothing pending. And we're now not on Rule 34. You'll have to wait until Rule 34 comes up for consideration. I'm not going to skip Rule 8 because we've dealt with 8. That's what, anything that we have disposed of is now part of our report, and we'll go on. We're going to go top to bottom, and when we get back to the rule number that you still have amendments pending, you will be in order to propose this. Is that, I understand what you're asking now. Thank you. I thought I was out of order for a second. Grace.
Okay, so request for information. I know we had a couple working documents earlier, and we switched to the email, right? But for the stuff that had already been submitted on those other documents, is that, I mean, those are still in order as far as amendments
It's
go,
in
right?
order, if we've got the language and we can work with it.
And it's in one of those?
We will do our best to take it.
Because there's one on the, I just want to be very clear, because there was two different ones. One was SD, I don't know if that one was official or not. I'm sorry, rules received from SDs. Did those count or not?
Rules received from SDs. Was that something that was just in the folder?
That was.
That was a vomit of stuff that came from RPT that had no origin, was not drafted in the proper format. It was just stuff that I shared with you so that if you wanted to draft language off of someone in your SD that was passionate about something, you could, but it was not properly submitted or noticed. And those are not proper amendments.
Okay.
So that was just an informational document to the body to be considered.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For your information,
Jim.
since we've, in a way, opened up the proposed rules of procedure again, I would like to ask a
We
question.
have not opened the proposed rules of procedure. We opened them up and considered one item for a specific purpose. They are now closed. If you want to suspend them again, another 2/3 vote.
I would like to then vote to suspend them again, because I have questions about the 20 rules.
Okay, so you'd like to move?
Move to suspend the rules, so we can reopen discussion on the proposed rules of procedure for 2022.
Which is, which rule do you want to take out?
I want two things. I want you to tell me, that's my point of information. In number 9, it says the committee will take testimony on Wednesday, June 15th, from 8:30 to no later than, did we change that to 1:15?
We did not.
We did not. Okay, then I've got an email or a text from a constituent. I would like to know how you are going to interpret Rule 14 if the delegates get here and are queued up by 11 a.m. on Wednesday. Will they be assured of being able to testify? Because it's your discretion.
They will not. It's not at my discretion. It's at the body's discretion, because if you raise a point of order at 11:01, I will sustain your point of order that is now in violation of the rules. The mic's on until 11 a.m. as I interpret the rule. Unless this body decides otherwise.
That was my point of information. I just need to answer the delegates that are waiting in Dallas, but they're going to drive down here at 6 in the morning.
This body has the option at that time to move to suspend the rule to allow more testimony.
Okay.
That would be in order at that time. I can't tell you how that vote's going to go.
Or you could be able to tell us how you're going to exercise your discretion either. Now, because lots of things could happen, right?
I would, which you're talking about?
14.
13.
14.
Well, 14 is to allow state party chair.
I'm sorry, 13. You're right. Sorry.
13 could get very out of hand very quick. If we have some pending business that, and the other thing is, if we're not going to get to that business, testimony and those amendments are going to fail because we're not going to be able to take them up. That testimony would be out of order at that time.
That's the fairest way to possibly answer things.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a motion, sir?
No,
Okay. Lay it on.
If we're unable to open a rule due to time constraints or whatever, that we had submissions on, will it be fair game in permanent rules or not?
Permanent rules will make their rules. We don't extend into that. Any other informational requests? We're ready to roll. All right. Rule number 1 is on for consideration on the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion to limit discussion.
Oh, I didn't get back over to you, and I apologize, sir.
That's okay.
I'll recognize you for a motion to reconsider the committee proposals, the committee rules of procedure.
Yes, sir. It is now 5 o'clock.
What's your motion?
My motion is that we limit debate.
Suspend the rules. Got to suspend the rules first.
Okay, I want to suspend the rules.
To
Do
what?
to limit.
I'm food feeding you, John.
To reconsider the proposed rules so that we can limit debate.
Okay, is there a second? Second. All in favor of suspending the rules to change the rules to limit debate, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay? Nay. The ayes have it. I'll recognize you for a rule change.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John Carter, SD 22. I don't want to cut anybody off from talking that needs to say something, but we are going to be here forever and not get through these rules if we don't limit debate. So I would ask that we limit to 3 persons for each side, and then if you have spoken, you cannot speak again.
Okay, so your motion is to adopt rule number 17, 3 speakers for, 3 speakers against.
Yes. And if you have spoken, you may not speak.
Okay?
How long?
One chance, so each person can speak for 10 minutes? You don't make a modification, Robert said it's 10, so if you don't address that, it's 10. Okay. 1 chance to speak, 2 minutes per speech. So you're putting MacGyver rule, asking for MacGyver rule. Alternating speakers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Would you like to speak to your motion, and Leslie, I'll recognize you.
I just want to move things along. We have been lengthy in this, and a lot of discussion repeating points. We don't need to do that.
Thank you, Leslie.
Mr. Chair, I would encourage the delegates and myself, if it's already been said, don't say it again. And if you're one who always weighs in, remember other people would like to speak to, and maybe on the issues that you're not so passionate about, you give other people a chance to talk on those.
Mr. Chairman, question. Want to make sure that there's Mike Snyder, SD9, want to make sure that we're clear. 6 grand total speakers each time.
6
3
grand
per side.
total speakers for each question.
Thank you.
So you've got an amendment that resets it. Okay? Alternating speakers, you can only speak once on that motion for 2 minutes. That's the motion. Any other discussion? All in favor of adoption of this rule, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Rule is adopted. We're moving on. That will be Rule 17 if you choose to call it out of order or suspend it. I'm not going to draft it and send it out right now. You know what it is. Okay, moving on. The floor is open for consideration of rule number 1. Those in the room to testify, if you have pre-submitted an amendment to rule number 1, I suggest you get to your SD committee member right now and let them know. I don't see any that came in. I'll recognize Rachel Hooper.
Rachel Hooper, SC 13. I move to adopt rule number 1 as written, but as amended, as to adopt rule number 1 as written and as an amendment that I will offer.
Okay, so are you wanting to strike the language?
I'm wanting to amend section G
Okay.
to actually incorporate the computation of time statutory language into the rule rather than reference the Texas Government Code.
Is this a continuation? So what you're doing is we passed your amendment already and you don't have another pre-filed amendment. Are you moving to reconsider your previous amendment and work on this language again? Have we touched this one?
We have not.
We have not touched this one, and this is an original amendment?
It is.
Was it pre-filed?
No.
I think it's out of order, man. Sorry.
Yep, you're right.
Your report of information?
Point of information is whether the previous matter was limited to the Texas election.
The previous matter was limited strictly to the Texas election code, and we did authorize the work session to fix all those. So it's not in order at the moment to strike any more Texas election code language when we get to the work session. That amendment is out of order. Leslie, I'll recognize you under rule number 1 for an amendment.
I was just going to look at more information. Can Rachel make that?
Microphone.
Can Rachel make that with a 2/3 vote?
The only way to do that would be a motion to suspend rule number 2 for her to offer her amendment. Is that what you'd like to try to do, Rachel?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so let me craft this for you. Cut through time. Your motion is to suspend rule number 2 to make an amendment that was not pre-filed. Is there a second? Second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay.
No.
I think the nays have it. Any other consideration for rule number 1? Rule number 1.
Did you have anything else in your email for rule number 1?
I don't see anything,
Okay.
I don't see anything for rule number 1.
Okay, thank you.
Now, I will comment that simply because we run out of time for testimony does not mean that we're not, what's our deadline on consideration? We'll still enter into the work session, but we can still protect this report up until 10:59 on Wednesday. So if there are still amendments that you want to take, they would be in order as we work through the report. No testimony the delegation. Is there a motion to in consideration of rule number 1 and move to rule number 2? So moved. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Rule number 2 is on the floor and open for consideration. Chairman? Let me get, if I may, just give me a second. I'm scrolling through to make sure we haven't missed anything in the email. Okay, we've got a motion in consideration of rule number 2. Is there a second?
Yeah.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Rule number 3 is open for consideration on the floor.
Mr. Chairman.
Scott?
All right, one of my constituents in Senate District 6 should have submitted a proposed language for rule number 3. and it would read as follows. It would add a sentence to the end of rule number 3.
Before we get that far, can you tell me who it came from?
Yes, Margot Roberts.
Stand by just a second, sir. There's your delegate's language, sir.
Yes, that is the motion.
Motion is to adopt the amendment for rule number 3. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
Yeah, I'll just say this is language that he's advocated for quite some time. Personally, I see the intent here, and I think it's something that, while the language possibly could be workshopped, I see the intent as to make sure that groups within the Republican Party feel included under this policy as well as individuals. So that's my debate. I'm sure James, if you have more to say on it as well, you can.
Jim, you for or against?
Against. Ready?
Yeah.
Jim Pickle, STA. This language is a little too broad. I don't know what same objective standards means, and this almost looks like it's a way for certain groups that don't follow the platform to get like access to convention booths and things like that. I don't think it's appropriate. I think the board decides who gets convention booths and things like that. And I don't know what same objective standards means. So I would vote against this just because it's odd, and I think the intent behind it, even though it's pretty easily disguised, is to let the nose get under the camel's tent.
Do we have anyone want to speak for the amendment? For?
I speak for the motion, and I'll point out that my group, the Republican Liberty Caucus, was approved by the SRC officials committee for a booth at the state convention, but unfortunately this affected our chapter in El Paso, where we were denied a table at our county convention. And when I had asked the organizational committee that made this decision, why did they do this, I felt that they had, on hearsay, without consulting myself or any of my members, had just made this decision on their own based on, I guess I would say, false witness. And if you refer to, well, I'd like to read verse from Exodus 20:16, you shall not give false testimony against your neighbor. And I believe that this rule is not arbitrary, but, you know, like objective standards, that just means we're all treated the same. And we're not going to apply some standard to one group that we don't apply to other groups. And then we're not going to, you know, if you have concerns about a certain organization, you're going to address that organization and consult with them on who they are, what they represent, not just, I spoke to somebody who was telling me all about the Lockdown Republicans during our lunch break. And he told me a bunch of things that they do not stand for. And I don't think he's ever visited their website, and I don't think he knows what they stand for at all. I think there's a lot of people that don't even bother to get to know the organization. They're just listening to what other people are saying. And so this rule, I think, would greatly improve that process, and I find it to have biblical grounds as well.
Anyone like to speak against? Kathy?
SC 21, Kathy Hamer. We do judge people by different standards. We are Republicans, that is our standard. And when somebody comes along that does not agree with us, we're not going to give them access to convention booths or let them become an auxiliary of the party. It's the same Black Lives Matter wanted to have a booth in our convention. You know, what if Beto O'Rourke wanted to have a booth in our convention? You have the right to associate with who believes and stands with us on our principles. We have the right to say you don't stand with us on our principles and we don't want you to participate. So So I speak against this.
Anyone else wishing to speak for or against this amendment? For or against? For.
And I know that that's the only time I might write to agree with Scott there, so I want to take the opportunity. I don't think anything that the committee member just mentioned would be excluded in the language that's proposed. I guess it doesn't seem to me that after we had a debate yesterday about how our platform, as long as you subscribe to the primary tenet of the platform, of our platform, those core principles, all 300 of the other ones, we can all disagree on vehemently, even half of us can do so, and that should be welcomed into our platform. So I was concerned to hear the words, we're Republicans, we do treat people differently. That seems to be a concerning quote that I pulled from the prior comment. I don't think this language does anything to change our values, does anything to change our stance on any position. I don't think that it opens the door, and I don't see a camel in the room trying to get into the tent. So I would recommend, and I will be voting for this.
Anyone else wishing to speak against this amendment? Against? Recognize you, sir.
This seems to be,
Bring my mic on, please.
as Steve wanted, this seems to be an attempt by the left to include organizations that we did not agree with. That's what it looks like to me. Now, whether it is or isn't, that's what it sure looks like to me. And I can't support this kind of language.
Thank you. Debate being exhausted on this topic. Any
Point of information.
Stage one?
Because I have a delegate that does want to testify on this. So
have they signed in?
He's on his way. He thought you were not going to talk about it today because he didn't know about the sequential order.
Oh, did you sign in, sir?
This morning.
Okay, come on up.
You know, sometimes you realize how long these hallways are. My goodness. This is like it's only a couple of minutes when you're just walking leisurely, but when you're running.
In a scooter like Kathy's.
That's what I should do.
That thing is fast.
So my name is Marco Roberts. I'm with Senate District 6. I'm also with the Texas Conservative Liberty Forum, and we support the proposed amendment on the grounds that, you know, in the past we've had situations where even though we talk about non-discrimination and fair treatment, it doesn't actually apply. And sometimes we have observed, and we can demonstrate this, that different organizations are sometimes treated differently depending on whether people like that organization or don't like it. But it seems to me that every person who is fair-minded would say, whatever it is, whether I personally don't like someone or do like someone, everyone should be treated according to the rules that we all agreed by vote. And I don't think, as an example of this, in Senate District 6, you know, with all due deference to that resolutions committee, you know, they killed it and they said, well, they felt that it was too controversial. I don't know why, because they said they agreed with the sentiment, but people would find it controversial. So we took it to the floor. Guess what? Almost everyone supported the resolution, passed by 100% except for one person. So I think that that's an accurate reflection of what the delegates as a whole would say if they saw something like this and said, this makes sense, this is common sense, fair treatment for everybody, it doesn't matter whether I like them or not. That's what a principle is. A principle is I apply it regardless of whether I like the end result or not, if I believe in that principle. And that's all I'll have to say about this. I don't know if anyone has any questions.
We're not taking questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
See anybody else signed up to testify on this? Are you trying to? You have a question?
Well, no. I was seeking recognition to call questions.
No need to now. We've exhausted debate. All in favor of adopting this amended language, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
The nays have it. Still on Rule 3. No, don't worry about that. Dan. We'll get there. I don't see anything else in email on Rule 3.
Point of information. For future reference, can motions to move on from one rule to the next just be done by?
I can take that. I was worried actually that you were going to object, so we can. Is there any objection to moving to ending consideration of rule number 3? We're leaving them pending, by the way. We're not adopting as written, but they're still open for consideration in the work session. Is any objection to ending discussion on rule 3 and moving on to rule 4? Hearing none. Rule 4 is now in order. Chair recognizes Kathy. We're going to call you Scooter or something.
All right, Kathy Hager, SC21 on rule number 4. I am making a motion to delete the last sentence.
Second.
I'll speak to my motion when you're ready.
What? Good.
It's formatted as
So it begins with the word nothing, from nothing to the end is what it is.
Okay, so your motion is to strike beginning with nothing.
It's in that second paragraph.
Dan's going to complain about it. There you go. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Discussion?
Mr. Chairman, the first sentence has been a long-standing rule, has been with our attorney for a long, long time. Very good. And then we kind of mucked it up with something there at the end that's kind of vague and nebulous and leaves it to where different counties can kind of interpret things different ways. And I think we're better off with the pickle rule unless it's one. So just want to delete that second sentence.
You want to wish to speak against, Jim?
Gillespie, I invoke the Hooper doctrine here. We've gone through and taken out all of the TEC, Texas Election Code stuff, but now we have the rule adopting the statutes of the state of Texas insofar as applicable and striking out language saying the Republican Party of Texas is basically immune from those rules. So I think that is contrary. I think this strikeout is contrary to what we've already decided, which is we're not going to be beholden to the Texas Election Code. We are supposed to be an autonomous party with our own rules, and that's what that second sentence is meant to do. And if this is over, I'm going to move to amend the first sentence. So I will move against it.
Your amendment is in order now, by the way.
Okay, thanks. Then I move to amend Rule 4 to take out everything from Texas, comma, it says, and the statutes of the United States and the state of Texas. Take out everything, take out those words up to insofar, and leave insofar in there. So remove and the statutes of the United States and the state of Texas.
Second.
We are, of course, everybody's bound by the Constitution. That's even private organizations. So under the Fourth Amendment. So that's perfect.
So what you want to do there?
Yes, sir.
So the discussion is on the strike.
Can I change the last sentence too, or is that? Put it back. I want to put the last sentence back.
That would be in order if you want to do it.
Thank you. I want to put the last sentence back.
Second. I don't have a second yet, so just give me a second. Okay. Strike and the unstrike. We have a second.
I'll second that.
Discussion. Discussion. If he wants to, you have the right to be the first speaker.
Okay, 4. Again, I think gone over and over the Texas Election Code. I think we're trying to decouple ourselves as a party from being beholden to the Texas Election Code and the Texas legislature. I do believe we are still beholden to the constitutions of the United States and Texas, so I left those in. But if we're going to decouple, let's decouple and start from Rule 4.
Right.
Okay, I'm speaking against, but also really the whole thing, but his as well, because I feel like when we're talking about the Constitution, it's different than election code, because the Constitution can only be amended by the voters of Texas. It's totally different. It's not just legislative action that does that, so I don't think we should think about them as exactly the same thing.
His motion is contrary to your debate. His motion leaves Constitution, only strikes statutes in the United States.
Yes, however, his motion keeps in the portion that essentially says that we don't have to abide by the Constitution.
The last sentence.
Including, nothing in these rules shall be deemed to waive any rights of the Republican Party of Texas, including but not limited to those described in the Constitution. Okay, well, I thought I was saying that, never mind.
I just want to make sure we were clear on how you debate.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
State your point.
There's, I understand it, well, I agree with the intent of Mr. Chairman. His motion to amend eliminated the very wording of the amendment that we're considering.
The motion, the original language was a strike through, so
Correct.
he's making a motion to unstrike. We are, your point is taken. We do need to take that separate, because what we're doing is she's proposing an amendment to strike, so we're actually a little bit deep here. So let's roll back. I appreciate that. Let's roll back and not consider the first line. Let's consider your motion to strike, which.
Just vote that down.
No, hold on. Let me get in order here, guys. Your motion is actually out of order. The motion to strike is what's being considered. It's the motion to strike or not to strike. So that's the only thing in question at the moment. So we're going to go back. We've had 1 for and 1 against the motion to strike the bottom bold language. Anyone wishing to speak for or against the motion to strike that bottom bold language?
That's not fine.
We're dealing with her motion to strike right now. So the vote of up or down is all that's in question. So the only thing that you can modify at this point is a motion to unstrike part of it, which would be in order, but a motion to unstrike all of it is simply defeating the amendment. And then your amendment would be in order. Who wants to speak? We've got 1 for and 1 against.
Peyton and Jesse 12. So the motion that you want to do is to strike out the last sentence, and I would propose to change that to leave in the words nothing through the word Texas and strike out only the words including through the end of the sentence.
That would be in order. So you want to strike out including?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I think that eliminates the confusion.
Okay, so you're amending her motion to unstrike nothing that shall be deemed to waive any rights of the Republican Party of Texas. Okay, that would be in order. Discussion. I'll recognize you. You said it. Okay. Anybody else wishing to speak for or against this amendment? An amendment to the amendment. You are in order, Kathy.
Just a point of inquiry. The strikeout on the top sentence was not.
Don't worry about that right now.
Okay.
I'm saving the secretary's agreement because he's fixing to make that motion again, and I know it. So we're just saving some editing here. All we're considering is the bold language in the last sentence. Anyone else want to speak on Peyton's motion to amend to unstrike that first sentence? You would be in order.
Yes, Jim Gillespie for it. It's include the words including but not limited to, or just redundant of what's already up in the first part of it. So striking those out is appropriate.
Good. Okay. Anybody else want to speak on this? Okay. So an affirmative vote deletes that bottom strike language. A negative vote puts the whole strike back in. Are we clear on what we voted for? You ready for the question? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
No.
All right. Hit delete. There we are. I'll recognize you for an amendment.
Thank you. Jim Gillespie, I move to strike out the words "and the statutes of the United States and the state of Texas," and also in the title, modified caption, excuse me, to strike out the words "and statutes."
Stand by. We are out of order. We need to vote again on that amendment. We voted on the amendment to the amendment.
Bold
Thank
language
you.
first, strike out.
All right, so the stricken language is still there, so an affirmative vote would hit the delete key like we just did. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Now we're in order. Now this language is right. Now I'll recognize you. Is your stricken language there?
She left the strikeout and the statutes of the United States and state of Texas, and she now has struck out the caption and statutes, so that's my amendment.
So the proper strikeout is there.
Correct.
Stand by. He hasn't even got his language out. You're calling me out of order.
It's correct now, yes.
Okay, is there a second? Second. I've got a second. Now it's on the floor. Now would you like to make one point?
Yes,
What is
Ms.
your point
Hager's,
of order?
Ms. Hager's amendment was submitted in accordance with the rules. Mr. Pickles is not.
I have graciously allowed all amendments, once we open them up, to be edited. All of you have heavily edited each other's amendments. It would be in order to accept this amendment as per the procedure that we have adopted and operated under for the last 2 days.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mike Snyder, SDI. The bold language on the bottom has already been approved, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it's no longer
If there's
bold.
that, I'll throw something at you.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to. I just wanted to make sure that we voted.
Yeah, we'll unbold that. Okay, now that's adopted now. We've got a motion and a second. I'll recognize Mr. Pickle to speak for his motion to strike.
I'm getting the work out over here.
Again, we're decoupling from the statutes of Texas, especially the Texas Election Code. I think this amendment does that and continues with that trend that we've been going on. And I'm just going to call it the Hooper rule. Thanks.
Kathy?
Can I make an amendment to this at this point?
All you can do at this point is unstrike less than all of it.
Okay, so he's saying in the statutes of the United States, we're not on that sentence.
We're on the sentence. His motion was to strike what is strikes. What is
Okay, so I want to unstrike "and the statutes of the United States."
Is that your motion?
Yes, sir.
Is there a second? Second. All right, discussion?
Just that, I hope we're not trying to say that we don't have anything to do with U.S. laws as well as Texas laws now. I think the U.S. laws, Constitution, and statutes were still followed.
Stage point.
The language that was removed from the bottom of this amendment, should that not? The language that was removed from the bottom of this amendment, should that not be left in with the strike through?
It should be left in. I'll take care of that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on Kathy's motion to the amendment to the amendment to unstrike the statutes of the United States? Are you? She's got an amendment to the amendment already.
Okay, so, yeah, Jim Gillespie. I don't know how many times we have to say this. We are not saying we are not subject to the laws of the state of Texas or the United States. That is not what this is about. I know it really looks like that to people that aren't lawyers, but that's not what we're saying. That's not what we're saying. We're not beholden. We are not required to have our rules conform to what those laws are. Those laws, you still can't rob a bank if you're a Republican. You can't do it. That's a federal offense, right? We're not saying you can go rob banks. That's not what we're saying. We're saying our rules and our procedures are not beholden to any laws, statutory laws of the United States or Texas in this case. And I think that's appropriate. We are decoupling from that. We are becoming an autonomous organization, which all those states we've already talked about, Idaho, Wisconsin, Washington, California, Mississippi, they've already done that. It's already upheld held by Supreme Courts in those states and in California by the federal district court. It's okay for us to do this. We shouldn't be nervous about it. The courts are going to uphold it.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Stage one.
Adoption by reference. I need clarification on how that, what is that stating we're doing with the things that we're recovering from?
Chair is not advised. If you'd like to have a discussion with Mr. Dick offline, you're welcome to. Anyone wish to speak for or against this amendment to the amendment? Against?
Speak against.
Okay.
There are many statutes that are passed by Congress and signed into law that they violate the Constitution. They should be challenged in court or overturned, but I echo what he said about we shouldn't be beholden to them. We need to be empowered to challenge things that need to be challenged, and so we don't need to write laws that defeat that purpose. Many statutes do not reach that constitutional threshold, so I urge everyone to vote against it.
Anyone else wishing to speak for the motion to unstrike the yellow language? Hearing none, all in favor of the amendment to the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it. The amendment fails. I'm sorry. Nays have it. The yellow did not win. Anyone that complains about this, well, we were cheering. All right, we're back on the stricken language. We had 2 and 2. There's a for and against spot left on the motion to strike. Anyone else wishing to speak for or against the motion to strike? Hearing none, all in favor of striking the language, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The language is stricken. Stricken. Now, it's been struck. Any further discussion on just like that? That is how we amended it. Any further discussion on rule number 4? Hearing none. All in favor of adopting it with amendment, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. All right, let's go up into the main body of work.
Oh, yeah. Stuff in 1779. No, 80. So,
Okay, we're still on rule number 4. Is there any other amendments to rule number 4? I imagine there would be. Without objection, we're moving on to rule number 5. Any amendments on rule number 5?
Mr. Chair.
Statement 1?
Is rule 5 open?
It's, rule 5 is open.
Okay, then, Jim Pickle, SC5, I would make the motion to amend Rule 5 to strike out the words, the statutes of the United States.
Do you have pre-file language?
Well, that's why I asked. It's open, that's why I
It's
asked.
not open to mess with unless you have pre-file amendments.
Yeah.
Once there's a pre-file amendment on there, we can perfect that amendment. But if there's not a pre-file, then.
That was my point of information. Is there a pre-file amendment? You were going to look at the emails to see if there was.
I'm trying to. You're just not giving me enough time, sir.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to keep up with as fast an attorney as you are, sir. I'm just not. I do not see any amendments to rule number 5 that were submitted. Does anyone know of any?
Point of information.
Take one.
All right, can rule number 5, in recognition of the fact that that change was made in rule number 4, as we perfect the rules during the working session, can that change be made then when we get to rule number 5?
That would violate, I would see that to violate an amendment, a file amendment. I would understand that it has been the practice of this committee, since we started this committee, we have taken amendments when that is opened up. Since there's no pre-file amendment on the parliamentary authority, rule number 5, I would say it would be out of order to propose an amendment at this time. Unless you suspend the rules.
Mr. Chairman, I move to suspend rule number 1 to allow an amendment to be entered on rule number 1 of the rules of procedure to allow an amendment to be filed on rule number 5.
Okay, so your motion is to suspend rule number 2.
Yes.
Okay. Rule number 2 to allow an additional amendment on rule number 5. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of suspending rule number 2 to allow an additional amendment on rule number 5, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
It's 2/3. You don't have the vote, sir. Seeing no amendments to rule number 5, we're on to rule number 6. Catherine?
Mr. Chairman, I submitted a rule number 6. I'm not sure if
Let me hear you find her.
Is it on? SC 21 Kathy Hager, I did submit an amendment to rule number 6.
Where'd you submit it at, Kevin?
Yeah, I know it's in the home document, but I'm not remember this one.
Was it the proxies prohibited language?
Yes.
That's your language there.
Yes, sir. I need to amend that before, as I'm writing it out.
Okay, so here's your pre-filed amendment, and you want to amend that language.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you got a motion to amend your pre-filed amendment. What's your language?
Can you make it bigger?
to section 171.004A of the Texas Election Code on line 3, and I want to strike the full box.
You guys are going to take a conversation somewhere else. I can't help here. You want to strike out,
According to that section of the Texas Election Code, and then just replace it with a period.
okay.
And then on the last sentence, just immediately replace a period and strike the last line.
Is that what you wanted? Okay. Without objection, because we've already made a motion, I think we just need to leave that since we've already approved all of these. Let's go ahead and move this one.
But you recognize this amendment to that?
We don't even have anything on the floor yet.
Yeah, no, that should be left, because that's a more resolution.
Is that the language? Okay. There's the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Now I'll recognize you.
Let's see, Nicole, because the old language talked about 171.04, the SREC would do allow proxies. It says except the SREC, which is a little vague. Maybe we add after except the SREC where proxies are permitted according to our rules, according to Republican Party rules. Because except the SREC is okay. So I would move to add after that, except the SREC, where they are allowed pursuant to RPT rules.
Let's get the amendment as for underlying language first. Let's dispose of that first. Kathy, I'll recognize you to speak on this.
Yes, sir. I was just trying to be inclusive of that whole section of the election code that was originally quoted. This language is verbatim out of the election code. So we're erasing the reference to the election code, but I've got the content from the election code.
Okay, anyone else wishing to speak for or against the underlying language? Okay.
Page ST12. You know, I don't want to sound ungrateful, but it seems to me as you climb up the political ladder, there's more and more privileges granted to those as they gain power, and I don't see why they should have any rights that others don't. So I don't think they should have the right to proxy vote. We don't in any of our actions here, so I'd be opposed to it.
Yes, sir.
Maybe tells us the 27th, I'd like to offer an amendment to this stricken portion.
The underlying portion?
Underlying
Okay.
portion. Instead of where that person must reside in the district, so after that SREC comma,
You're right here.
to the person right. The second line at the end, at the start, that right, at the beginning of the third line, provided that such proxy must reside in the district.
Is that your language?
Yes, it is.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Scott?
I kind of preferred Delegate Pickles' original phrasing. I think he was going to make an amendment, and I'm not sure what happened with that. But I think that was a little bit more clear in terms of how the except the SREC clause relates to what comes after it. So I would say vote against this change. but I appreciate the intent, and I think we should try to capture that other proposed language and vote on it, and I think that would resolve our problem.
Any other discussion on amendment to the amendment? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. All right. Back to this. I'll recognize you for an amendment.
Thank you, Jim Gillespie. I would add after amended, after the words except the SREC, which, except the SREC, which allows proxies. What did I say before? Read it back word for word. Which allows proxies, which allows proxies according to the RPT rules.
You guys get your language figured out and give it to me, because I'm listening to three people over here.
Except the SREC, which allows proxies in accordance with RPT rules. And because those rules are unique to the residing district, you can strike out where that person must reside in the district.
Strike out what?
You don't need where that person must reside in the district because the RPT rules for proxies already allow for or require that the proxy reside in the district.
Sure. Well, you wanted a which here, which allows. I'm not sure we've got that in there. Stand easy. Let me just grab SREC bylaws real quick to make sure. The SRAC bylaw references Texas election code. Rachel's left a can of worms here.
Okay, but maybe we need to leave in where that person must reside in the district. Don't strike that out.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, boy.
If we were to remove the exception for SREC, does this also preempt what the specific SREC rules are that they adopt?
Yes, it would put the SRAC bylaws in conflict with the rule. Is that what you're asking?
So which one is the primary rule? This one or the SREC?
They kind of work hand in hand. The rules of the party define and enable the SREC to make its own bylaws.
Yeah, I recognize the change to, again, my amendment. Jim, I want to correct my amendment before it goes before.
Okay.
So where it says, which allows proxies in accordance with SREC rules. SREC bylaws.
That's his language. Yeah, back up there, yeah.
In accordance with SREC bylaws.
Okay. And then you're still wanting to point where that person must reside in the district?
It's required by the bylaws that SREC proxies have to reside in the district. So you don't need that language. You just strike out where that person must reside in the district. Will.
It's not a
It's in the election. Know what you're saying?
It's in the election, they have to reside in the district, but it's not in the.
That's
Leave it. Leave that language in.
That's what I'm saying. The bylaws reference election.
No, we'll just leave that language in, and that that supplants or takes the place of the same language in the election. Which is fine.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question of the leader of the amendment? If you would consider using the one and instead of the one where?
I'll accept that suggestion.
Okay. Are you happy with your language?
Yes, let's go with that.
Okay, so what we're considering is highlight. We're basically considering that. Is there any discussion on the highlight language? Scott?
I think this sentence still needs a tiny bit more work. When you read it from beginning to end, it says, except the SRAC, which allows proxies in accordance with SRAC bylaws, and that person must reside in the district. I think if it said, so long as that person resides in the district, it would flow very well. I know we can't make amendment to amendment to amendment, but if that small change would be well taken, since it's a grammatical change, then maybe we could all move on.
Motion to move to the committee of the whole. Help me here. Motion to move this into the committee of the whole. Is there objection? Hearing none, we're in the committee of the whole. Let's get this thing right and then we'll take it back up.
So long as that person resides in the district.
In the committee of the whole, are we able to talk to?
Why don't talk over each other?
Is that a district? So in the districts for which they are serving. No. So the person must reside in the district.
No, I get what you're saying. I think you're right.
Because what district? You know,
in the district.
I wouldn't say so wrong. I would say provided that.
Resides in the district for which
they are serving,
or for which they would serve as proxy. Try that.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make an amendment to all of this.
Just, we're not doing amendments, just have an open discussion.
My open discussion is simple. I say we remove everything after the word inclusive. I was on the SRAC. There's no reason why they should not make 4 pre-planned meetings a year. They don't make it, that's tough. You lose your, there's no proxy. I say remove it all after inclusive and put a period.
We're perfecting language for the amendment. I appreciate you. We're not debating it right now. We're just perfecting the language in the committee.
Language is put a period in it.
Resides in the Senate.
You need to say that it would be provided that that person resides.
That person.
Yes.
Or the proxy.
Yeah, the proxy.
Go down.
Yeah. Well, no, I think you still live in what district? They just say the district.
For which they were served.
Yeah. That.
Guys, don't talk over each other. Just at least one at a time.
Take out as proxy. As
Very good.
How do we move out of committee of the whole?
You ready?
Yes.
Okay, so is there a motion to discharge the committee of the whole?
So moved.
Second. Without objection, we're back on the main floor. Got the language right. Discussion on the languages. Well, we need to highlight the language that we torn to pieces there. You go, which allows, they mess with additional. Right there. That's what you perfected in the committee of the whole. Discussion on the highlighted language.
JSD 12. But just to reiterate that we said that in the consent, and we are are an autonomous entity. We're not subject to those particular laws, and for that reason, I don't think we need to give them special provisions that the rest of us don't have. Thank you.
For or against? For.
Just because TSE authorized it, this is our chance to consider it, support it, and if we choose to support it, we did it because we wanted to. I think the language is good. And also, the SREC chose this as well because they find it's the practical way for the entire state of Texas to run the Republican Party of Texas. So I support this amendment.
I support this amendment. It's not for the benefit of the SREC as someone who served as an SREC. It's for the benefit of the delegates. So if my son comes down with the flu, or I get the flu and I can't go, then my delegates lose their vote at the state committee level. So I feel like there is a reason to provide special allowances for the SREC for the sake of the delegates.
Okay, anybody? Do we have an against? We have an against. Okay, there being no other against, the debate on this has ended. All in favor of adoption of the language in yellow, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The language is adopted. Now, the language, we need to underline the okay, Mr. Richard.
ST2 Bruce Bishop, I move to strike the last sentence.
Okay, there's just a motion to strike the last sentence. Second. Okay, discussion.
It's unneeded because you're only allowed 2 people from your district, a man and a woman. If you can carry 1 proxy, that's your 2 people from the district. You couldn't have more than 1 proxy.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to rebut that. So if there's a committee man, committee woman from ST1 and neither one of them are there, but I live in ST1, if I went for her, I cannot, this would prevent me from being a proxy for him as well. They would have to have 2 proxies.
Any other discussion? She was for. She was against the motion to strike. He's for the motion to strike.
I need more.
Huh? Yeah. Any other discussion on the motion to strike? All in favor of striking this language, signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. Nays have it. We'll strike that language. We're back on the main rule. Any other discussion? We're back to, we've got 1 for and 1 against left on the main discussion. Did you have discussion?
Yes, sir. I'd like to, well, make an amendment to this motion and add language.
Where would you like to add language?
At the end.
Okay. What would you like to add?
SREC committee member may not serve as proxy for the other SREC.
Is there a second?
Second.
For another.
Okay. I'll recognize you to speak on your amendment.
Just in West Texas, west of Pecos. This is something that SRECs are doing, and And I understand the difficulties of making it to the quarterly meetings. However, it would be valuable for other members of the CEC to be allowed to serve as proxy if one of their two SRECs cannot make it. And so, if they can't make it, they should share that ability to experience an SREC meeting and learn and go to it, rather than having one of our SREC members voting twice on these items decided at SREC quarterly meetings.
Grace?
I'm speaking against. First of all, the most logical person to serve as proxy in this situation would be someone who was also elected by the delegates. And then second of all, we're not considering the fact that sometimes in the middle of a meeting, something comes up, and this allows the proxy, the SREC to give their proxy to their counterpart, and the voting may continue as they represent their delegates at the committee meeting.
What else for or against?
Looks like we're getting very tangled up into the SREC rules. Can't we just say, except as provided in the SREC bylaws, and just scratch everything below that?
Well, right now, all we're debating on is the bold language. That's the amendment currently before you. Do you have any discussion on the bold language?
Then we're just getting too detailed in the SREC bylaws.
So you're speaking against consideration of this language? Okay, do we have a for? Leslie?
Leslie Thomas, SREC. I'm an SREC. I understand. Historically, this has been a ping pong. This rules committee, in the past, will approve it and then not approve it, approve it and not approve it. So it's not a new thing. I have always supported the SREC member of not giving their proxy to their fellow counterpart. Because it's an opportunity for the grassroots to get involved. It's an opportunity for someone else to come sit at the table. It's an opportunity to grow your bench, to have people that have that experience, and for them to get more involved in the party. So I've always not supported this, even though I have taken advantage of it because it is very convenient. But if you give us something convenient, we'll use it.
Okay, we got one for, one against?
I'm speaking against this. To reiterate Grace's point, if a meeting is already in session and the two SREC members are the only people present from the district and one has to step out for a period, the other SREC member is the only one qualified to carry the process. Is that nice? Okay. Well, anyway, I still speak against it because the SREC member it seems most logical because they are the fellow elected representative of the delegates.
Not to interrupt them when they're speaking. All I've got left is a for.
I'm a for.
All right.
Thank you, Jim Pickle, SDA. For all the reasons you've already heard, we do not want to let it be too convenient for me and Maggie to only go to 2 meetings and we just switch off. I'll go to the January, she'll go to the March, I'll go to the June, she'll go to September. And I think that dilutes down the whole deliberative purpose of the SREC to have more voices. I agree with the grassroots thing as well. I think you can bring somebody else in that's not another SREC person, grow your bench, whatever you want to call it. This is really a good rule, and I think pretty much this has been the rule at the SREC is your counterpart does not act as your proxy. So I'm in favor.
Mr. Chairman? Yes. We're out of debate on this. Is exhausted. You can amend the bold language.
Yes. Change the words the other to another. Well, the other is kind of ambiguous because it doesn't actually make it clear that it refers to the counterparts back to the other anything. So this.
I second that.
There has to be in the district, didn't
If you see language, there we go. Low.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to accept this amendment. Is there discussion? Janice?
I speak against this. There is only two, so, because you have to be in the district. So it is the other. I can't be a proxy for SD2 or, so, anyway, I'm moving still.
Any other discussion? We'll get this up now. We've actually already spoken for this. Anybody else want to speak for this? Yes, sir.
Looking at that last sentence, an SRC committee member may not serve as another proxy for another committee member. My question is, who are they going to serve proxy for?
Nobody.
It's exactly right. That would mean that they couldn't. So this whole exercise in appointing proxy is of no merit and no benefit because they can't serve as proxy. Because the only one that could serve as proxy for would be another committee member, and that's prohibits that.
Anyone else wishing to speak? Kurt, take point.
It was changed from the other to another. Was that seconded?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Let's see.
Okay. All in favor of changing the other to another, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Nays have it. Let's go back to the other. We've exhausted debate on this amendment. All in favor of adopting the language in bold, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
All in favor of adopting the language, raise your hands. There's everybody that voted that wants to. All opposed? The ayes have it, the language is adopted. We've got 1-4 left on the entire rule. Anybody else wishing to speak for all the adopted language? Yes, sir.
You find yourself west of Plains in Texas, you'll find this to be a very good rule that will help deepen the bench so that we can turn more of different parts of Texas red. I think important experiences will happen when it's feasible and necessary for proxies to be represented. So I encourage everyone to definitely support this proxy created.
All in favor of adopting this, the underlined language, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Nay. The ayes have it. The rule goes on to the document. Members, I will ask you what you want to do for dinner, how you want to handle it. When do you want to take dinner? Now? Okay. Let's do, was an hour and a half too much yesterday? No. Okay. Let's recess for dinner and return at 7:40. Without objection, hearing none. All apologize for the delay. Restaurant we went to took effort. I just, it was 3 or 4 scotches. Who's counting? We got, Josh and I got us last night. Okay. When we left, we were on proxies. The proxy, y'all let me speak. Okay, thank you. When we left, we finished up rule number 6, proxies prohibited. Without objection, we'll move on to rule number 7, casting votes.
You put a personal privilege?
Stage 4.
Yeah, could we get the projector going before we start?
If you can't see it, we can move along a lot faster.
Okay. Welcome to the Democratic.
You gotta pass it before you know
That's
it.
right. You pass it, we'll show it to you.
Yeah.
I need to get this TV on.
Yes. You gotta pass it.
Okay, we're looking at Rule 7. Does anyone have any Rule 7 submissions? I see. SB1, I see Madison Barrett submitted 2. Do you have those?
He's outside.
Well, all right, I would look to you to move for those amendments. I'm not going to, so if somebody else needs to do it besides me, I'm just telling you. 2 submissions, how do you want to handle them? You want me to get one up and read, you decide if you want to take it up or not, or have you seen them already?
Yeah, I know.
You know about it. Okay.
I'm not sure exactly. You said there are 2 of them?
There's 2 attached in one email.
There should be only one.
There's 2 attachments there. Oh, it's got a commentary. My apologies. Okay, here's the language. Okay, you ready to move to adopt, or is that?
Yeah, I'm ready to adopt.
Okay, so there's a motion to adopt that would strike the red language.
Bigger.
Big screen.
Please.
Thank you.
Okay, it would strike and accept as provided in this rule. Is there a second?
This point of information, there's 2 different things going on here. The proposed amended is labeled as the lower part.
They're showing you what it would look like after you accept the strike. The language is the motion to strike. And then he went in and said, this is what it'll look like after you do this. What they didn't do is put the original rule, but the original rule is here with the red stricken language. That is the motion. Is there a second? Motion's time for lack of a second in 3, 2, 1. Motion dies for lack of a second. Moving on. Do we have any other suggestions, amendments to rule number 7?
I only proposed the case because it came from my district and it wasn't.
No explanation needed, sir. There wasn't a second, so that is the way it works.
Point of information,
Stage point.
It's hard to know what they're doing there, but it's because I proposed that section 8 be amended to read as follows, which is one sentence. So is that the amendment, or is it just the stricken language?
Stricken language is all I see was moved.
Well, but you said if you strike that, it's going to look like the bottom.
That's what I'm assuming. But it's failed for lack of a second. We are moving on. Any other amendments for rule number 8?
7.
I'm sorry, 7. My apologies. Stage point.
Since you didn't take up rule 7, since it fell for lack of a second, we didn't take it up, does that still open it up?
It does not. Okay, I see no other email submissions for rule number 7. Without objection, we're moving on to rule number 8. Okay, I have 2, 1, 2, 3, 3. We've got 3 submissions. The top one would seem to be an amendment sent by Justin Nichols. Where's the attachment?
Mr. Chairman, that's 8A, which is the one next.
So that you just emailed nothing?
No. So there was a lady in the audience who did not have a broke for lunch. There was no other member of the committee here, so I agreed to submit that on her behalf. But 8A is different from 8 in parentheses A.
Okay, so that email had nothing attached to it.
There wasn't. It was for the repeal of 8A.
Oh, to repeal permanent rule 8A.
Not rule in parentheses A, but rule 8A.
Okay. Is there, that's coming from SC 21. Is there a motion to, adopt that rule or take that rule up?
Chairman, point of order. This is a permanent state executive committee rule. Are we allowed to take that?
Let me see. Let me answer, folks, please. This is not, that's not a permanent SRAC rule. I don't read it as that. We all saw it.
I know.
We're on 8. Okay. So let's roll back a second because that's 8A. We're on rule 8. Let's take, and you are correct, 8A is, rule number 8, section A is what I read this as, this email. Let me go back to, there is a submission on rule 8, section E, also by you. Is that yours?
It is on behalf of my SRAC committee woman. She has to submit this to the committee, so I would move for its adoption.
Okay, there's the language. Are you going to move this amendment that's on the screen?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Second. I'll recognize you to lay out the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is being submitted because of some issues that we have had in Bear County. One, that the original organization meeting and the CEC just is emailed to precinct chairs where not all of them have email addresses that are known or that have been provided. So this amendment would continue to permit an email notice, but only to the extent that the precinct chair's email address is known, and otherwise it would require a written notice. There's a shall in there, I don't want to get too bogged down on that. The only other substantive change would be basically at organizational meetings, there tends to be a large, kind of a starting from scratch with bylaws and rules for the party. And it may be more efficient as this amendment provides to kind of start with the existing bylaws as a template and approach. That's the reason.
Okay, anybody wishing to speak against? Okay.
SC21, well, it's a love and hate it. I love the one that's up at the top, making sure that if we have an email, we don't have to spend money on mailing anything to the precinct chair. That's terrific. But then on the bottom, I'm speaking against that because it needs to be that every time there's a new body, they're starting with new bylaws. And you don't start with what the old people did and amend it from there. You start with it. And usually you are starting from what you used to have. But I would just say that this is not a good idea so I can make a motion to strike consideration of any amendments, just that sit there at the bottom.
So what you can do is this is two different topics.
Okay.
The motion to divide this would be in order.
I would make a motion to divide the question.
Is there a second? Second. Motion to divide the question and take these two separately. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Okay, so we're just talking about the first underline. Like you've addressed it a for, Kathy. Were you for the underlined language?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you also spoke for it. Who would like to speak against the underlined language about email addresses? Hearing none, you ready for the question? All in favor of adoption of the underlined language signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Okay, now the second question we're on to is don't delete that. You gotta go back to the document. If it's adopted, it stays just like that. It's changed. Yeah, you're good. Okay, so the next question is on the strike of adoption and the underlined language. Anyone like to speak for or against? Kathy?
SC21, I would like to make a motion to amend by returning that to the original language. So,
Well, this is in consideration, so defeating this amendment would do that.
yes.
Would you like to speak against that? Only said the day.
Oh, I hate to take up their time. They heard me.
Okay. Anyone else just for or against?
Against the.
Okay.
That's written. Join right SC5. One of the requirements of notice for an organizational meeting is to send a proposed set of bylaws. There are no set of bylaws that are in effect at that time. So the proposed set is sent as part of the requirement, and then you use that to start going. And it can be a full substitution, but this is just a requirement.
Anyone wishing to speak for this amendment? Hearing none. No, go for it.
I was going to make a motion, and we don't have to second this, it's too confusing, but to that point, I would make an amendment to strike existing and replace it with proposed.
Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Are you ready for the questions? Rachel?
Rachel Hooper, SD 13, move to amend. Consideration of any, I had it, consideration of adoption or amendments to the prior term's bylaws. So you're adopting or amending the prior term's bylaws or rules. A second.
Is that language correct?
Consideration. Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Your language is correct.
Yes, sir.
And you do have a second?
I do.
You want to speak to it?
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, the language is not fully correct
Okay.
because it can't say existing. So that's the whole point. So any amendments to, yeah, okay, hold on. Lots of talking. I feel like Steve. Mr. Fish, sorry. Prior terms bylaws, here, strike that. Any amendments to existing. Nope. So it should say consideration of adoption of or amendments to the prior terms, and then strike bylaws, any amendments to existing. So it should say prior terms, bylaws, and/or rules.
That was added, wasn't it? We just added.
Well, it says bylaws down there. That's
Strike that out. That really didn't read right now.
No, that's what.
consideration of adoption of or amendments to the prior terms, bylaws, and/or rules for the biennium.
Thank you. Get this the way you want it, Rachel.
Okay. Sounds good.
Second. Okay, you want to speak to this?
I do.
Okay.
Just real quick, I agree that existing doesn't make sense because nothing is in existence. That's the entire point. And so, but typically we do start from the prior terms, bylaws, and rules as a go-by. And so this would just be a marker to say, hey, we're going to consider the prior terms, bylaws. We can amend these just like we are doing right now. We're considering the prior rules. So that is the intent of this language, and hopefully Mr. Nichols' constituent would be happy with this language.
Are you for or against?
Against.
Okay, I'll recognize you then.
Mr. Chair, this is the joint right SD5. This is superfluous. We have to notice with the proposed set of bylaws, the line right below this amendment says that if you fail to adopt your bylaws, it is directing you and saying, if you do not adopt bylaws at this meeting, this is what's going to happen. It's going to give you the previous bylaws. So that's why that trigger is there. If you don't do your business, it's going to automatically do it for you.
We don't need, this is all just superfluous.
Anyone else for? Anyone else for this amendment? Jerry?
And correct, oh, sorry, that's C11. I think it's important, especially like in Galveston County, where we're having the majority of precinct chairs will now be brand new precinct chairs, some of who have never voted before. You know, they're not exposed to bylaws. They don't know what's been changed or what's not been changed. I think it's helpful to consider amendments while looking at what's already previously adopted to see what the changes have been.
Anyone else wishing to speak against? You against, Charles?
Yes. John Carr, SD 22. I love Rachel, but this is a perfect example of too many words that don't have the right meaning. Think of when we say something, the words mean what they say. Consideration of adoption. It doesn't say adoption. We're going to think about this, but we're not going to adopt them. In one of my counties within my SD, they did not have bylaws at all, so there was nothing to go by from before. The best language is to simply say you're going to adopt bylaws. So I'm against that.
Do we have 4? Okay.
I'm just going to briefly, if I can, 30 seconds.
4. Okay.
So I'll on behalf of the constituent who submitted it, I think the problem is that sometimes in large counties like we've had, where there's frequently changes in the chair, that who proposes what bylaws and what form goes out in the original meeting call can be completely devoid of any prior information. So it would be like coming to this convention with a committee chairman who just, or a new state party chairman who just put together the list of what they had. Undoing all of that and starting from scratch is really not practical. You basically have so much control over the proposed bylaws. We don't even know, I don't think the rules specify who puts that together. And so that's the concern, and I think that's what we're experiencing now in our area, where the proposed bylaws are significantly different, and that's the concern. So I just want to give that to the body.
We've got 1 against slide. Kathy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. SD 1 or 21. We also in our district have some counties that do not have any existing bylaws, and so this would be very confusing to them. Again, I believe that the best way to handle this is to say that you will adopt bylaws and get there, leave all that extra stuff about prior term and everything else. So I'm speaking against this amendment.
We've exhausted debate on this. All in favor of adopting the amendment to the amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay. And we're going to get back to the original amended language. We've had 2, 1 for and 1 against on that prior to the amendment. Anyone wishing to speak for or against this? Mr. Pickle.
Thank you, Jim Pickle, STA. Same problem we have with the people that have said that some of these counties don't even have bylaws. You're still considering amending existing bylaws, so that still doesn't make any sense.
You're against. Okay, do we have 4? Hearing none, all in favor of adoption of this amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Nays have it. So the only language we're adopting finally is the top underlined sentence. we have any other 8E propositions? I don't believe we did.
Mr. Chair, there should be something.
Do you have an 8E proposition?
Just a point of information, so will this return to the original language on the bottom part of it?
The bottom one will return to the original language. All we're going to do is adopt the email provision. Okay, you got an 8E amendment. Was it noticed? Okay, where's it? Who's it going to be on? Okay. Just a second. Leave this right there. Okay, there's the language you're proposing. Is this your amendment, sir?
Yes, it is. Chuck Beers, 18.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Beers, I'll recognize you for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 years ago, we had some issues with a rather very short period of time between the end of convention and deadlines for getting information into the Secretary of State. And there was a big issue about the 14-day notice. This committee 2 years ago chose to change that 14 days to 7, but they still didn't address the issue that I saw. The original document says that you can hold your organization meeting within the 45 days after taking office. That means you can hold your organization meeting day 1 after taking office, but you have to give a 7-day notice before that. The Rules Committee chair, representative last year, when I was discussing this with her, said that when she discussed that with the attorneys at state, they went kind of ballistic about the fact that a county chair would be sending out an official notice before they took office. So this is in response to that, to say that you cannot send out your email before you take office, and therefore there is no way you could hold a meeting between the 1st and the 8th day. And that's all it is. The other option we had was to change when you could email it out. And I thought this was probably the easiest way and solve the problem.
You speaking against, Mr. Bill?
No, for it.
He's for. Do we have an against? Do we have an against? Seeing none, all in favor of adoption of this amendment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. We'll adopt it. Well, no. We have to strike. What we have to do is just cut this and give them another document. We have any other amendments to 8E? Yeah. Do you have an 8E?
No. Yes, sir. You should have something there from Eastland.
From Bill?
Yeah. Is there?
Yes.
I would like to introduce this language that I got from Mr. Eastland. That 3 changes. One of them we just voted on, so I I think that would
Let me get to it first. Let me just.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Bill's got 8E language. Is that what you're asking to do? Okay, let me. Let's get our last document. So I cleaned up everyone. Okay, here's the language submitted by Bill Easton. What do you want to do with it? Who's moving this? Or, you brought it up. You brought it up. Which one of you is going to take the lead on this?
Flip if you want. All right, sir. So, I think, if I'm correct, the middle portion is about the 45 days not work, because we already voted on that. So, just speaking to the other two changes, county chairman of the term shall be responsible. I think this is a good change, because
let's get the language and get a second, and then I'll let you.
Okay, is there a second?
Let's not slow you.
I
So-
seconded.
All right, so, okay, so you seconded it. We're not touching the within 45 days. We've already.
That's a different section. The 45 days was up in the second sentence. So this is clarifying if he does not call the meeting within 45 days.
We struck 45 days and did between the 8th and 45th day.
It's up top.
Where
It's
is this
saying
at?
that after, look on the line with website if available. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's saying if they do not call the meeting, and it's adding within the 45 days. See, we were up at the top, we're down one. Right there, you had your cursor on it.
Yeah, that's, like, go back to the other order.
Mr. Bishop has the floor.
Down about halfway down.
I'm not seeing it.
Look, 2 lines below primary runoff election. Where the sentence, well, where that line starts with meeting, then 1-4.
Okay, so I inject it right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I will agree with you that amendment is germane.
It's just doing clarifying language that they don't call a meeting within the 45 days.
Okay. Gotcha. So we can't consider it. So all the red language is your amendment. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Discussion.
As I understand it, the rationale for the term is putting the responsibility on the chairman-elect. Within the 45 days is giving a time limit to how much time before it goes out of his hands and into the hands of the precinct chairs to call this meeting. And the final clause that is suggested for addition is just because, sometimes the chairman, the incumbent loses and he doesn't want to get that meeting called and don't want to be relying on the guy who lost it. So if the chairman-elect, he's been elected duly, wants to send out the call for the organizational meeting ahead of time, that's what this motion is calling for. How are you going to do that?
Are you speaking against? Okay, I'll recognize you speak against.
But it says, and it may be sent prior to the end of the previous term. The person who would be initiating the sending is not in office yet, and it would not be in order for that person to send that out. I object to that line and will vote against it.
Okay, is there a for? Okay.
Okay, so the first part that's in red, it says the county chairman of the term that could be interpreted outgoing or incoming. So I would insert the word incoming to clarify our intent.
Where do you want to put it?
The county chairman of the incoming term.
Is there any objection to adding the word incoming? Hearing none. We're on fours. Is there any fours?
Right, so we had an issue in Harris County a couple of years ago, and I'm sure Josh and Ed will remember this, where we needed a not organizational committee meeting within the first 8 days of the term, and it had to be called 7 days in advance, and there was no one to call it, but we needed the meeting to name a replacement for a countywide general election candidate. And so we ended up in this weird puzzle box where we had to actually get the signatures together and call 2 different meetings on the same day. And this is where I wish we had all of the submitted language in one place so we could all look at it, because I think this is actually a much better solution to the problem than limiting the window where this meeting can be held to between 8 and 45 days, because that would have made the problem even worse when we ran into this a couple of years ago. So I think we should adopt this language, and then after we do, I'm going to make a motion to reconsider the other amendment that we just passed that limited the meeting to between 8 and 45 days. Because remember, the new term starts 20 days after the runoff. So there's already been a pretty good amount of time where we know who the winners are and they can start taking action. And so the 8 days doesn't provide any extra value, it's just an additional delay. So this would solve that problem, and we would have more time to schedule an organization committee, which is already pretty difficult to do. So vote yes, and then I'll make a motion to reconsider after this.
Is there an against? Debate being exhausted, all in favor of adopting this amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Nay. All in favor of adopting this amendment, please raise your hands. All opposed? The ayes have it. It's adopted. Hang on just a second. We need to get this one. What's that? I want to get this all in front of you before we start messing up with the rest of it, because we've made some substantial progress. We'll stand these in 5 minutes and we'll get this cleaned up.
That's exactly. to undo the amendment.
Okay, you just want to go back and delete it.
Go back to the original language.
Okay, so you want to go back to within 45 days.
That's correct.
So you want to,
Flesh?
So we'll strike that. Okay, that's the effect of your amendment. Discussion?
Am I recognized?
You're recognized.
Now, I think the other series of amendments that we passed in this section resolve the problem, and so this limitation is no longer necessary. And so just, I think you would vote no, right? When this comes up for a vote, we would vote no in order to undo the amendment, or yes?
You're reconsidering the amendment, so yes, now you would vote no to strike the amendment down, which would return us to the original language.
Okay, so I advocate a vote no.
Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak on this? Ready for the question? All in favor of reverting this change? Let me, you guys stop. Okay. I don't need to correct you. Let me put it this way. If you vote aye, we keep 8th and 45th. If you vote no, we go back to within 45 days. Let me have the ayes. Let me have the nays.
Nay.
Okay, there we go. Now you can delete that and unhighlight it because it's back to the original language. Delete that. Take the bold off of that. I don't see anything else for 8E. We're ready to move on.
Wasn't there another attachment? There should be something for 8F and 8I.
I just said I don't see anything else for 8E. Are we ready to move on?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'll get my head out.
I do see an 8I. I see an 8F. Do we have any others? Got an 8F from Bill Eastland.
8K from that one.
Okay, so 8F would be next in sequential. Let's take Bill Eastland's 8F. Okay, Bill's language would add the red language. Are you making that motion?
I'll make this.
Okay, motion, is there a second? Second. Discussion?
Listen, we're just making sure we don't have conflict around state and the national convention, adding some clarifying language.
Okay, anyone wish to speak against? You ready for the question? All in favor of the adoption, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The language is adopted.